The young girl cautiously made her way along the deserted corridor of the estate, afraid of being heard. So as not to be caught, she had to be quiet. The heroine had purple eyes and long brown hair. She covered her mouth with her hand, her cheeks flushed red. In the room behind the door, a charming little boy was sitting and flipping through the pages of a book with his chubby hands. What a cutie. The girl was torn with emotion. She wanted to smell the sweet baby's hair and squeeze those chubby cheeks. But you can't be so tactless towards the boy. You need to keep your desires to yourself. The contented girl quickly entered the little boy's room. The child's name was Elliot, and he clearly did not expect to see her at all. The kid immediately jumped up from his seat, scared and wary, his eyes wide open, cold sweat running down his face. How badly the girl treated the poor child all this time that the baby was so frightened of her that his heart sank. But charming Elliot doesn't want to go for a walk with his mommy. The girl really wants to go for a walk with the boy and spend time. However, the child's face did not show any enthusiasm or joy from the proposed idea. Rather, Elliot was terrified and looked for help with his eyes. Tears of horror appeared in the corners of the boy's big eyes. Elliot began to tremble and retreat from the girl, poor child. The frightened baby bowed his head doomedly. Had Elliot really done something wrong again? His little body shuddered in horror. The boy's cheeks began to sting from the salty tears. Elliot would fix everything. No matter what he did, the boy would definitely make amends. The boy's mother froze in amazement. Silent shock froze in her eyes. She spread her hands. But why is the child crying and behaving like this? If suddenly Elliot hasn't done anything wrong, then the kid really asks his mother not to scare him like that. The girl doesn't understand what she did wrong. The main character approached the child to console him and explain that he was not in danger, but Elliot began to scream heart-rendingly. The boy had a nervous, tearful hysteria, which the girl could not suppress. But she didn't do anything, so what's wrong with Elliot? Then his father came up to his son's screams and picked up the boy in his arms. Well, that's it. Dad is nearby. Let Elliot calm down. And here is the standard hero of a love story for girls. An ideal face and body, a captivating look, indestructible charisma. A truly incredibly beautiful young man appeared before the girl. She involuntarily gasped. This guy seemed to have been torn out from the pages of a fairy tale. It's difficult to get used to the young hero's face. Elliot's beauty is apparently the power of an excellent gene. He is so similar to his father. The dazzlingly beautiful young man hugged his son tightly. Now everything is fine. Well, at least the father treats their child well. After which, Elliot's father threw a furious look at the boy's mother. There was steel and resentment for the child in his eyes. The girl again told her son that the boy was annoying her, wasn't he? Elliot's mother began to back away. The young man's rage was so palpable that you could touch it with your hands. Even if the baby annoys his own mother, why can't the girl love him at least a little? After all, this is her child. What a universal injustice. Because in fact, the girl simply adored this little guy and loved him immensely, unlike her character. Is it her fault that she ended up in the body of this particular heroine? The girl herself is not happy with her, but what can she do? The main character would like to tell Elliot's father about everything, but is he able to believe her? The young man took the baby out of the room. Well, why did the girl end up in the body of this particular unfortunate character out of all the existing ones? Why did she become a terrible mother-in-law? So one day, the girl opened her eyes and realized that she was in the body of the terrible mother-in-law from the novel she had read the day before. In addition, by this point in time, a lot of hatred has already accumulated within the husband and son of this character for obvious reasons. And what should a poor girl do in such a situation, who herself hated this vile mother-in-law, reading about her on the pages of the novel? Maybe she should try to improve her relationship with her charming son, but she failed, and the girl doesn't even have the courage to make peace with her husband. Since such a transformation was supposed to happen to the girl, then why not send her to this body before her wedding with the young man? She is already hated by everyone here. What should she do about it? The girl herself would not have believed a single word of her vile mother-in-law, not to mention the sudden love and mercy for loved ones. Why did the terrible mother-in-law live like that? Her character's name was Aranel, and she hated her little son and didn't particularly like her husband. So Aranel von Valois is the terrible mother-in-law from the fantasy romance novel called Lily in Your Hands. Aranel was born into the aristocratic family of the Marquis of Saxe and was the very embodiment of arrogance, considering herself the main asset of society. The vain lady did not consider all the people who had a title and status lower than her to be people at all. She spoke only with those aristocrats who were her equal. The base and pitiful behavior of the daughter of the Marquis of Saxe aroused the indignation of many. and among them was Baron von Valois, the husband and father of Elliot's protagonist. Baron never understood why to humiliate commoners, while for his wife these people were just pathetic plebeians and expendable material. Does Baron von Valois really treat his shoes and furniture the same way as he treats people? This is the answer Arenel's husband always heard. What I was incredibly shocked by was that Baron's wife was saved only by her surname. Without it, she would have been an insignificant and useless scum of society. After some time in the relationship between Arenel and Baron, the girl gave birth to her husband a beautiful and charming son. He was named Elliot. Baron von Valois resisted for a long time and did not understand why his wife was so obsessed with sharing the same bed with him. Her husband doesn't understand anything at all, of course. The vile little wife had to conceive a child in order to become a full-fledged mistress of von Valois. Each answer of this character made her want everything most painful while reading the novel. Elliot grew up without maternal love in an atmosphere of contempt. The baby was drawn to his parents, loved them, which caused a furious attack of irritation in the mother. Why this child pesters her all the time. And looking back at the entire original story of this vile lady with an insignificant soul, the girl understands why Elliot is so afraid of her. In conclusion, Elliot will grow up and become the main character. He will bring his bride Doriana into the house, and Arenel, becoming his mother-in-law, will begin to mock her and poison the poor thing. And in the end, this scoundrel will do so much evil that she will finally be kicked out of the Valois family clan, but she will still continue the persecution and almost bring her daughter-in-law to death. In the end, all the angry members of the von Valois family execute the vile reptile for all her callous and rotten deeds. And after the solemn execution of Arenel, the von Valois family will exhale and live happily, and Elliot and his bride will be convinced of their feelings for each other, and everyone will live happily ever after. This is the happy ending of a love story, and now the girl will be killed in the body of her mother-in-law, or the family will begin to spread rot. This cannot be allowed. You just need to not do all these atrocities, then she will remain safe, and in general, Elliot and Doriana are her favorite couple. And the girl doesn't want her beloved couple to hate her, but Elliot is already 7 years old, which means the boy has been accumulating hatred towards her for 7 years. Therefore, dear Doriana remains. Baron and Elliot will begin to take care of her according to the plot. Maybe it's worth winning the girl over to their side. Indeed, as the novel progressed, the terrible mother-in-law was not yet familiar with little Doriana at all, and very soon she would become a member of their family. And if, 10 years later, the charming Dorian intercedes with father and son for Arenel, considering her a good person, then this can save her. In addition, the girl will be able to accumulate karma points from the main character of the novel, and thus improve the family's attitude towards this vile character. Well, here's a brilliant idea that will help you avoid painful execution for the terrible deeds of your terrible mother-in-law and improve your relationship with your family. So, dear Doriana, wait a little longer, girl. Your future mother-in-law is already coming to you to become the best guardian in the world. And this is how the girl in the body of her terrible mother-in-law took her first step towards salvation from inevitable death. In front of the girl stood a huge building. The current Arenel did not expect to see such a scale here. Wow, a building. This building was the Rondini orphanage. Poor Doriana was taken to this place, where the girl was constantly abused. The lovely baby was the only daughter and was born into the Duke of Everett's clan, into a family of little influence, but with a family history. But as a result of a terrible disaster, she became an orphan. The accident deprived the girl of her parents, and she was transferred to the care of a distant relative, Baron Rondini. The vile scoundrel had a deep-rooted feeling of inferiority towards her parents, so Rondini hated the girl. The only reason for his guardianship was the inheritance of the Duke of Everett. But his plans were frustrated because Baron was a close friend of Doriana's father and protected his property. As a result, Baron and Baroness Rondini's toxic envy, jealousy, and own worthlessness were directed at the poor little girl through violence. And when Doriana asked the scoundrels to let her live in the von Valois house, Rondinitut put the girl in an orphanage in order to trample on her chance for a happy life. Even knowing about the closeness of the Everett family and the von Valois clan, when Doriana and Elliot were in a relationship close to the wedding, the freaks continued to humiliate and poison her. How dare these scoundrels treat the girl's future daughter-in-law this way? Rondini will be incredibly surprised at what Arenel will do now. Outside the gates of the orphanage, the girl was met by a frightened, dirty girl with bruises and abrasions all over her body. She asked who the girl was. This poor child looked exhausted and hungry, but even the general anxious appearance could not hide the girl's true beauty. These emerald eyes, the color of young shoots, golden curls of hair. The girl was angelically beautiful. She asked what business the guest had arrived on. The girl in front of her was definitely the same Doriana. Arenel's heart beat faster. What a cutie girl. How can she be so beautiful? Could it be that the angel himself from heaven appeared before the heroine? Where were the wings of this purest creature? Doriana probably hid them behind her back. You need to calm down immediately. The girl is already starting to get scared. The girl is exactly as she was described in the novel, but you need to clarify. Arenel stretched out in a pleasant smile. She is a beautiful baby, doesn't she know? In this orphanage, there is a girl named Doriana Everett. The lovely emerald eyes opened wide, as the guest said. Did the girl really say her name? Doriana admitted that it was she. Of course, such a beautiful and bright girl can only be the main character. The girl will now be torn apart with emotion. Until now, the girl thought that her son was the cutest in the world, but her daughter-in-law is much cuter. She needs to return to adequacy. The girl has already completely forgotten about her goals for today's visit, and the Baron or Baroness is now in the shelter. Arenel is very pleased to meet Doriana Everett. The girl opened her big eyes. The guest means the director of the Rondini shelter. The little girl had just named her guardian the director of the orphanage. Of course, Baroness Rondini was indeed in charge of the orphanage. But dear Doriana is her relative, and the girl addresses her guardian as any local orphan would. This is what kind of attitude these vile parasites have towards this baby, because it's really difficult to look at Doriana without bitterness in your heart. Well, she and the Baroness are going to have a long conversation. Lady Arenel really needs the director of the orphanage. The little girl will help her. Doriana does not even dare to think that such a magnificent mistress is going to adopt such a handicapped child like her. Of course, the guest did not come to adopt the girl. Doriana began nervously fiddling with her fingers, wondering what she was even talking about. Since the beautiful lady is clearly not going to take the baby from the shelter, the guest obviously came from another shelter. That's why Doriana Everett really asks the lady from the other shelter not to take her from the Rondini shelter. Why is she saying such a thing at all? The charming little girl doesn't understand anything at all. She's just lovely. She'll be surprised when she finds out that Arenel has come specifically for her. The baby cried and bowed her head. Doriana will definitely disappoint the mistress. She doesn't work well and eats a lot, and her movements are not efficient. This amazing girl was told that she was worthless and a burden to adults, that all her basic needs were arrogance and whims. The poor child was afraid to even talk about being hungry or tired, not to mention his inner experiences and fears. The little main character is sure that no one needs someone like her. No one will ever come to the shelter for her. After all, if Lady Arenel takes the heiress from the Rondini orphanage, she will spend a lot of money on food. The little girl's voice broke. What is this sweet child so afraid of? What makes her voice tremble? Why is the baby so worried? Arenel felt the involvement of the vile guardians. Doriana, sobbing, obediently lowered her head. Well, Madam Director just said so, which was to be expected. Director Rondini said that all other orphanages are a living hell for disabled children like Doriana. Her vile relative assured that there was simply no better place for the orphaned Everett. The shelter was the only place where she would be tolerated. The little girl was told that children who do bad work there are slapped in the face, and those who don't obey are put under arrest for a week. At least this shelter accepted such a lazy girl, but in other shelters Doriana would have been beaten every day, because the degenerates are unfortunate. What the hell did these creatures say to the little girl? What kind of orphanage even dares to treat babies like this? The flames of anger erupted from the girl. And these terrible, dirty, and worn clothes on the baby? There are some wounds and bruises all over her body, and even her face. These freaks need to be deprived of the right to contact children. Who would have thought that such hellish shelters still exist? Poor wards of Rondini. What is going on behind these walls? The girl clenched her fists with unbridled anger. But the baby is a relative of these two degenerates. What then happens here with ordinary orphans? To begin with, the future mother-in-law would like to make it clear that Arenel has nothing to do with the other shelter. The little girl's face showed open shock and genuine amazement. Isn't it true? These are the bastards. But then why did the beautiful lady need Doriana? And why does the girl need to meet with Director Rondini? Poor charming little girl. She willingly and submissively accepts violence and terrible treatment. She needs to be rescued urgently. After all, as soon as Doriana gets out of here, she will meet people who will love her. Here she thought that cruelty was normal towards her. The heroine visited the nasty Rondini shelter to take the baby home, by the way. She has not yet introduced herself. The terrible mother-in-law reached out with her hand to the head of the little heroine. She so wanted to envelop this girl in warmth and light, and quickly pull her out of this darkness. And now the beautiful mademoiselle strokes the golden hair of the most terrible orphan. Doriana was stunned by such a pleasant touch. Previously, other adults only beat the girl with their hands. She did not know that with the help of them, she could also convey affection. Doriana immediately blushed, not expecting such an impulse from her guest. The girl had such a warm hand. A certain happy feeling penetrated her heart. How nice it was when they stroked her hair. So the beautiful lady's name is Arenelle von Valois. The baby will forever remember this name. Doriana was already happily putting her head under the young lady's arm, smiling furtively at what a beautiful name her guest had. Then the emerald eyes of the little angel flashed. Just a minute, what the guest had just said. The one-of-a-kind Duchy of von Valois. The same ones that can throw a flying bird out of the sky with just a glance. But why such noble and great people needed such a little thing? Doriana could not believe in her happiness. Arenelle von Valois is also the mother of Elliot von Valois, who will be a wonderful groom for the sweet baby. Well, in general, she doesn't keep anything behind her teeth. Why did Arenelle just dump everything on the child like that? She already has a lot of shocks today. Doriana froze in amazement. The beautiful lady offers to talk in more detail inside this shelter. Well, why did the girl scare and shock the poor child so much? Arenelle hugged the baby. And now, as for the two rotten scoundrels, the girl will definitely make Baron and Baroness Rondini suffer. Well, the inside of the orphanage looked much better than Arenelle had imagined. Everything was neat. The girl invited the lady to hang her hat. The rest of the children looked healthy and clean. The orphans happily ran through the corridors of the orphanages. Most likely the reason for this is regular revisions, and Doriana looks like the most neglected child of all here. While the heroine was analyzing the orphanage, the girl began collecting trash from the floor and cleaning up after other children. On the way to the scoundrel's office, the little girl cleaned every corner, removed the leftover food, carried dirty dishes, and picked up trash. Who did these freaks turn such a fragile child into? Doriana here does all the dirty work, while clearly not eating enough or getting enough sleep. But the baby is only 7 years old. She is simply exhausted and on the verge. How dare they torment Doriana like that? The girl works non-stop, to such an extent that she hurts herself and behaves as if it couldn't be any other way. The main character was abused, the only phrase in the novel that described the hell Doriana went through. Well, finally, the beautiful guest and the charming little girl reached the office of the director of the Rondini shelter. Very good. And now the instructive storyline in the novel will begin. It's time to punish the scoundrel for all this abomination. The little girl cautiously and fearfully knocked on the door of the director's office and introduced herself like an ordinary orphan. The office door immediately swung open furiously. What a useless creature! How dare this brat disturb the Baroness? The little girl immediately cowered, apparently preparing to receive another blow from the hands of the vile headmistress. Didn't this stupid brat understand that she shouldn't disturb Headmistress Rondini when her daughter came to see her? Arenelle threw a furious look at the insignificant reptile, filled with steel and the desire to smash her head against her own door. The Baroness finally, after a long-winded tirade of insults, turned her attention to the arriving guest, recognizing her as the Duchess of von Valois. So the pathetic reptile must work hard to explain to the Duchess why her daughter-in-law lives not in the Baron's estate, but in an orphanage. Cold sweat flowed down the bastard's face. Why is Doriana a relative of the Baroness, but he calls the director of the orphanage like an orphan? The Baroness suggested moving on to the discussion in her office, and not in the corridor of the shelter in front of numerous witnesses. This still will not protect this reptile from the wrath of her terrible mother-in-law. The Baroness is apparently confident that she will be able to negotiate everything with the girl. In the headmistress's office, a little girl in expensive jewelry and a luxurious outfit was sitting on the sofa. Apparently, this is the daughter of Baroness Rondini. The youngest heiress, Rondini, was presented with excellent desserts. There were a lot of them, and they were all intended for her. Doriana hardly eats more than once a day, and this reptile feeds her daughter all this with the money of the baby's father. What a creature. So, the daughter of the vile Baroness, right in front of the Duchess, enjoys aromatic tea and expensive sweet desserts. The girl's hair is full of luxurious jewelry and bows. Her daughter's outfit is clearly made from expensive materials and fabrics. Arenelle carefully examined her future daughter-in-law and then threw a withering glance at the scoundrel Rondini. So why the hell does little Dorian walk around in rags and rags? Here the maid's clothes are intact and better than the girl's. Sticky sweat was running down the Baroness's face. The headmistress will explain everything to the Duchess of von Valois and fix everything, of course. The bastard really thinks that Lady von Valois will allow this after everything that she could see here, Arenelle was furious. The Baroness swallowed in fear, but what came over Lady von Valois, what the eminent guest was now seeking in general, Rondini was confused. Previously, the wife of the noble Duke von Valois was not at all interested in the fate of this brat, what she eats, what she is wearing, and how she feels. As much money as Baroness Rondini had to give to shut everyone's mouths, one maid, Meg, had to give a lot for her assistance. This maid assured the Baroness that the Duke of Valois trusted her most. She was supposedly his friend and Elliot's nanny. Didn't Baroness Rondini enter into an agreement, backed by a financial investment, with that upstart Meg? In addition, Headmistress Rondini herself wrote fake good reports to Duke von Valois every day so as not to arouse suspicion. There was no reason to cause any problems, so what is the mistress of the noble estate of von Valois doing here? So Mrs. Arenelle informs the director of the orphanage that from now on she is taking the baby from this hell. How does this take away? What is Duchess von Valois even talking about? Because Baron and Baroness Rondini are relatives of Doriana. Well, for that matter, Madame von Valois is going to become the future mother-in-law of little Everett, so the question of kinship disappears. The Baroness really considers the words of the Duchess of Valois not serious. Why does the scoundrel consider herself to have the right to challenge the lady's decisions? After everything that the girl happened to see here, taking into account the disgusting attitude towards the baby, why does the Baroness continue to hold on to her? So the headmistress has already told the Duchess of von Valois that this will not happen again. The girl heard the words of the Baroness, didn't she? And since the relative of the rich heiress won't do this anymore, then there are no problems. And Doriana won't want to leave them either, by the way. The Baroness roared, not wanting to say goodbye to the luxurious life, the source of which was the girl. She had been jealous of the rich all her life. The girl was dumbfounded by such obvious greed. How could the Baroness dare say such a thing out loud? This carrion is definitely not a person. The bastard grabbed the baby by the shoulders and began to put pressure on her. Doriana is the Baroness's relatives, isn't she? The girl knows everything herself. After which the headmistress tightly squeezed the girl's shoulder. A painful grimace appeared on Doriana's face. The Baroness was raising her relative. What a stupidity to leave your relatives right now, isn't it? Because the girl thinks exactly so. Let her share her opinion with her aunt. Arenelle menacingly put her hand on the scoundrel's shoulder, imperiously ordering her to take a few steps back from the little girl. After which the girl turned the pitiful creature to face her. The reptile had just dared to manipulate the girl right in front of the Duchess. What are we even talking about? What does it mean to manipulate? Baroness Rondini was obviously a stupid and untalented hillbilly who did not match the outfits of a noble lady. Imposing her vile will, while saying that the baby was raised by a relative, this is manipulation, as she only dared. The Duchess is not at all sorry that the worthless and unnecessary Baroness will no longer be able to extort money by manipulating the baby. Under the pretext of Doriana's living expenses, the cost of quality food for the baby and good clothes for her. No, because Doriana Everett is the only breadwinner in the Rondini family. She and her husband don't know how to do anything, but they have already enjoyed a comfortable life. The scoundrel fell to her knees in front of Arenelle. The Baroness begged to leave the brat in the shelter. They need her. What will the family do without her funding? A grimace of disgust appeared on Lady von Valois' face, where Baroness Rondini could have fallen even lower. It was already sickening to stand next to her. The future mother-in-law instantly turned away from the culprit of all the baby's troubles and turned to the angelic Doriana. So, the gorgeous lady wants to become the girl's guardian in the future and live with Doriana together in the same house, like a real family. And what will the baby herself say? Does Doriana want to go with her future mother-in-law? Does she want to become a member of the Arenelle family? The girl simply cannot leave the baby in an orphanage, where she is bullied every day. But where she will live is now another question. And it is important for Arenelle to respect Doriana's choice. If the baby is uncomfortable, she can refuse, and another good place will be found for her. This is not true at all. The little girl immediately blurted out the answer with such anguish in her childish voice, the girl froze in amazement. The baby straightened her back and acquired a confident look. A certain strength lit up in her eyes, and here was the true main character of the novel. Doriana practically shouted to the entire office of Headmistress Rondini that she would go with the beautiful lady, slightly embarrassed by her volume. Of course, the baby will go with the lady if it does not cause any inconvenience. The girl simply cannot become a burden, Arenelle herself called her. That's true, but after so many years of being taught her own worthlessness and cruel treatment, the little girl really believed that she didn't deserve warmth. And then such a magnificent noble lady came to the shelter personally for her and wants to take the girl into her family, extending her hand. This is just something incredible. Is this really happening to Doriana Everett, the clumsy, incompetent one? And now the hand of the little main character of this novel is already reaching out to the hand of the main villain of the work, who has taken the path of correction. For some reason, Doriana Everett unconditionally believed her new acquaintance, and the future mother-in-law will do everything not to betray the baby's trust. And now, two beautiful ladies need to get out of this hell as quickly as possible and go to their happy life together. It was all so strange. How beautiful this noble lady is. The girl has such warm and caring hands. The baby seemed to arrive in a dream, because Doriana considered herself a non-entity who served as a burden to everyone. Looking back, the little main character was sure that she would live in this orphanage all her life and die here. For the little girl, it was like a huge dark swamp, from which she did not have enough strength to get out. It swallowed Doriana. What a beautiful sky overhead. What a friendly wind greeted her outside the shelter. The baby began to cry. The rays of the sun are so soft and pleasant, and the hand of a gorgeous lady is so warm and friendly. How can this happen to her? Lady von Valois immediately turned around at the tears of her charming companion, which was what the girl had done wrong. Why is the charming child crying again? Something scared Dorian or something happened? Nothing terrible happened. The girl's cheeks flushed red. Her emerald eyes radiated a radiance. The little girl was just very, very happy. Doriana simply couldn't believe that this was happening to her and burst into tears without noticing it. The girl immediately jumped up to the angel in the flesh. The future mother-in-law carefully and reverently took her little hands. She can cry as much as her soul requires. But the girl must know something very important. Doriana will definitely be happy in her new mother's house. She promises this. Let the little one not even doubt it. Aranel will do everything for this. Doriana nodded her head, sobbing with tears. So, it's time to show the little girl the magic of money. Because the girl now needs positive emotions so much, it's time to provide them. And then, after a couple of minutes, the young princess carefully and warily came out of the fitting room, wondering if she could really wear something like that. Aranel was torn with emotion, of course. What a cutie this girl is. It's simply impossible to take your eyes off her. Let the baby not be shy and boldly try on another luxurious dress, but in soft blue tones, it suits Doriana very well. And this one has a lovely collar, perfect for everyday walks, and probably quite comfortable. Well, what can you do if this charming baby suits absolutely everything that was expected from the main character of the novel? The satisfied girl approached the kind boutique saleswoman and asked to prepare all the available clothes for the baby. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Doriana simply cannot accept so many clothes. The ones they took from the shelter are enough for her. What a charming and bright creature! How can you be so sweet? Is it even legal? If you buy this sweet little girl a lot of clothes, Doriana will really feel burdensome. But how can she resist? The baby must look at this differently, because Doriana will become the next mistress of Valois. The Duke's bride cannot wear old clothes. Then people around will begin to slander, because the von Valois clan has so much money, and at the same time they treat their daughter-in-law this way. Everyone will think that the Duchess of Valois is a bad person, but the current mother is not like that at all. The girl does not agree with this. The girl is very pleased to hear this from this charming little girl. Support for the main character of the novel is already in her pocket. In this case, Aranel simply has to dress the girl in beautiful clothes if Doriana wants to show others that her guardian is a good person. The baby's cheeks lit up with color. The girl understood everything, and from now on will put on only the best, so as not to let the girl down. The future mother-in-law is very grateful to her little daughter-in-law. What a wonderful and smart little girl. The girl couldn't be happier. Inside the little main character, there was a strong feeling that the little girl had been pulled into something again. The charming girl remained in the dress that she liked more than others. Madame will send the rest of her clothes to the von Valois estate. The girl came out of a fashion boutique, holding the hand of a cute girl. Curious ladies were already crowded behind her. Is it really the Duchess of von Valois? What is wrong with her, and what kind of unfamiliar child is next to her? Aranel is holding the girl's hand. Everyone can see this, right? The Duchess is not at all the kind of person who bothers with small children on her own. This is all very strange. The other girls agreed with the instigator of the conversation. Perhaps something happened since the Duchess touched this child. Then the gossips froze in fear. While enthusiastically discussing the wife of the Duke of Valois, the ladies did not notice the heroine of their dirty gossip approaching them at all. As soon as the Duchess came closer, the gossips immediately fell silent and looked at each other. As much as Aranel managed to hear, they were all finished. The girl took a deep breath. Duchess von Valois watched the chatterers for some time. Sticky sweat began to flow down the faces of the culprits. What will happen now? Everyone knows that this lady is not distinguished by mercy or good nature. Aranel is capable of making their lives unbearable. Well, the girl understands everything perfectly. Because her Doriana is incredibly sweet and beautiful, it is impossible to take your eyes off her. Therefore, the girl understands why the ladies were staring at the girl. Aranel thought that there was no one sweeter than her son, but there was another cute child. So here is the very famous family estate of the great von Valois family, in which the main character of the novel, and now the main character, grows up. The little girl gasped in amazement, unable to restrain her emotions. Wow, a mansion! And Doriana will now live in this estate. This is the castle of a real princess. Everything is so. The girl is a real princess. Aranel was touched by the reaction of her daughter-in-law. Inside, the decoration of the von Valois estate was even more luxurious than it might seem from the outside. Everything shone with wealth. The little girl was simply bursting with delight and amazement. How is this even possible? This is the palace of the Empress, and she is a clumsy incompetent standing right here. Well, what a cutie the main character of this novel is. How can you even control your emotions next to Doriana? Then the girl's attention was attracted by some rustling at the front door. Aranel immediately turned around towards the sound and saw the top of the head of inky hair. The small protagonist leaned out warily from the doorway, his purple eyes penetrating into the very soul. The girl immediately experienced another attack of emotion. You can't be so charming. Her poor heart simply cannot withstand such shocks. By the way, this time the adorable little boy does not try to run away from his mother, does not cry at all, and does not look scared. It's simply amazing, because just a couple of hours ago the baby couldn't stand their privacy and was terribly afraid of his own mother. Then the girl's gaze shifted to the sweet and beautiful Doriana. Her eyes, the color of young shoots, flashed, and her golden hair was blown by a gentle wind. The cutie immediately captivated the young heir of von Valois and penetrated into the very heart of the boy. And here is the fatal meeting of the two main characters of the novel. What a charming scene! Two of the cutest children in the whole world. Such charmers really only exist in novels. Well, the girl is ready to say goodbye to everyone alive. Her heart simply cannot withstand such a high level of tenderness. Aranel leaves this world with doom, because the girl simply cannot bear the charm of her angelic children. Just a minute, but the girl's goal in this work was to survive at any cost, correcting her situation, and not to die at all. Duchess von Valois activated instant resurrection, so let the girl introduce herself. In front of her is the younger Duke von Valois. His name is Elliot. Doriana immediately looked in amazement at the cute boy. Could it be that the heir of the greatest family was standing in front of her? The little girl immediately bowed respectfully before the younger von Valois in an elegant curtsy and greeted the main character. After which the main character stood up and straightened her back. The little girl called herself Doriana Everett. She was very pleased to meet you. The embarrassed boy immediately blushed. His face glowed with heat. His eyes stared at the charming guest. These two decided to kill their mother with their angelic appearance. As Elliot's face turned red, in front of him was the bride of the younger von Valois. How is this a bride? But doesn't the baby still know that a bride has already been predetermined for the youngest heir to the Duchy of von Valois? The boy was incredibly embarrassed and charming in his confusion. Of course, Elliot already knows that he has a fiancée. It's just that the baby didn't expect that his future destiny was so beautiful. Doriana is simply angelically beautiful. The girl grinned contentedly, because the boy had everything he was thinking about written all over his face. Elliot should take care of his bride from now on. As the mother wishes, the baby could not even raise his eyes to the future bride, but now he answers directly and without tears to Aranel. The effect of the main character is truly the best means of influencing the heroes of the novel, simply an amazing result. After which the boy came closer to the main character to ask the girl something. Aranel froze with interest. The younger Duke von Valois leaned over the charming baby's ear and whispered in a quiet voice that she needed to be careful with her mother. Elliot wanted to know if the Duchess of von Valois was already angry with the sweet girl, or maybe she was just scolding her, irritated by her presence. But the future husband of the main character continued, knowing his mother well. Maybe Aranel pushed the girl or drove her away. That's a harmful little thing. His mother actually stands nearby and hears all this. But what did she want on the other hand? Her character bullied her son for years. Here Doriana flushed with the intensity of a real hero. In general, my mother didn't do anything like that. She is very kind to the girl. Elliot stretched his face in amazement, as if the Duchess had not done anything like that. The poor baby had never seen anything else from his mother. But the little girl continued to deny all the words of the young heiress. Her mother is very caring and attentive to Doriana, although this is not deserved. The girl covered her mouth with her hands. What an angel in a dress. The little girl is already standing strong for her new mother. Actually, Elliot's mother took the young main character from a terrible place and personally chose the dress she is wearing now. But before the charming baby had time to finish her line of defense, a rumbling sound in her stomach was heard throughout the entire estate. The girl immediately gasped, "Wow, Aranel didn't even know all this time that the poor baby was so hungry." The face of the young main character immediately turned red. The little girl lowered her eyes in shame. She needed to quickly eat something. It was late evening, and the venerable butler was already greeting his master in the living room of the estate of the Duchy of von Valois. Its owner came into the luxurious mansion. Today, Duke von Valois was much late. The young man really had to stay late. In fact, today, the head of the great family was faced with much more work than the young man expected. The young man grinned. The butler was very perceptive, since he showed concern for his master's condition. The Duke needs to spend more time mastering facial control, since even the employee thought the young man was tired. The younger Duke has long fallen asleep in her room. The gentleman is heading to the cabin. He still needs to deal with something and needs coffee. The butler carefully called out to his tired Duke. The servant needed to tell him something right now. Today, the wife of Duke von Valois brought a young orphan named Doriana Everett to the family estate and placed her in a room. The owner of the estate heard everything correctly. His cold-blooded and cruel wife took the orphan under the care of the von Valois family. A frown appeared on the young man's face, and his eyes reflected the understanding of what the hell this woman was up to. After which, the young Duke von Valois took the lamp and climbed the stairs towards the room of his beloved son. There have been too many strange things lately. The butler reported that the guardians treated the baby worse than the servants, although Meg never said anything like that. The maid assured her master that the charming heiress of the Everett family was living well under the wing of Baron Rondini. The young master ordered the butler to find out about everything secretly and also reveal the true state of affairs to the Imperial Tax Service. And finally, the business was over. The young man could allow himself to be just a father, looking at the sleeping baby. Well, for him, Elliot is charming. The boy is so sweet and warm despite all the circumstances. His father doted on him. Most people say that the little heir is an exact copy of his father, but this is not at all true. If you look closely, the younger von Valois looks more like his mother Aranel, with a raised nose and small lips. Deep purple eyes the color of violets, a real mother's son. Then the baby suddenly woke up. Apparently his father woke him up with his visit. The young Duke apologized. In all likelihood it was his fault. The Duke did not want to wake up his son at all, just to see him. The cute baby smiled and stretched out his little hands to his beloved father. Even his blooming smile is the same as his mother's. This is a lovely angelic child, all in Aranel, but to their common happiness, the boy resembles the girl only in appearance. Although in truth, the husband has never seen the Duchess of von Valois smiling, so how does he know what kind of smile she has? The young father hugged his baby tightly to him. If only this baby would always smile and be surrounded by true happiness. How lucky the Duke is with his son. He's a real miracle. And what is that mug on his bedside table? Elliot timidly replied that the baby drank a glass of cocoa before going to bed, that sweets were forbidden in their house at night. What was it with the maid Meg? Meg already has serious questions regarding baby Doriana, but she coped well with the role of nanny. Indeed, if not for the presence of the nanny, the boy would have been completely lonely. It was not Meg who gave Elliot the cocoa. The father looked in amazement at his sleepy son, but who then handed him this drink before bed, if not his nanny? The eyes of the little protagonist flashed. The baby timidly replied that in fact, before going to bed, Elliot's mother came to see him and brought this cocoa. The head of the greatest family froze in amazement as the mother brought cocoa for her son. Just like that, she took it and brought the drink herself, and not a servant. What's wrong with this woman? Why does his wife continue to do things that are completely out of character for her? It's not at all like her. Duke von Valois shook his head. You need to discard all such thoughts and stop looking for answers to such questions. Since the baby has already managed to thoroughly brush his teeth, let him go to bed quickly, because it is already very late. They will both have to get up soon. The young father put his hand to his head. The young man does not understand anything at all about what is happening, what is going on in his house. Rather than his vain, cold-blooded, cruel, and empty wife taking him like that in an instant and changing, is this even possible? During this time, Aranel disappointed him countless times, and the Duke again expected something. What stupidity. After all, Aranel has always been like this. So why should she suddenly change? This is the very essence and nature of his ill-fated wife. At the other end of the corridor of the von Valois family estate, another person could not believe the drastic changes in the Duchess. This evening, the young Duchess went into her son's room, and with some warmth unusual for her, handed him cocoa. The little heir of von Valois was confused and amazed. His mother just brought cocoa for her son. There was nothing to worry about. And also the mother came to wish pleasant dreams to her boy. Elliot was puzzled by this behavior and told Meg about it. Didn't it seem to his nanny that his mother was somehow affectionate and caring towards him today? The baby's cheeks flushed. And when the baby ran into his mother in the corridor at night, the Duchess was not at all angry with him. On the contrary, Aranel brought spicy cocoa to her son's bedroom afterward. The maid was not at all happy with this state of affairs. Meg immediately rushed to the child. The maid really hopes that the little gentleman will no longer suffer because of this woman. Let the baby remember how his mother usually treats Elliot. It's not clear why Aranel suddenly changed. This could be a trick. The baby will trust his mother again, and then he will be upset and suffer, but Meg will always be with the boy. She's very worried about him. The boy smiled modestly. Well, at least the nanny will always be with him, but still his mother has become different, he feels. In the nanny's head, everything is exactly as it should be. No Aranel, by the way. The young heir was upset. Why is Elliot upset? But his mother is so worried about this Dorian. What is it like for her son, whom her caring attitude has bypassed? The little protagonist didn't understand at all why he had to be upset. His purple eyes flashed. The bastard Meg knew very well how painful it was for this boy to be indifferent to his mother, and answered, because Dorian had essentially stolen his mother's love. The sparkle immediately went out in the beautiful eyes of the young heir von Valois. It was painful for the baby to listen to this, and this was what the nanny was counting on. The maid was pleased that she was able to extinguish this outburst of pleasant emotions from the boy towards his mother. The charming heir analyzed something diligently, and for a long time, it was read in his purple eyes. In fact, little Elliot is not very upset by this attitude towards Doriana. It does not seem like stealing his mother's love. And in general, if his mother treated her son so rudely and cold-bloodedly, this is not a reason for the same to apply to others, the words of the true protagonist. Of course, little Duke von Valois would be lying if he said that he was happy. Elliot was sad. But how well and carefully his mother takes care of the young main character makes Elliot much happier. Why does the boy feel warmer inside? And why is this charming girl incredibly beautiful? The baby covered his face in embarrassment. Let the baby give this unfortunate cocoa to his nanny and go to bed. It's too late for conversations. Why give away the cocoa? Meg will pour it out. It's already cold and tasteless anyway. But the boy didn't allow it. Elliot will drink the drink in any form. The kid took this mug in his little hands with great warmth and trepidation, because this was the first cocoa from his mother. Enraged by this state of affairs, the nanny hit the table with her fist, as if this was all out of time. That's why this lady suddenly decided to become good. And the younger Duke von Valois is already beginning to doubt his mother's indifference, and this should not be the case at all. Then someone knocked on the room of the chief maid and nanny of the little heir of a great family. Let them come in. A crowd of worried service personnel immediately ran into Meg's room. The maids urgently needed a maid. Well, what else happened? Why all this worried fuss? The fact is that the maids just saw the Duchess in the kitchen. Then the maids discussed little Doriana. The girl was supposed to become Elliot's bride. This is the same one from a destroyed family or something. In all likelihood, the maids are forced to cook so late because of this orphan. And one of the maids knew that their mistress personally chose outfits for her daughter-in-law and bought the entire collection for her. What happened to Aranel? The next whims will pass in a couple of days, but they just have more work. How infuriating it is. Then all three sarcastic gossips suddenly fell silent and stared at the kitchen doorway, their eyes wide open. The mistress of this estate entered the kitchen, and the maids here are having a good time with such fascinating conversations. The maids gulped and looked at each other in horror, each realizing that they would be in big trouble now. The maids plaintively reported to Meg that they were just discussing Doriana. Let her put in a good word for them. In fact, they were punished justifiably for dirty gossip, which preventive measures were named by the Duchess. But the lady did not punish the gossips in the kitchen in any way. This time, the maids got away with everything. The Duchess always mistook the service staff for dirt, but here she showed condescension to those who slandered her behind her back. If this continues, the lady may start running the estate, and this will complicate everything. They already have a lot of work to do because of this girl. As Meg thought, one cannot ignore the fact that the Lord had really changed. The nanny knew this for sure. Until now, Meg had freedom in running the household and the status of chief maid, but only because Aranel did not care about it. And if the young Duchess continues in the same spirit and begins to manage everything here, then her position will immediately collapse. But the maid had been building it up for years in difficult ways, and everything was fine with the main maid, Meg was just thinking. Meng had a bad feeling, so she found it difficult to concentrate and didn't understand anything. And what should the maids do now? They always did what Meg told them, and it was so nice. Suddenly the mistress starts to interfere. The head maid stood up from her seat. Everything will be fine, because Meg will take care of everything and settle everything even with Aranel. The maid will not leave it like that. Even if her subordinates do not even doubt her, the guilty will be punished. Of course, from Meg's deceitful speeches, the rest of the maids immediately began to babble, trusting in their powerful savior. After all, even if you bring one person to the estate, there will be more work for the staff, and Aranel only glares angrily at the honest workers. That's exactly how it was. The maids told their boss so. Only the main servant would understand them like no one else. That's right. Maids should trust their leader. Who else would take such care of them? Everything is exactly like that. Meg kept telling me that Duke von Valois himself trusted her most of all, because in childhood, she and the young man were practically friends. And Mrs. Aranel can't do anything about it, because the head of the greatest family and the main maid are so close. Of course, everything is like that. Of course, the maids are right. Meg and Mr. von Valois are very close, much closer than the spouses themselves, but you can't talk left and right about it like that. The 6 main maids obligingly bowed and left the office. Guess what? Meg exaggerated a little about their relationship. What can we do now? But how flawlessly it works with the maids. Let Aranel grow cold towards the family. There must be a way. A friendly and sunny morning arrived. The Duchess of von Valois rose from her bed and reluctantly yawned. Then, half asleep, the girl felt that something was moving next to her in her bed. Aranel turned around warily. Then the purple eyes of the mistress of the estate were filled with warmth and light, and a special smile appeared on her face. Next to her future mother-in-law lay a charming sleeping baby. How lovely she is. It's impossible to contain herself. Aranel had completely forgotten that last night a frightened girl came to her bedroom and asked to spend the night with her mother. After all, the little girl was so scared to fall asleep alone in an empty room in an unfamiliar house, and the girl suggested that they sleep together. And just like that, the terrible mother-in-law and her beautiful daughter-in-law fell asleep together, and in the morning, Aranel was already admiring her rosy cheeks. The girl could not stop the flow of tears, because the main character slept warm, and with a full stomach, she was proud of herself. Definitely becoming the main villain in the novel is the best thing that happened to her, and Dorian Everett herself woke up. In all likelihood, the mother woke up the girl and apologizes. Everything is in order, as the Duchess herself slept. It's crazy how cute Doriana is. You need to activate a calm face. Mother slept well today, and how is the baby feeling? Aranel thanks God that the girl received the body of her evil mother-in-law. This is definitely an amazing opportunity for her. Well, in that case, it's time to go to breakfast. Doriana ate so well yesterday that she's not hungry yet. They also drank cocoa before bed. Well then, let the young main character choose what the girl would like to do today, what her wishes are. Charming Doriana was immediately confused by the question asked to her. Mother wants to know what her future daughter-in-law wants. It's just that no one had asked the girl what she wanted before, so Doriana couldn't answer, but Mother was waiting for an answer. There is an urgent need to answer at least something, because Aranel looks at the baby so expectantly and waits for her wishes. The girl smiled warmly at her future daughter-in-law. Tenderness and warmth were visible in her eyes. Why was the baby silent for so long? Confusion was born in the emerald eyes of the little main character. Doriana had no idea what she wanted. She had never thought about it. But at this moment in time, the only thing the baby wants is to be close to her mother. Nothing more is needed. Then her mother's thin and warm hand lay on the little girl's shock of golden hair. What kind of nonsense is this child talking about? Is this really all a girl wants? Doriana must have dreams or hobbies. The little girl shook her head. If the girl embarrasses the mistress, then nothing can be done, but she will try not to interfere. She will just stand next to her, and this will make her happy. After all, Aranel is also very pleasant to spend time with her. On the contrary, if the girl is with her, she will make her mother happier and will not interfere at all. You definitely need some kind of safe hobby so that Aranel can do something with the baby, and she should like it. Here's a great idea. The mistress of the estate invites the girl to start making sweet cookies with her. Doriana immediately blurted out that she agreed with this idea. The answer came too quickly. The girl did not think at all before answering. Apparently the baby would have liked it, even if her mother suggested that Doriana weed, but that's not possible. After a couple of hours of pleasant joint preparations, charming crispy cookies of various types lay on the tray. The little main character and her mother were absolutely delighted with the result, because they did it very beautifully. Doriana was so happy and amazed that they themselves managed to create something so cute. The girl had never made cookies before. Well, how much charm this main character still has. The girl's poor heart can no longer cope with such pressure. It was a very good and correct decision to kick all the service staff out of the kitchen and take it over. Then the attention of the terrible mother-in-law was attracted by a loud sound from the direction of the kitchen corridor. The girl immediately turned to him. On the floor in front of the door to the kitchen, the young protagonist stood on all fours and embarrassedly looked up at his mother. Tears began to appear in the eyes of the charming baby. It was just that there was such a sweet smell from here, and the boy, without realizing it, came here. Elliot asks his mother for forgiveness for such behavior. What is this kid doing that he's even apologizing for? The girl immediately ran up to the child. He didn't do anything wrong, so there's no need to apologize. Elliot fell, he's fine. The young heir to the Duchy of Von Falk just dropped his books. Everything is fine. The boy was not even injured. The terrible mother-in-law caught her son's gaze and saw indecision in him. The boy clearly wanted to say something. Here the little protagonist finally took a deep breath and thanked his mother for yesterday's cocoa before bed. Well, what a cutie! You just want to squeeze his soft cheeks. There is no need to thank your mother for the cocoa. The best gratitude is that Elliot drank it with pleasure. Then a cute little girl intervened in the conversation. Elliot came into the kitchen to them because of the smell. They prepared cookies. Let the boy help himself. The little duke's cheeks flushed red. A special sparkle appeared in his eyes. The boy would be happy to try it. The aroma of the cookies was captivating and spicy. The young protagonist blew on it and took a bite of the sweet treat. Immediately, Elliot's purple eyes lit up. The cookies were incredibly delicious, so crispy and sweet. The young duke's praise made Doriana very happy. It was great. It means everything worked out for the girl and her mother, since Elliot liked it. The charming little girl immediately turned to Arenal. Since they turned out delicious, it means they need to make even more cookies and share them. This girl is truly an angel, such a kind soul. They will do just that. But first, the mother and the children will eat everything that is already ready. Here, the little main character began to glance towards the door. The girl immediately noticed what was wrong with Elliot. The boy looked at his mother with big puppy eyes, and they could treat their dad to these delicious cookies. A nervous tremor passed through the girl's body. The baby wants to treat Baron, who can destroy her character with one glance. But on the other hand, you don't have to take the cookies to the Duke of Von Valois yourself. You can ask someone. The enraged image of her husband immediately appeared before Arenel's eyes, accusing her of turning Elliot into her messenger. We need to get this over with quickly and take these unfortunate cookies to our husband. The girl took the tray and announced that she would be back soon. The little protagonist's face was frozen with the question of why his mother suddenly decided to carry the treat herself and didn't ask the maid. But inside the spoiled character was a citizen of modern Korea who did not even think about servants. Arenel felt a surge of excitement. Maybe she should just leave the door cookies, but it was too late. Baron knew that someone was stomping around in indecision behind the door. The terrible mother-in-law stood motionless, and the head of the clan still felt her presence, so Baron is truly a great warrior. The girl responded to the voice of her young husband and introduced herself. Arenel would literally take her husband away from his affairs for a short time. The handsome duke turned around in amazement. Looking up from his work, his wife had indeed come to the head of the duchy. Apparently, this spender again does not have enough money for the next useless purchases, so she came to receive another amount. His wife entered the Duke of Valois' office with a tray in her hands, and an oppressive silence reigned in the room above the young people. The Duchess felt that she was beginning to suffocate under Baron's gaze. She needed to quickly leave the cookies and get out of here. Finally, the girl caught her husband's desk, and Arenel, with relief, placed a tray with treats on it. Baron coldly and suspiciously clarified that Arenel had just been placed on his work chair, and hot tea and sweet cookies were waiting for him on a tray. And for what reason did Duchess von Valois herself personally bring this treat to Baron's office? Why not the maid? This is a vindictive guy. The girl understands everything perfectly. The real Arenel was a real punishment, but such neglect is clearly rude. Cookies are usually eaten. What a stupid question. The Duke already knows that his wife came for money. Why waste time and distract him from work? Arenel rolled her eyes. The girl did not add poison to the sweet treat. The young man can calmly eat it. The girl is not the kind of person who would use food for such purposes. There is no need to look at her so harshly. On the tray, there are only harmless crispy cookies and fresh black tea. The Duke sighed heavily. He didn't mean that at all. That is, the Duchess wants to say that she really came with pure intentions to her husband, just to give him cookies. For obvious reasons, Arenel's actions aroused Baron's suspicions, but it was still possible not to be such a rude person. It was imperative to voice your dislike out loud. Duke von Valois is too rude to his wife today. The head of the greatest family froze in amazement, staring at his wife, whom he no longer recognized as a girl. Arenel really came to give the cookies to her husband. This treat is special for her. They prepared it together with Doriana. The girl understands perfectly well that her husband hates her, but there is no need to neglect the baby. Did they really prepare a treat together? And there is some kind of problem with this. It turns out that the Duchess of von Valois essentially prepared the cookies herself. A oppressive and testing silence once again hung over the young people. The Duke carefully peered into his wife's face. The girl turned around and began to leave. Since he hated the treat so much, let him throw it away. She kept her promise. Before the girl managed to leave her office, Baron Valois called out to his wife. The young man was indeed too rude. And therefore, for the wrong actions and inappropriate words addressed to his wife, Duke von Valois apologizes. After which the beautiful young man bent down in an apologetic bow to his wife. Arenel accepted her husband's apology, although in fact, the girl was very surprised that the Duke himself decided to apologize to her after all. The girl's purple eyes opened wide. Apparently, it was very unusual for the young man himself to ask for forgiveness from Arenel. Well, what did the girl expect from the relationship between Baron and her terrible character? They never even communicated normally. In addition to the vile nature of the Duchess of von Valois, the young man is completely absorbed in his laborious work. Every day, a huge pile of documents awaits the young Duke. Baron is probably always very tired. After all, yesterday, the head of the greatest clan returned home so late after work, and then this mountain of documents was waiting for him at home. What kind of reaction did Arenel have? Why did his wife suddenly become attentive to him? Where did the concern for his condition come from? The Duchess's purple eyes looked somehow different. They showed concern and compassion. Maybe the girl could help with something. Duke von Valois completely lost control of his facial expressions and opened his mouth in surprise. Who was she in front of him? The girl felt sincerely sorry for her husband. It was like coming home after working overtime and working from home afterwards. Probably the necessary special knowledge and skills to help Baron, why she suggested. The young man was confused and tried to quickly end their dialogue. But still, before leaving the young man's office, the girl asked her husband not to overdo it. After all, health is the most important thing in everyone's life. This girl showed concern for him and just left without anything. The Duchess never even mentioned any expenses for her latest whims. But what's really wrong with her? This girl really seemed to have become a completely different person. But what is the likelihood that the soul in the body could change? But this is simply impossible. But in this case, what happened to his young wife? What are the real reasons? In the head of the greatest family, many different guesses and thoughts were born, and nothing found real confirmation. The young head of the duchy has been observing the behavior of his wife for many years, but it feels like Baron is seeing this girl for the first time. The look of the completely confused young man fell on the tray with fresh cookies and tea. She made it herself. Duke von Valois reached for the crunchy and sweet treat. The cookies smelled really nice, like hot black tea. His young wife offendedly assured the Duke that there was no poison in the food. It turned out awkwardly. Baron brought the cookies with a captivating spicy smell to his face. They really look very nice. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the little main character admired her mother. Her future mother-in-law is simply an incredible woman. It was the first time the girl had seen such a kind and bright girl, with such a reverent attitude towards the child. Elliot did not understand these words. After all, nothing like this happened to him. If you listen to Doriana from the outside, you would think that Arenel is her mother. But the charming hero still could not understand why the girl always praises his mother. For what such manifestations? While the little girl did not understand the question of her future groom at all, because everything was so obvious why Elliot was asking. In fact, the Crown Duke does not at all understand the admiration of his bride, her attitude towards Elliot's mother. After all, from the very birth of his dear gentleman, his mother showed only indifference to him, and sometimes even cruelty. It was painful for Dorian to hear this from the boy. How such a kind and pure person could treat his own child in this way. After all, for the little main character, the Duchess of von Valois is a Superman, her savior. The girl became the only person who showed sincerity towards the girl, and such care that the little girl was able to believe in that same happiness. It was Elliot's mother who was the first to take the clumsy and inept Doriana by the hand, and was the first to show her warmth and affection. Duchess von Valois was the only one who asked what the baby herself wanted, and found a job that she liked. Therefore, Arenelle is like a real miracle for the Duke's young bride. Here the girl's emerald eyes filled with sadness. Since the little girl saw that her future groom was saddened by her story, Elliot was clearly hurt and sad. If you think about it, Mother has really changed a lot lately. She is constantly trying to talk to her son, and yesterday she actually brought cocoa before bed. But how can one and the same person behave in such an opposite way, as if he were not the same person at all? As if these were two completely opposite girls trapped in one body, the baby did not understand anything. Well, the young Duke thought about his own things, and completely forgot to pay attention to dear Doriana. The girl was clearly upset. Apparently his fiancé thought that it was because of her that the boy's mood deteriorated. Elliot is fine, it doesn't matter to him at all. But Doriana felt even worse. The girl turned away from Elliot and hugged herself with her arms. She forgot herself and said so much. Well, now Elliot won't be able to fix anything. The purple eyes of the little protagonist flashed. The only correct idea to solve the situation was born in them. Elliot clenched his small fists, so the young master has no choice but to divert the girl's attention. The charming boy invited his interlocutor to stop thinking about sad things and play with toys. The eyes, the color of young leaves, immediately lit up. What child doesn't love to play? It was a win-win option. And in the children's room, the plush pink bunny was already a beautiful princess and greeted his old friend. The friend was a teddy brown bear, who was also a princess from the kingdom of Clubfoot. The charming girl's performance came out very smoothly and naturally, but poor Elliot tortured himself with every line for her sake. Well, why did his future bride choose to play with these dolls, and even give Elliot the role of the princess? However, his lovely future bride loves all these plush toys so much because his mother gave them to her. Doriana herself said so. How could one refuse her after such a thing? Elliot suffered for her sake. The boy had something in pain. Something was wrong with his face. Elliot looks like something is hurting him. Maybe he should tell the doctor. Everything is fine, not worth the worry at all. Here the girl had already returned to the little main characters of the novel. What is this happening now? Arenelle covered her mouth with her hands. The heart of the terrible mother-in-law is about to be torn into pieces. The angels are playing with plush toys. Well, much more cute. Where's the limit? The little girl with emerald eyes noticed that her mother had already returned and was watching her children play. Arenelle did not take her admiring glance off the cute kids. Everything is so, and these two charmers are playing with dolls. What a delight. Doriana nodded contentedly. While Elliot could finally exhale after the shameful game of princesses, he was already at the last reserve of his strength. Duchess von Valois drew her attention to the fact that now the main character does not run away from her at all when she enters the room. The owner of the estate, von Valois, was walking along the corridor and froze when he heard the joyful laughter of children from the room. His eyes widened in amazement. His cold-blooded and disgusting wife sat on the floor surrounded by children with a stuffed dog and threatened to eat the beautiful princesses. The daughter of his friend Everett, with a heroic air, ordered the villain to be left to her, and his dear son diligently played along with the two young ladies. What an unhealthy and unrealistic situation this is in front of the young man's eyes. Maybe the Duke really overworked himself at his job. This is definitely some kind of nonsense or mischief of his tired brain. Arenelle cannot sit on the floor and shoot magic spheres at a teddy bear. Here, the internal struggle of the Duke of Valois was interrupted by the voice of his beloved son, who had already noticed his presence. Ice-colored eyes immediately widened. Baron's consciousness immediately cleared. The loving father nodded warmly to his son. Duchess von Valois turned in amazement at her husband, wondering what Baron was doing here and how long he had been watching their plush fight. Well, the girl was just playing a prank on these two little ones. The children were just starting to get the hang of it, and he ruined everything. The couple saw each other again. Baron calmly asked his wife if she was really playing with dolls with the children. That's all. The Duke visited them on some issue. Cold sweat began to flow down the young man's face. In fact, no, the Duke was simply shocked by Arenelle's behavior, so he froze in front of the room. The terrible mother-in-law stared questioningly at her husband. Why did the Duke look at them so strangely and remain silent for so long? Finally, after a long and difficult silence, the young man said that he had come to thank. Arenelle looked at the Duke of Valois in amazement. The young man came to thank him, but for what kind of merit? The young man sighed heavily. Everything is exactly like this. The head of the Valois clan would like to thank the ladies for the delicious treat. The girl nodded good-naturedly. It was not worth such honors at all. She and Doriana were only happy to be busy with cookies. Then the protagonist's father walked up to his wife and sat down next to her right on the carpet, wondering if this was happening. This dazzling young man is too close to her. Baron also wanted to thank his wife for sorting out the baby's problems. The captivating hero whispered into the girl's ear in a velvety voice how grateful he was to her. Her heart began to beat treacherously. We urgently need to switch to the children. The Duke is seeing little Miss Everett in person for the first time. Let the girl say hello to him. The sweet little one came closer to Baron and bowed in a graceful curtsy. Her name is Doriana, and it's nice to meet you. The charming girl's cheeks turned pink. Her emerald eyes were embarrassed. She was grateful that the master allowed her to stay here. The eyes of the terrible mother-in-law became unbearably painful from the blinding cuteness of the main character. The baby simply shone. This girl is so cute, she's already glowing. This is the unsurpassed magic of the main character of the novel. The stunning effect is activated. Duke von Valois nodded discreetly in response to the little girl, his gaze cold and appraising. The terrible mother-in-law was extremely outraged by such an indifferent and meager reaction to the politeness and warmth of the baby. Was it really so hard to smile even a little? The girl simply had no words. Even the boy could not stand it and turned to his father. At such moments you need to smile, but such an empty expression on her father's face makes everyone scared. He scares Doriana. The young Duke froze in his place in shock. That is, how is he scaring their little guest? Her son speaks seriously. Does the face of Duke von Valois really frighten others? The young man grimaced in an unpleasant way and looked at the others. Elliot roared that now everyone was even more scared. Even the Duke's wife looked at him in amazement. Could this really be true? Baron covered his terrible face with his hand. The young man understood everything, and from now on pay more attention to his expression and facial expressions. The Duke was in his thoughts and was already having difficulty understanding what was happening around him. The young man was called out by dear Dorian. The girl's cheeks were burning. The baby didn't want the master to bother about her. She wouldn't become a burden. For this reason, even if young Miss Everett becomes afraid of the Duke's expression, the girl will endure everything. Arenelle laughed. What nonsense. This cannot be tolerated under any circumstances. Let the girl forget even to think about such a thing. The little main character supported his mother. It's true. You don't need to restrain yourself if you're suddenly afraid of something. Baron continued to watch everything with open surprise. What kind of atmosphere was going on here? Something completely new. As if the room suddenly filled with warmth, and the walls filled with light. A certain atmosphere of comfort. Arenelle invited the children to go to dinner. After which the terrible mother-in-law called out to her thoughtful husband. The Duke of Valois did not want to go to the table with him. After all, it's time to have dinner. Everyone present will be pleased if Baron has dinner with them. The young man was at a loss. The young man had not yet had time to realize reality. He was already being invited to a family dinner. This had never happened before either, so the Duke wouldn't mind having dinner together. The girl was sure that he would refuse. And this did not escape the attentive eyes of the former military man. Why the wife was so surprised, Arenelle believed that her husband would refuse. How this young man found out about everything. It was as if he had read her thoughts. In no case. The girl was just very happy. Then the girl came across the persistent gaze of her son. And why was the young master looking at her so strangely and suspiciously? After which a warm smile appeared on the face of the terrible mother-in-law. Because Baron is not a bad young man, this is simply the result of her character's disgusting attitude towards him. For the first time, the young head of the duchy saw a smile on his wife's face. She really looked blooming, as he had imagined. So what exactly made the atmosphere at the family estate so warm and cozy was the Duchess's smile. The young man thoughtfully looked after his wife and children. His soul felt somehow good and calm. Now it is simply impossible to deny that the girl has really changed and has become a completely different person. And the most amazing thing is that the new atmosphere made all the people around me very happy. It was just some kind of magic. The little protagonist turned to his father in amazement. He really didn't think he was smiling now. On the other hand, the charming boy himself asked the Duke to smile, but his father still looked strange. After a wonderful and hearty dinner, the butler announced that the baby's room was ready for use. Doriana froze in amazement. Wow, the girl will have her own room. Mother offered to look at it together. The young master approached Arenelle and asked to take him with him. Elliot also wants to look at the room of the future bride. Is it possible for the younger gentleman to go with his mother and Doriana to see her new room, of course? Here the Duke stepped in. The young man will also look at Miss Everett's first private room. Everything needs to be checked carefully. The charming little girl froze in silent shock. Her cheeks were burning. Her eyes were running in different directions. Everything was simply amazing. A huge room in powder tones with luxurious furniture and countless decorations awaited the girl. Baron Valois nodded. Everything looks fine. But the young man would add more ribbons and flowers, but Aranel is sure that this would be too much. An embarrassed girl approached her mother, lowering her emerald eyes. What happened? Isn't Doriana happy? The little main character sighed sadly. Since the girl now has her own room, it means she will no longer be able to sleep with her mother. Well, what a delight! How sweet and necessary this child is. What is the baby even talking about? They can sleep together whenever they want. After which the terrible mother-in-law turned to Baron. Everything is true. They still use separate rooms with the Duke. Well, why is this guy frozen? Let him quickly agree. Baron nodded restrainedly. His wife says everything correctly. Doriana heard what Mr. von Valois said. She and her mother can sleep together at any time. There is no obstacle to this. Cold sweat began to flow down the young man's face. Why did this make him angry? Baron does not understand anything, but what is happening to him? The Duke of Valois angrily clenched his fists and turned away. What was wrong with him? The young man's offense did not escape the tenacious eyes of his son. The little protagonist glared coldly and contemptuously at his father. Aranel was surprised why the boy was looking at the Duke so strangely. Outside the window of the main character's cozy bedroom, there was already a golden sunset. Doriana watched with interest. After which the sweet girl with emerald eyes once again looked around her own room. It was still difficult for the baby to believe that all this now belonged to her. Everything was so beautiful and pleasant. To be honest, in recent days, there have been so many good and happy events that the girl did not have time to feel them. And to figure out to the end whether this is really happening to an ordinary orphan from an orphanage, or is it a dream? Sometimes Doriana becomes very scared at this thought. What if the girl blinks a couple of times and it all just disappears? And all these miracles that happen to her, those wonderful people and happy moments will simply disappear, and she will return to hell. How much grief and pain she experienced in Dorian's orphanage. The girl lived there in constant fear and hated every new day. The little main character was so afraid that if she opened her eyes and saw Baroness Rondini again, she would be beaten and bullied again. But opening her emerald eyes, the baby was still in her personal pink room with luxurious decorations and flowers. The future daughter-in-law's bedroom was so beautifully decorated, and these stunning fabrics were so delicate. When a girl touches something in her room, it seems to her that this is exactly the place where she should be. Finally, the little girl can breathe a sigh of relief, which she couldn't afford for a long time. Then terrible screams and swearing were heard from the corridor. Some woman scolded another for ineptitude and sluggishness, why the new girl was so worthless and stupid. This time, all the newcomers are incredibly untalented, and they do nothing but add work to the rest of the maids. The poor maid apologized. Meg doesn't need her apology. This incompetence is getting in the way of everyone here and wasting her time. After which the vile Meg pushed the poor new girl with force. The girl fell to the floor, and laundry from the basket scattered along the corridor. The little main character froze in horror. Who is this terrible woman, and by what right does she treat the maid so cruelly? A young maid was lying on the floor. The main maid was hovering over her. The scoundrel ordered her to immediately get up and clean up here. This terrible picture reminded the girl so much of her own past, how the headmistress Rondini beat her half to death all the time. The pain from old wounds and insults froze in the baby's emerald eyes. Doriana was beaten for her own pleasure. The girl clenched her fists and growled at Meg to stop immediately and leave the girl alone. How can you even beat a person? No one is given such a right. Why behave so cruelly and callously? The rotten person did not expect such an outburst from the little girl. She did not expect to bump into anyone at all. Meanwhile, the confused and frightened maid had already risen to her feet and was rubbing her shoulder after the blow. You can't do this. You can always reach an agreement through words, and violence is the way of stupid weaklings. The core of the main character was formed inside the girl. Meg felt like the mistress of the Valois family estate, while she was not the real one, so she was confident in her impunity. By the way, training and forming service personnel is the work of a servant. The bastard crossed her arms in front of her. The little girl believed that she knew much more than she did about hiring and training maids. What a little rat! Miss Everett better not interfere in the affairs of the head maid and her relationship with the maids. Meg needs to immediately suppress the morale of this upstart. If Doriana interferes in her affairs, this will complicate everything. She understands this. The young mistress understood the maid manager well, or Doriana would have trouble understanding. The little main character ignored the scoundrel's question. Even so, the maid did not expect such a character from this brat. What can this little girl allow herself to do? She's only been here on the estate for the first day, and she already dares to contradict the main maid, the mistress of this mansion. The new maid, with her head bowed obediently, waited for her turn to come. The girl felt very sorry for her. Doriana felt compassion for her and saw herself, before, the little girl was weak-willed, intimidated, and accepted everything. If someone sees something wrong, then it is necessary to correct it immediately. Anyone can do this. Just look at this impudent brat. Who does she think she is? The mistress of the estate. Meg is in charge here. The little girl is shaking so much, but still tries to keep her face and bend her line, apparently trying to match the aristocrat. The vile head of the maids bared her teeth angrily. She did not pave her way to this position in order to be reprimanded by this little fellow. How infuriating this upstart is. Why does everyone here think that Meg is better? She did this in order to snatch at least a piece of power in the house. She should be afraid. That is, Miss Everett wants to say that she will continue to interfere in the affairs of the head maid and maids. The girl intends to continue to interfere with housekeeping in the house of the family that accepted Miss Doriana, doesn't she? This is not what the little girl is talking about at all, since the young lady had no such intentions, but she still becomes a nuisance. Well, if so, then the little main character is simply obliged to apologize to the main maid. Meg showed her teeth. Doriana opened her eyes in amazement. Why should this girl apologize to this terrible woman? She behaved unworthily. So Miss Everett is from an aristocratic family and cannot apologize to a commoner. That's how it is. What nonsense is this evil woman saying? Doriana can't apologize because she didn't do anything wrong. If the little one was wrong or did something bad, she would no doubt apologize to Meg. Then she waits. Then the vile lady was called out by her young master. What was his nanny doing here? The maid immediately swallowed. The little main character does not understand at all what this strange situation is. It seems his nanny needs to explain. On what basis should Miss Everett apologize to the maid? There was steel and indignation in his eyes. Meg immediately began to chirp. There was a misunderstanding. Nothing serious happened. The girl just began to disturb her. So what exactly did the future Duchess of Von Valois do? The maid never gave a clear explanation to her master's question. Dorian said not to hit or push other people. What's wrong with that? Their voices could be heard throughout the corridor, even if Meg doesn't even think about avoiding the answer. Cold sweat was running down the head maid's face. Because of this brat, Meg did not have time to look around and make sure that no one was nearby. The young heir of Von Valois approached Doriana and asked how she was. Everything was okay. That frightened servant was much more important now. This is the situation. The young master's impression of her urgently needs to be corrected. Meg began to make excuses again. However, the little gentleman did not allow her to do this. Elliot did not want to hear anything. The nanny was shocked by the boy's disdainful appearance. The younger master continued. The disrespect she showed Doriana could not be justified in any way. Everything inside the impudent woman shrank. Her master had never been so dismissive of her in his life, and had not spoken to her with disgust in his eyes. In addition, Doriana is the future bride of the Crown Duke von Valois, that is, the future Duchess of the family. Therefore, let Meg mean that being rude to Miss Everett is equivalent to being rude to himself. If the nanny has nothing more to say, the little gentleman hopes that this will not happen again in front of Doriana's room. Meg was furious. She had been Elliot's nanny and cared for him for so many years, and the boy had treated her so coldly. And in general, it is the maid Meg who should be the most important person for the young Crown Duke and his father. The younger Duke has changed so much, it was not enough for the Duchess herself, but now also her ward, who must be faithful to her. What is happening in this ill-fated estate? How did these strange changes begin with the inhabitants of this house? The maid simply needs to eliminate their catalyst. Without this, she can be the mistress of this mansion, and for this, she has already done so much. It's all about the scoundrel Everett, because it was with her appearance that all the changes began to occur in the Valois estate. If it weren't for the servant's low position, she would have calmly killed this brat, even with some pleasure showing her who was in charge here. But for now, she can't act directly. She needs to get rid of Doriana with someone else's hands. Meg headed to her sixes. So the main maid was busy all these days with hard work and could not pay due attention to her subordinates, because with the appearance of the girl, it became so difficult for everyone. In fact, the maid never did anything or worked. She only lied about her unbearable fatigue and hard work, which aroused the admiration of others. Only Meg cares about her maids, But Miss Everett doesn't care at all about the service staff. Finally, the hard day gave way to a friendly, sunny morning. The girl went to the window and admired the beautiful landscape. Today, the weather is simply amazing. It will be great to spend time outside in the fragrant garden or take a walk around the neighborhood. Doriana didn't even know that the estate of the Duchy of Von Valois had a garden, but the girl really loves to walk. Moreover, we are talking about a difficult walk along the alleys, and about a walk with Mother, of course. Miss Everett is delighted with the idea. The terrible mother-in-law, together with her future daughter-in-law, left the room and headed down the corridor towards the garden. Young Elliot noticed them. The kid immediately called out to the future bride, and where were the two beautiful ladies going early in the morning? Suddenly, he could go with them. The charming girl replied that she and her mother were going for a walk in the garden, and if Elliot was not doing anything, he could join them. When these two began to become so close friends and communicate, how quickly this happens in children, Arenelle simply cannot get enough of them. Doriana joyfully shouted for the little Duke to come down to them quickly, because the sun had long since gone out. Elliot hurriedly walked up the stairs. The boy did not want to make himself wait for the young ladies, and was already rushing towards them. The terrible mother-in-law's cheeks lit up. A sparkle appeared in her eyes. How could she fight the approaching wave of tenderness? These two angelic babies are like a black and yellow chicken, so cute and bright, with charm in every movement. The girl asked the children to go to the garden first, and why should Miss Everett and the young master go alone? Mother just wanted to take a fascinating book with different fairy tales with her for a walk and left it in her room. Thinking about little chickens, Arenelle just remembered this book. She will need to read it so that the kids remember it. The younger Duke looked in surprise after his mother as she retreated. Mother was still behaving strangely. So the two little main characters headed to the beautiful garden on their own without adults. Maybe the girl wants an apple pie. The pies from the Von Valois kitchen are incredibly delicious. Let Miss Everett wait a little. Elliot will bring it now. He looked so much like his mother at that moment. In order not to keep the lady waiting, the young gentleman switched to running, but Elliot could fall like that. Doriana is worried about him. And what is this new and such a warm feeling ripening inside the young lady? The girl was pleased to feel it. It is definitely connected with Elliot. In addition, now so many miracles are happening to the baby, so many bright and good things, that her soul is healing and seems to glow with happiness. After all, everyone cares so much about Elliot's future bride, treating her with trepidation and adoration, and her mother surrounded her with such love. Everyone is trying so hard to do something for Doriana. The girl's cheeks turned red. This makes the little girl feel the happiest in the world. Here, in the garden behind one of the hedges, I heard the female voice of a maid, who wailed that it was unbearably hard for her. The girl was immediately interested in these sounds. Someone was feeling bad. And suddenly, something serious had happened, and she needed help. The little girl looked out from behind a bush. 2 sixes of the main maids stood nearby and complained about their work. After cooking, the whole kitchen was covered in dough and cookie crumbs, which means they were talking about the Duchess and the girl. But they cleaned everything up and were neat. It was so difficult to clean all this up. The main maid even began to have muscle pain after this. What was this going on? After all, the service staff already had a lot of work to do, and now so much more has been added. Everything is exactly like that. And all these difficulties began to occur precisely because of Doriana. Because of her, everyone suffers. With her appearance, it became so difficult. How is this possible? Why did the girl become the cause of someone's misfortunes? Because Doriana does no harm to anyone at all and does not want to be a burden. After the girl moved in, there was so much work at once that it was not at all easy to serve another person. After Doriana began to live here, the Duchess changed a lot. Before, she simply did not pay attention to the maids, but now she has become more harsh towards them. Well, okay, maids, and the difficulties of poor commoners are not so important, but I feel very sorry for the younger Duke, of course. After all, because of Lady Everett, the poor boy lost his mother completely. The Duchess was always cold towards him, but suddenly she treated the girl so warmly. Honestly, all their troubles are because of the new guest at the Von Valois estate. This girl destroyed and ruined everything. Bitter tears flowed from emerald eyes. How could the girl not notice all these horrors? Was it really all because of her? The young lady's painful thoughts were interrupted by a familiar female voice, which accused the 2 scoundrels of lying. It was the new maid who checked the kitchen after cooking, and everything was neat and clean. There was no dough or crumbs anywhere. And the charming baby does not cause problems for anyone here. No one got a new job with her appearance. What nonsense. The little main character immediately remembered her intercessor, after all. It was her that terrible woman hit in the corridor in front of her bedroom. Relations between the Duchess and her son were cold before the appearance of this girl, but with her appearance, on the contrary, they began to improve. Therefore, all the nasty things that the vile gossips have just voiced are complete and dirty lies. The 6 main maid immediately fell silent, not expecting that someone would ground them and place them in Meg's insidious plans. One of the hyenas began to clumsily pretend to laugh. How funny the new girl is. She's just been here recently and doesn't understand anything. The second one immediately picked it up. This is the same new girl who has everything falling out of her hands. Exactly. She is so stupid and ignorant. If the maid cannot work quickly, then at least let her think faster. Her behavior makes the older maids hate her. Apparently the girl has a lot of free time, since she allows herself such liberties and observing other people's conversations. Let the impudent woman go right now to clean the warehouse and not even ask anyone for help. Let her do everything herself. But in this warehouse, no one cleans alone. It is too big. All the service personnel clean it at the same time once a year. Why did she make so much noise? Now it's her problem, since she doesn't know how to assess the situation and interferes. Let her shut up and do what she's told, as befits a newbie. The new maid saw no other way out. She must obey the older maids and follow orders. But here once again, the little main character stood up to defend the poor girl. Let these 2 vipers stop immediately. After all, these 2 servants of Meg made such a fuss about Miss Everett. Why bring other people in here? If the maids don't like Doriana specifically, then let them be angry with her herself and not take out their anger on innocent people. The 6s immediately chirped. They didn't even think that Miss Everett would hear their conversation. Of course, they knew that the baby was nearby, and they made a cheap show. Meg actually said that Doriana is trying to be an angel of justice and annoyingly meddle in everything. The maids didn't say this on purpose. Then if these 2 6s didn't do this intentionally, it means it was due to some wild mistake. Every time these 2 gossips discuss something incredibly exciting, while the Duchess of Von Valois is not around. Well, once again the girl prevented 2 slackers from having a good time. Let them continue. So what were they talking about? The maids immediately bowed down and began to apologize. They couldn't hear their mistress well, which was what their persistent dialogue was about. Immediately let them continue to voice their dirty thoughts in front of an adult, and not in private to a child. And why did the 2 hyenas suddenly fall silent? A minute ago, this cowardice and helpfulness was not there at all. It's just a pitiful sight. Come on, where are the complaints of the protesting staff? Because of the girl it became unbearable to work, so many things have increased at once. However, the mistress of the estate is well aware that absolutely nothing has changed in the maid's work schedule, which means this is a blatant lie. These 2 clueless ladies dared to involve the little Crown Duke in their conversation as well. There was steel in their voice. So what are the reasons for such ignorant and low behavior of these 2 slackers? The girl still cannot squeeze out words. The ignorant blonde spoke especially a lot, talking about her inability to assess the situation and trying to get involved in other people's affairs. The girl was ready to tear off the limbs of each of these parasites, but she works hard on the positive characteristics of her character. So it was precisely this vile lady who failed to assess the situation in time and got into something that was absolutely not her own business. The 6 immediately rushed to apologize. This rubbish has been here for a long time. If this lady is fired, it could have a bad effect on Dorian. It would be better to sort everything out quietly and systematically. The perpetrators will still be punished, but not at the cost of the girl's peace of mind. You need to control yourself. You can't risk the baby's safety and position now. She's got it enough. Let the 2 slackers and liars immediately apologize for their rotten mouths. The maids froze. Who should they ask for forgiveness from? The 2 clueless intermediaries of the main maid looked at each other in amazement. This was not at all the outcome they should have voiced to Meg after. Let the maids ask forgiveness from Miss Everett, and also from the new maid, whom they dared to mock. But the apologies of these ladies must be sincere. The Duchess of Von Valois explains herself clearly, or they need to repeat it. The 6 main maid immediately turned pale with horror. Of course, they understood everything the first time. There is no need to repeat anything. The vile liars immediately obligingly bowed to the future Duchess of Von Valois and asked the girl for forgiveness. After which the 2 ladies bowed their heads in front of the embarrassed Jane. They behaved incorrectly and apologized for their behavior. Arinelle clapped her hands. How great the maids are at apologizing. I don't want it to become a habit. The maids should remember this day well, for this was the 2nd time the Duchess had caught them doing something like this. The maids listened carefully and silently to their mistress. They were afraid of her anger and revenge for the child, because they had really crossed the line. The first time the terrible mother-in-law passed by the kitchen and came across dirty gossip about the young main character, Then Aranel made a remark for the first time. And this is the second time these two impudent people dared to treat the poor little girl so rudely. Is the lady really keeping count of their misdeeds? The Duchess's purple eyes shone with steel and determination. She could easily rip their heads off for this angelic girl. So, sixes must understand that their mistress's patience is not designed for the third time, so there will simply not be a third time. Lady von Valois clearly conveyed the main idea. The maids understand the consequences of such behavior in the future. This is the last time the maid was even talked to about their behavior. After that, there will be no more conversations. Punishment will be by default. Everything will happen quickly and without regrets. Fear was clearly visible on the faces of both maids. Both were afraid of losing their jobs because they had been serving here for so long. The girl was satisfied with this reaction. In front of her were just pathetic henchmen, weak-willed and spineless. The gentleman of the estate told all the staff to go to their places, and Jane to forget about cleaning the warehouse, of course. If you think about this whole story carefully, everything looks very suspicious. Why such an open and obvious lie? It can be assumed that someone did not like the charming Dorian, so they are trying to offend her indirectly and not directly. But whether such a daring act was the own initiative of these two slackers, the Duchess strongly doubts it. Most likely, someone else with his own hidden agenda is behind all this bullying. But why would he bully the poor girl? The girl turned to Doriana. She was completely downcast. She needed to somehow fix this and urgently cheer up this cutie. The baby's emerald eyes completely went dark after all this abomination. What a bastard they dared to bring to Doriana. And as soon as these creatures dare to mock a small child, the righteous fire is activated. Aranel would tear out their limbs. By the way, where is the little main character? Elliot went to buy apple pie for his future bride. What a scoundrel! If this boy had not left Doriana alone in the garden, then everything that happened would not have happened. Fiery anger is deactivated. In fact, the child has nothing to do with it. These are all rotten people in uniform. And here is the little protagonist. The boy returned to the ladies with a basket in his hands and hurried to young Miss Everett. The Crown Duke immediately noticed that the girl's emerald eyes were clearly reddened from salty tears. What happened here? Everything is fine now. Nothing serious has happened to the girl. The weather is fine. They shouldn't talk about bad things. As if everything was fine with the future bride, of course. What a resilient girl this is. Aranel was very proud of her. In a wicker picnic basket, the young Duke brought a glass bottle of milk and purple grapes. Of course, the little guy did a great job. He showed concern and brought snacks, but a real gentleman would not leave a lady alone. It was necessary to order that the children be brought the necessary food, or at least go for it together, because the girl has only been here for a short time. This must be taken into account. The boy straightened his back and bowed respectfully to his mother. Elliot understood everything perfectly and will not repeat his mistakes again. What a clever girl. You can immediately see whose son this is. Such a smart and noble child. A real main character. Then, behind her back, the girl felt someone's presence. She turned around and stumbled upon her husband in the novel. And for what reason did Mr. von Valois decide to visit her with the children in the middle of the working day in the garden? And what is Lady Valois so surprised about? The terrible mother-in-law closed her eyes and turned away, hiding her face with her hands. It's simply illegal to be so dazzlingly beautiful. What's wrong with his wife? The girl looks worried. Maybe she's not feeling well. Maybe the servants should be sent for a doctor. Yes, just for untrained eyes. The beauty of the young man is simply unbearable, poor heart. Everything is fine with Aranel. In this case, you should return to Elliot. His mother was right. You shouldn't be so careless towards the little lady. This is completely wrong. Did the young Duke really use moralizing for his son as an excuse to approach them? Aranel really never ceases to amaze him. How dignified and impressive the mistress of the estate dealt with the two impudent people. Her answer was the true answer of the Duchess. It's simply incredible how much beauty was hidden in Aranel. So the children want to finally hear their mother's fairy tale, of course. The terrible mother-in-law began to reveal herself from different sides, and each of them was distinguished by its beauty. Who was this girl? And now, at the sight of yet another new image of his wife, Duke von Valois was simply unable to take his eyes off the girl. On the face of the head of the greatest family appeared that same pleasant and warm smile that Elliot had been waiting for from Father Elliot. His wife was so beautiful. The terrible mother-in-law made a terrible bloodthirsty grimace and promised to eat 2 small chickens in one bite, a very multifaceted personality. After which the mother began to make terrible growling sounds. Let the chickens be careful. The monster is already very close. What a horror! But they will be saved. The little protagonist looked towards his father. Maybe the Duke would agree to read some fairy tale to the children. Baron von Valois looked dumbfounded at his beloved son. The boy definitely wants him to read this book for them. But the young duke had never done this before. The young ladies activated their puppy dog eyes? Well, since everyone wants it so much, what can they do? The protagonist's father was simply left without a choice. The young man cleared his throat and corrected his voice from this place where the chicken Ari appeared. While the young man studied with his eyes the place where his wife had stopped, an expectant silence hung. Everyone was waiting for him to begin. In a parental, terrifying voice, Ari called himself the bravest chicken. The chick never gives up for anything. In a creaky and frightening voice, the young man continued. The protective level of pon-pon magic is activated. The girl with all her strength restrained herself not to laugh. In a monotonous voice, Baron continued. He will stop the star tiger with the candy of justice. Let the clouds shed the light of justice. Here the young master could no longer restrain himself and ordered his beloved father to stop this test. He had had enough. The kid tore out a book with fairy tales and headed to his mother. It would be better if she read to them. It was a huge mistake. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. She almost exploded with laughter. How clumsy the Duke is. So where did they stop? The young man was embarrassed by the reaction of his listeners. The Duke believed that he had perfectly adapted to the role of the galactic chicken, the savior. The girl couldn't help but joke about her prim husband. She believed that the Duke was good at absolutely everything he did. Apparently it was not worth laughing at such a thing. Was the beautiful young man really offended by her words? Aranel seemed to have overdone it. The Duke covered his face with his hand and did not answer his wife. In all likelihood, the girl really crossed the line. Was the beautiful young man really so angry because of his wife's words? After all, this was just a harmless joke. However, the young man continued to hold his head, sweat dripping down his forehead, his eyes deliberately ignoring the girl. You need to take a deep breath and calm down. It's just that Duke von Valois has been working too much lately, so his mind has become naughty. The head of the great family again glanced at the terrible mother-in-law to dispel all his doubts. But she was still so beautiful that she glowed. What is this? What a dazzling radiance his wife emits. The young man began to rub his eyes, which were clearly letting him down. It's simply impossible to endure this anymore. The young man turned sharply and walked away. He has a lot of work today. The image of his wife did not leave his head, even though Baron tried diligently to throw it out. What came over him at all? This had never happened before. And in general, why did the Duchess of von Valois suddenly become so beautiful? The young man's cheeks immediately flushed, and what was happening to his heart? It was the first time the girl had seen the gentleman so irritated, so upset because of a poorly read fairy tale. You need to be more careful with ridicule. The young man barely reached the family estate. His thoughts were still swarming around the new Aranel. His heart was also beating strongly. Baron Valois is no longer a 13-year-old immature boy. He needs to return to the work process. The internal torment of Mr. Valois was interrupted by the annoying Meg. What she needs from him now, the maid has begun to allow herself too much lately. The maid was already piercing the young man with her persistent gaze. Meg urgently needed to tell her master something. The young landowner's mood immediately deteriorated from just one glance at the vile servant's face. The young man had long been disgusted with her. In addition, there are many questions and suspicions about this person. Little Everett was treated cruelly. The girl practically did not eat and worked all the time, while the head of the maids sweetly assured her master that young Doriana was living well under the wing of the Rondini family. How unpleasant this sticky woman is to him. If she has something to say, let him pass it on through the butler. But how can that be? Let the Duke listen to Meg. After all, the maid came to talk to the young man about his beloved son. Meg began to worry about the younger master. In this case, let the maid not waste time and quickly tell what happened to Elliot. The vile person beamed. The Duke singles her out so much. The maids are not given the right to communicate with the master directly, but she is allowed to do so. The girl's cheeks immediately turned pink. It had been a long time since young people had been left alone like this, as in the good old days. What is this annoying lady talking about? Meg is even addressing him now. The Duke did not understand a single word of hers. Meg continued her sick delirium. It brings back thoughts of the past days when she cared for Baron, as she now cares for his beloved son. The maid so wants to return to that happy and carefree time. The Duke bared his teeth in disgust. It's time to end this absurdity. The maid said that she had something to tell about the young master. Either let her tell her already, or get out of his sight. Meg was immediately taken aback. Why talk to her so rudely and coldly? The girl cares so much about the Duke and his son. Well, as his lordship pleases. Cold sweat flowed down the maid's forehead. we will talk about the Duchess of Von Valois. Arenelle only cares about Miss Everett and does not devote any of her time to the younger gentleman. His nanny is very worried. After all, this can hurt the baby so much. It is obvious that Madame Valois' favorite is this girl, not her own son. Some maid said the same thing a while ago. The Duke was curious where these dirty rumors came from, but it turns out it was the head maid. This is the real problem. If the young master really realizes that Meg is behind all this persecution, then she will be thrown out of here. The bastard immediately threw herself on her knees. She was not at all to blame, because this was a delicate issue, so she decided to share it with the young man. The maid, after all, is Elliot's nanny, and came here because she is very worried about the boy, how she can spread rumors. It's nonsense to make Meg herself guilty. On the contrary, it's worth paying attention to the words of the main maid. After all, since the rest of the maids are of the same opinion, it means that it is clearly obvious to everyone how horribly the mistress treats her own son. Baron Valois growled so that the maid knew her place. It was her maids who were arrogant towards Doriana. Of course, his wife had to devote more time to the girl. Nothing would have happened if Meg had trained the working staff well. The impudent one does not even understand that she is now insulting the Duke's wife on his own estate. If the maid is dissatisfied with the Duchess, then it is her duty as a nanny to inform her directly. But she stuck to the Duke that she is not allowed and says such things. The maid dares to accuse and denigrate the name of the mistress of the duchy, and the head of a great family is obliged to explain such things to the staff manager. Let Meg get away immediately, before the young man takes serious measures to improve the quality of the service staff. From now on, the maid is forbidden to pursue the Duke. Let her pass all her questions through the butler. Meg quickly ran out of the office. The maid was in total shock. It's simply impossible how the Duke can treat her like that. This is the same Meg, his Meg. After all, the maid has been next to the charming Baron since childhood. The master simply cannot treat her like that. The change in the Duchess becomes more and more problematic for the servant. All her thoughts and rotten plans begin to crumble. Until now, the vile person could have significant influence as a personnel manager, but only because Arenelle did not care about her duties. And she was simply lucky enough to become the mistress of Valois. She is from the insignificant family of the Marquis. She abandoned all her affairs, and now she is pretending to be a duchess. While the maid followed the Duke all her life and did not even dream of becoming his wife, even though they clearly have feelings for each other. That is why the maid decided to devote herself to work in the Von Valois family estate, sometimes colliding with Baron. And when Meg, with the help of lies and the absence of other candidates, achieved this position, she began to feel like the mistress here. And this was exactly what Meg wanted. And now the scoundrel decided to take this joy away from her. What an insatiable woman she is. The head of staff clenched her fists. She couldn't fight the Duchess now, but she wasn't going to just go with the flow. Initially, the maid wanted to slowly deal with everyone, but since this happened, Meg simply had no choice. Her subordinate caught the eye of the head of the maids. Meg told her to immediately convene a council of all staff in the break room. Let the maids immediately gather in the hall and wait for instructions from their manager. They now have an important task that needs to be solved. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, the girl was drying her wet hair after her bath. A beautiful day with her cute kids. In addition, today, Arenelle was lucky enough to see a new and unexpected side of the Duke of Von Valois. It was very funny. But at the same time, all his behavior and embarrassment seemed definitely sweet and pleasant to the terrible mother-in-law. So stop. Why does a girl even think about her husband before going to bed? She needs to go to bed immediately. She is overtired. Arenelle climbed into a cozy and fresh bed. What a soft and pleasant pillow, just a fluffy cloud. Then there was a persistent knock on the door of her bedroom. What could happen at such a time? The same maid named Jane entered the room. The new maid, whom the Duchess had seen in the garden, came to tell her very important news. She could not wait until the morning. In fact, the lady herself wanted to thank this maid, and then the girl came to her herself. Everything is going well. Jane froze in amazement, not expecting such words from Lady Von Valois, as if she were talking about a new maid. Of course, Arenelle, as a mother, wanted to thank the maid for taking Doriana's side and defending her in front of the other maids. Jane simply said what she had to say, but that requires courage and nobility, doesn't it? So, what is the reason for such a late and worried visit of the young maid? The girl is clearly upset about something. Sticky sweat began to drip down Jane's face. The girl's eyes began to dart. The maid was clearly afraid of the consequences of her action. The terrible mother-in-law understands perfectly well that if the maid decided to contact her at such a late hour, something serious had happened. The next day, early in the morning, the mistress of the duchy called her faithful butler, which made the man nervous. The butler Raymond arrived at her ladyship's chambers. The lady apologized for having to call the employee so early. The employee was surprised. The Duchess never asked for forgiveness, and even for favors, and the girl's eyes began to look somehow softer. Raymond immediately became upset and did not even know what to answer to his mistress. She had nothing to apologize for. Let the butler not stand, but sit down opposite. The Duchess suggested sitting down. Raymond is already comfortable. The mistress of the von Valois estate slowly and gracefully put the porcelain cup on the table. The girl would like to talk about something important. But his mistress is not comfortable with him standing. Let him sit down. But what is she going to say that has come over this woman? The reason why the Duchess had to turn to Raymond was because she was spying on the head maid and needed to keep an eye on her. What a coincidence! Because Duke von Valois also ordered the butler to follow Maggie to secretly find out about the Rondini family. His lordship's order completely coincides with the order of his wife. Is Arenal also suspicious of Meg? Or the vengeful Duchess decided in this way to simply substitute the head of the maids, who she simply did not like. Given the nature of the Duchess and her behavior so far, most likely it is the second option. It is unlikely that Arenal is conducting her investigation. What is the butler thinking so hard about? Maybe the employee will share his thoughts with his mistress. Raymond has been serving the von Valois family for a long time, so he wants to ask the mistress of the estate about something. There is no other way out. What is this woman thinking about when she gives such an order to the butler? Probably about some other vile things. Raymond doesn't understand his mistress's true intentions, so it's worth asking directly, even if it angers her. The employee asked permission to ask an indiscreet question. The lady is trying to mock the maid out of personal hostility, isn't she? Let her ladyship understand her faithful servant correctly. The butler would not at all want to become a participant in the bullying. After all, the direct duty of an employee in this house is to prevent such disturbances. He simply cannot become their instigator. The butler told everything as it is. Even if he is now afraid for his position and the anger of his mistress, the dishes will probably fly at him. Therefore, you should prepare for the standard reaction to your insolence, since you yourself provoked her ladyship's anger. Well, the butler's opinion is justified and quite understandable. Raymond's eyes widened. The lady heard her employee. She calmly sipped tea from her mug. Should she take this as a refusal? And this is all the reaction of the terrible mother-in-law. And where is the hysterical scream, threats to his life, broken dishes, and blows? How can a butler refuse? He's just worried. The girl understands everything. There's no need to repeat the reasons. Everything is obvious. Besides, Raymond is the only one who decided to warn his mistress against unnecessary conflicts, isn't he? Arenal did not even allow the thought that the employee decided to test her patience with his harsh words. Did she really understand? This young lady considered the true intentions and main thoughts of the butler in just a minute. Where did such insight come from? Raymond said everything correctly. The butler should prevent scandals and not cause them. The girl understands everything perfectly. However, her ladyship had a question whether Raymond himself considered his impudent statements to be the cause of the disorder in the estate. The employee realized his mistake. The lady has really changed. In front of him is a completely different person. But how is this possible? The conversation between the Duchess of Valois and the butler was interrupted by the childish voice of a charming girl. Doriana was inviting her mother to breakfast. The little main character immediately apologized for interrupting the adults' conversation. They had already finished. Everything was fine. Raymond agrees with his mistress. Arenal stretched out in a good-natured smile. Who is this woman? The butler nodded approvingly. That's great. It's time for her ladyship to go down to breakfast with the children anyway. The lady wished a pleasant day to her employee and went to breakfast with dear Doriana, and she could give a gift to her mother. Of course, the girl simply loves surprises, especially since the gift will be from her beloved children. This is definitely a completely different girl in the body of the Duchess. This is no longer that eccentric and vain lady who could hit an innocent person because of her bad mood. Raymond asked for forgiveness for his behavior and asked Arenal to tell the true reasons for his request. What's the point in this? Even if the Duchess gives the real reasons, will the butler believe her words? Of course, the girl does not blame the servant for his mistrust and will not punish him. This is understandable, given the Duchess's early behavior. However, Arenal no longer intends to continue to tolerate such manifestations of disrespect and distrust of the words and actions of her mistress. After all, something like this is simply starting to irritate the terrible mother-in-law, which is what irritates her ladyship. Raymond went cold inside. Arenal did not ask to annoy the maid or poison her. It was a question of observation, but Raymond immediately decided that she wished harm on Meg. The butler didn't even try to soberly evaluate his mistress's request, So why did he immediately begin to object? The answer is written right on the employee's face, because it was precisely the request of the mistress of the estate, wasn't it? A shiver ran down the faithful butler's spine. There was indeed truth in his mistress's words, and it sounded inappropriate. From now on, Raymond needs to learn to judge the girl's words and actions without looking back at his mistress's past. The Duchess of Valois insists that you pay attention only to the present and the future. Raymond can handle this. The butler must cast aside the prism of his ingrained attitude towards her and evaluate the specific orders of the Duchess. The terrible mother-in-law wants to hear her servant's unbiased opinion because this is the butler's job, because she says everything correctly. Those purple eyes of the mistress seem to begin to see right through the employee. Raymond clearly felt uncomfortable with this thought. The butler was struck on the spot by the firmness of thought and the fairness of the intentions of the mistress of the estate. He didn't even have anything to add to this. Under this unshakable and confident gaze, the employee did not even dare to squeak in his own defense. Everything will be done. Meanwhile, the scoundrel, who dreams of becoming the mistress of the Valois estate, pulled out an expensive emerald necklace from the Duchess's box. This necklace should be enough to fulfill Meg's plan. We need to finally get rid of that brat Everett, and then her mother. And if everything goes according to plan, then all the maid's troubles will end. She will take her place next to Baron. Let the little upstart tremble. Very soon the maid will throw the orphan out of the family estate, where there should be only one mistress. Luxurious and expensive jewelry, with a giant green emerald and large mother-of-pearl pearls, a masterpiece of jewelry. This necklace is very expensive for the Duchess, so the girl will notice its loss very soon, but she will be able to frame Everett. For such a crime, at best, the brat will simply be kicked out of the estate, but they may even receive real punishment. The maids have already realized that Meg is required of them. All that remains is a small task. You just need to throw some decorations into the little girl's room. It's all so simple. There was no need to put it off at all. And what was Elliot's nanny doing outside her mother's room? Meg jumped on the spot. On what issue is the head of the maids here? Did the junior master witness the scoundrel's crime? Meg doesn't hear her master's question about what the maid was just doing in his mother's bedroom and why she doesn't answer the question. The head of the service staff froze in place. This is just a stupid child who is very attached to her. Well, the younger duke knows his mother's temper and capriciousness. The maid was just trying to avoid it. If the crown duke had seen what had been done, he would not have asked questions, which means we just need to cloud his mind and dull his vigilance. The maid went into the Duchess's room just to tidy up. There was so much dust, but Meg doesn't do that. What a smart boy. Why didn't this idea work? Then stay, as always, putting pressure on Elliot's pity and attitude towards her. The head of the staff immediately threw herself at the little duke's feet. The girl simply had no choice. If the cleaning is not carried out properly, Meg herself will bear the responsibility, and the mistress will be so angry with her that the maid is afraid. Then why is the nanny crying? Because the boy just needs not to tell his mother about it, that's all. What a caring younger gentleman Meg is. He helps out his nanny so much, she has no one else but this baby. Elliot is just a child, and does not doubt Meg, because she is his nanny. The maid will never forget Elliot's kindness. Meanwhile, in her room, the terrible mother-in-law was looking out the window with a warm smile on her face. What a beauty. Below, two little main characters were smelling flowers. Maybe these are heavenly creatures from paradise itself. How much tenderness they cause. The girl's visual pleasure was interrupted by the butler's voice. The servant came to the Duchess to tell her something. Raymond can speak freely, as he really is. The girl does not care about formalities and conventions. And in all likelihood, there's only one reason why the servant came to the mistress when her children were not around. We will talk about the main maid. The Duchess immediately understood the whole situation, which very frightened her servant. As Arenelle asked, the servant watched Meg and noticed something. After his important report, the butler left his mistress's chambers, leaving the mistress alone with her thoughts. How dare this scoundrel dare to do something like this? Who does this Meg think she is? What does she count on if she fails? Arenelle still has a low reputation in the Valois family. Meg can refute all accusations, and even a drop of trust in the girl will be destroyed. We need to act slowly and systematically. The Duchess turned to the maids. We need to start somewhere. That maid with bangs is clearly on the side of the head of staff, and is her submissive six. We must not forget about her either. First, you need to make sure of everything, and then act. The lady wants to change clothes. Let them call the children and follow Arenelle. Of course, the initiator and all those involved will not keep themselves waiting long, and will appear at the first opportunity. Almost all the maids are scoundrels, but in some of them there is enough loyalty to the family. You need to weed out the sixes. A charming little girl stood with a bouquet of flowers. She asked her uncle, the gardener, and the employee allowed her to take a couple of flowers with her. How beautiful these flowers are! Surely dear Doriana brought such a bouquet for her mother, of course. The lucky mother-in-law really likes the baby's gift. Doriana was surprised to note that her mother suddenly decided to change clothes in the middle of the day. It's just that the terrible mother-in-law's mood changed, so she decided to change her outfit, but apparently she went too far with the jewelry. It was difficult for Aranel to put on a smile for several hours, but thanks to communication with Meg's maids, she managed to find out what the scoundrel stole from her jewelry box. The Duchess went to her chambers and went to the dressing table, where there was a beautiful chest with luxurious jewelry. The maid took such a noticeable thing that the theft would look very noticeable and obvious to all the inhabitants of the house. One of Meg's henchmen immediately hurried to her mistress's bedroom, wondering if something had happened to the Duchess's box. These are vile creatures. How could they gather in a flock and attack a small, innocent, and defenseless child? The maid didn't even hide her expectant gaze from the Duchess's eyes. Everything was so deliberate and open. There is no problem. Disappointment appeared on the face of the pathetic executor of Meg's will. Isn't it disgusting? The terrible mother-in-law angrily stuck her fork into her dish, imagining that she was aiming at the head of the main instigator of the bullying. This is how insignificant and pathetic you have to be to mock and destroy the life of a little child who did nothing wrong. And okay, these stupid young ladies are greedy for interfering with other people's things, but why does the main maid need all these executions? After all, Meg took care of the little protagonist for so many years. The girl is his nanny and spends the most time with him. Aranel could not even imagine how much it could hurt the child that the nanny he trusted, who had been with him since birth, did this. How is it possible that a creature that cares for one baby can have such hatred and cruelty towards another? The righteous anger of the terrible mother-in-law was interrupted by a sonorous child's voice. The little boy carefully called out to his mother. Something happened to the Duchess von Valois. Something definitely made the younger gentleman's mother very angry. All these angry thoughts and inner malice were reflected in the girl's facial expressions and gestures, which she herself did not suspect. The flow of rage did not escape Elliot's eyes. The little main character would like the Duchess to improve her mood by looking at these beautiful flowers. The girl's face immediately turned red. She was so deeply immersed in her anger that she did not notice how it was disturbing her children. Aranel immediately pulled the kids to her and hugged them tightly. She asked for forgiveness for her behavior. Mother did not want to worry them. Let the little angels not worry about anything. Their mother will figure everything out and handle everything, so they don't need to think about anything. The worried mistress of the Valois estate was interrupted by the voice of another 6 of the main maids, and so the parade of hypocrisy begins. The maid announced an emergency. This is the same lady who expected the necessary reaction from her mistress and left disappointedly afterwards. The maid tried hard to portray concern and sincerity. The mistress had better see for herself, so she should follow her servant. The impudent woman did not let up and played to the end. Lady von Valois' most beloved necklace disappeared, and as soon as these creatures dared to frame a small child, the terrible mother-in-law will not allow her sweet girl to be harmed. Meg has surrounded herself with weak-willed performers and is rallying her ranks. The maid is not aware of all the details, so she takes the lady to the main maid. Meg will explain everything to the Duchess of Valois. The little girl realized with horror that the maid was leading her mother towards her own bedroom, why they were all going there. Fear and confusion flashed in Doriana's emerald eyes. What was happening, and why the main maid was waiting for them there? The bastard, of course, was already waiting for her audience and invited them to come to her performance, feigning sadness and disappointment. So, let the maid not waste time and talk about what happened. Meg was just waiting for this moment. Her hour of reckoning with the brat Everett has come. The head of the maids began to act out her regret and compassion for little Lady Doriana, casting sad glances at her. The thing is that today, the very necklace that the Duchess of Valois treasures was discovered in Mrs. Everett's private bedroom. Unbridled rage flashed in the girl's purple eyes. How can you lie and poison an innocent girl so shamelessly? Immediately, there was a whisper among the vile 6 that Meg was trying so hard to shield Doriana, but at least she could care less. The little trash pretended that it had nothing to do with it. It's simply unthinkable to do such a vile thing to your mother. This insignificant reptile prepared herself perfectly. All the maids sang with her in unison. These ugly scavengers deliberately create a situation in which the Duchess will be forced to punish the girl for her crime. The terrible mother-in-law bared her teeth angrily. She would have cut off the heads of all the scoundrels right now. The whole stupid herd is trying to crush the baby. Meg bent over in an apologetic bow and squeezed out tears. The maid was so guilty that she did not look after little Everett. Let the head of staff rise. It's not Meg's fault at all. The lady is so generous and kind-hearted to her maid. Not at all, in fact. The Duchess of Von Valois herself, long ago, personally gave her favorite necklace to little Doriana. All the vile accomplices immediately fell silent and turned in amazement at what her ladyship had just said to their mistress. Meg immediately began to deny Arenel's words. What was she even talking about? Because this stone suited the color of the girl's eyes so well, so Mother could not resist. But what is really strange here, and deserves the attention of Madame Valois, is the disgusting reaction of the service staff. On what basis did all these mediocre, lazy henchmen come to the conclusion that the little girl had committed a real crime? Moreover, none of the maids even had a hint of doubt about this accusation. The sentence was passed on Doriana unanimously and without appeal. The Duchess is already beginning to think that she has now become a spectator of a clumsily staged performance. All the scoundrels immediately fell silent. Meg immediately began to chirp that it was just a misunderstanding. How could the service staff deliberately act out such an atrocity? It was simply unthinkable. Opposite, the head of the maids tried so hard to cover up poor Miss Everett and take the trouble away from her. The young master abruptly cut off the false words of his nanny. The little protagonist looked carefully at his mother. Arenel did not give her necklace to Doriana, because Elliot is right, isn't it? Meg broke into a gloating smile. Naive and stupid Elliot. Let the boy continue. He's about to catch the brat Everett. What is this little boy doing? Even if the kid realized that his mother lied in order to shield the girl, then why is he stopping her from protecting her? The little Duke said in an even and confident voice that his nanny took the necklace, and then brought it here and placed it on the future bride. Silent amazement appeared on the faces of the scoundrel and Arenel. How did the boy know all this? Elliot had just revealed Meg's true rotten essence to everyone. What is the Crown Duke saying? How would the nanny dare to take the lady's necklace? Elliot promised to keep Meg's secret, but in such circumstances, he will not do this. On that very day, the main character saw everything that his nanny dared to do. Then the maid lied that she was putting things in order in his mother's bedroom. The rotten person's eyes opened wide, so this boy saw everything. But why didn't he say a word to her then? The brave and noble Elliot did not question Meg then and announced the theft. He wanted to believe her and protect her. Elliot really hoped that the nanny would just need time to confess everything. You just need to believe in her and wait. However, instead of confessing to her own crime, Meg dared to commit such a baseness. The scoundrel decided to frame little Doriana. The boy had never seen a more disgusting act. Meg had been so concerned about him all this time. Let him stop blaming her immediately. But as befits the main character, there was an unshakable core and fortitude inside him, and a well-deserved disgust for the nanny was visible in his purple eyes. This kid was much more perceptive than any adult. Let Meg shut up immediately and not disappoint Elliot even more. From this day on, the younger Duke does not want to see this scoundrel in his family estate. What is Elliot talking about? She will be given a salary and severance pay. Meg immediately rushed to the boy. Why did the gentleman do this to her? She is his nanny. She is the one who loves the baby more than anything in this world. There was so much pain and regret in the eyes of the little strong hero. How could this rubbish even dare to cause him so much suffering? The younger Duke of Valois disdainfully threw away the hands of the vile maid and ordered her not to touch him. Elliot had already said everything. Let it not disappoint him even more. Elliot does not believe that anyone who uses love as an excuse for his vileness truly loves a child. Clouds were gathering over the vile instigator. The maid had nothing to say in her defense. She did not believe that this child could throw her out just like that. The terrible mother-in-law, with a steely voice, ordered the vile scoundrel to be thrown out of the estate immediately. The maid nodded obediently. Meg has tied Elliot to her for so many years. Why the hell are the maids touching her? Let the younger master explain that he is not serious. How can a little duke treat the one who raised him like this? Elliot must fix everything immediately. The maid will not leave this place. The hysterical screams of Elliot's nanny were heard in the corridor for a long time. The boy withstood this scene with dignity, but his heart was very heavy. At the sight of the sad eyes of the charming baby, the terrible mother-in-law's heart bled, poor child. Mother warmly put her hand on her son's shoulder. Elliot did the right thing, and heroically, she is very proud of him, he protected Doriana. Here the poor bright child was crushed by a load of sadness. Bitter tears rolled down his cheeks. Arenel rushed to hug her baby. The boy managed to do justice. Elliot is a real hero. His heart is filled with light and honesty. How much courage and honor there was in this small body, and how painful it was for Elliot to make his decision. His mother was nearby. The little hero's eyes stung with salty tears. His cheeks burned with flames. The younger Duke should not sob like that. Well, what nonsense. The baby is in pain. He can cry as much as he needs, and his mother will be next to Elliot. The baby felt warm in his soul after Aranel's words. The younger gentleman had already cried enough, and a smile of acceptance appeared on his face. This child is much more mature and stronger than any other. How proud the girl is of her little angel, a real hero. But then sobs and sniffling were heard from the other side of the sofa, and the terrible mother-in-law immediately turned to look at the girl. Sweet Dorian began to cry bitterly, because it was all the girl's fault, and poor Elliot was suffering. The little girl asked for forgiveness for everything. But what is this poor thing even talking about when she stops blaming herself for all her troubles and considering herself unworthy of happiness? But if Doriana had not become hated by the staff, Elliot would not have had to lose his nanny. At this moment, the girl really wanted to subject the vile Meg to all possible human torture. How much pain she caused to these children. Only rotten and insignificant people are to blame for this, who did this to serve their own interests, and the girl simply became a victim of their bullying. But all the residents of the duchy hate young Everett, so if the girls simply weren't here, then there wouldn't be all the problems. Here Jane spoke up. This is not at all true. The baby was not liked only by those who were ordered to treat her that way. In fact, everyone in the estate adores Doriana. The terrible mother-in-law is not overjoyed at the new maid. Jane is just smart. She chose the right words for the baby in time. Miss Everett is very brave and fair, so people who don't like her are just pathetic cowards. The little girl shook her head. She was not brave at all, but she was the one who helped Jane then. Then, in the corridor of the estate in front of the baby's private bedroom, Meg mocked the new girl, and Doriana defended her, and it was very brave. After all, Doriana did not think for a minute about her well-being and abandoned protecting the innocent maid, despite her fear and consequences. But then it was the younger gentleman who saved Jane, but the girl stood up for her before he arrived. The baby is incredible. She just needs to notice it. Now Miss Everett is admired and loved by many people, and in the future there will be many more such people. Duchess von Valois supported the words of the new maid. Everything is exactly like that. Mother also loves Doriana, and Elliot adores her. A light flashed in the girl's emerald eyes. Doriana is very grateful to everyone. Now a warm and cozy feeling spread throughout the baby's body. After a hard day of work, the head of the greatest family returned to his family estate. Baron was very tired today. Behind Duke von Valois, the hysterical screams of the main maid were heard. She ordered to let her go immediately. She needed to talk to Baron personally. What else happened during the absence of Mr. Valois? The butler took the maid out of the estate. Meg stubbornly resisted him. Meg began to shout that she was not to blame for anything. The maid had always been faithful to her master, and the mistress threw her out. It's amazing baseness to lie so shamelessly to your master's face and shout about the purity of your actions. Let Meg come into the office. The head of the maids stood contentedly in front of her beloved Baron. Of course, the young man would take her side and protect her because of their special connection. The scoundrel's cheeks immediately flushed. The girl was sure that the Duke would not let her leave his estate. There was no one for her except Baron. Let the reptile not console herself with fictitious circumstances. The Duke did not call her to listen or give her a chance to fix everything. The Duke of Valois heard that his son fired his nanny today and promised to give her a salary and severance pay. But Baron doesn't think so, so he called the maid into his office. Sticky sweat was running down the face of the pathetic liar. What is the Duke even talking about now? They have been with him since childhood. There is no point in putting on another inept performance. Baron knows from the butler that it was she who stole his wife's necklace and then planted it in Doriana's room. So the Duke asked the butler to keep an eye on her, and he knows everything. And since when does he call this vain Aranel his wife? In addition to this baseness, the maid dared to lie to the Duke about how things were at the Rondini estate, where the girl was being taken from the world. And in addition, the vile person dared, together with Baron and Baroness Rondini, to appropriate money for Miss Everett's living expenses and needs. How the young Duke knew everything is simply unthinkable. They were so careful for so many years. And after all that this rotten creature dared to do, Meg still dares to scream about her innocence and blame other people. For everything that the reptile has done to the von Valois family, as well as little Everett, she will be subjected to family punishment. Instead of legal punishment, private sanctions were imposed on the kingdom using the power and finances of each noble family. The private sanctions of the von Valois family, the most powerful family in the empire, could not be challenged even by imperial law. However, since Meg worked for the Duchy of Valois for a long time, the family's punishment will be mitigated. Let the maid simply leave their estate. The scoundrel bared her teeth angrily, but as the head of the clan, he only dared to offer such a thing to a maid after so many years of faithful service. In the end, the young man knows perfectly well about the girl's feelings. She did all this for the sake of the two of them, isn't it clear? Duke von Valois looked at the maid with a stony face. What is this woman talking about now? Is this another manipulation? Or does she have an unhealthy mind? Why does Baron continue to pretend that he knows nothing? Because since childhood, Meg was always next to the young man. The girl always greatly missed the young duke. Baron always occupied a special place in her head and heart. The head of the greatest family froze in silent shock at what she had just said. The duke had no idea about Meg's unhealthy attachment. Why is Baron so surprised? After all, he himself cared so much about the girl all the time, so he took her from the Valois lands to work in a mansion closer to himself. Of course, the young aristocrat never spoke out loud about his feelings, but this is not required. Meg herself knows about his sympathy for her. Then what kind of punishment can we even talk about? How can a girl, whom the duke himself cares so much about, take and leave his estate? What kind of unhealthy absurdity has just sounded? Meg has distorted the usual situation and stretched her fantasies into reality. The reason why the maid began to work on the estate was at the request of her father. He begged Baron about this, since here she could find a better groom than in the fields. Since it was possible to turn this into a sick story about love, what does the duke say? Baron spent his entire childhood with her. After all, the duke accepted the girl's wreath and was so happy. Baron was a child and communicated with all the local children, without dividing them into commoners and children of aristocrats. The gentleman roared that he could no longer listen to all this nonsense. Meg should immediately shut up and get out of his mansion. This was absurd from the very beginning, which is why Baron wanted to get away with it. But the more he listens to Meg, the more she annoys him. Therefore, let the scoundrel stop talking about this nonsense and immediately get out of his sight before the maid goes to bear her well-deserved punishment. Apparently, the maid doesn't even understand the words anymore. The Duke of Valois called the butler to his place and ordered to immediately take this woman out of the mansion. The maid screamed for a long time and loudly throughout the entire estate about her relationship with the Duke. Baron grabbed his head, and how could he not notice this in Meg? How tired the young man is from all this. The Duke needs at least a little peace and tranquility, and that is why the young gentleman really wants to see his wife right now, to hear the girl's voice. How interesting it is why and since when the young man began to miss and need his wife so much. Something completely new for him. Behind the door of the private chambers of the owner of the estate stood the terrible mother-in-law and tried to collect her thoughts, suppressing a feeling of anxiety. Why is the girl trembling like a schoolgirl in front of the principal's office? Because Arenelle didn't do anything wrong. The butler reported to his mistress that the Duke of Valois was still sleeping in his room, and now his wife was already standing in front of Baron's bedroom. Maybe the girl should try to come in, but the matter is urgent. She needs to get ready immediately and stop hesitating. Then the Duchess's purple eyes widened. Her internal struggle was interrupted by the voice of Baron Valois. What a disgusting thing. A sleepy young man. For some reason, his wife has been circling under the door of his private chambers for 15 minutes. Here, the heart of the young Duchess fell at the feet of the most beautiful young man. Baron was too irresistible in only a sleeping shirt. Arenelle immediately grabbed her heart. Perhaps the Duchess just had a slight arrhythmia. There was no need to worry about her. We need to immediately change the topic. So the young man has already woken up. This is very good. Arenelle wishes him good morning. There was amazement on the face of the captivating young man. The Duke also greeted his wife. Something happened on the estate, or something else happened. It's just that the Duke always goes about his business very early, and the girl needs to talk to Baron, so Arenelle had to watch him near the bedroom. The Duchess of Valois has nothing to apologize for. The young man understands everything. How can he now unsee everything that Baron just saw at all? The mistress of the estate kept looking back at the staff in the corridor. The young man invited her to go inside the room, apologizing for his rudeness. The Duchess of Valois sighed with relief. It finally dawned on the young man that their conversation could be interfered with by other people's ears and eyes. A young man in a loose shirt, which so emphasized the hero's ideal body, motioned for his wife to enter the room. Is it possible that the young man is still in his sleep? His wife is really sitting in front of the Duke at such an early hour. And everything is really all right with the young Duke. The young man looks somehow strange and worried. Baron nodded approvingly. Everything is all right. How strange it is, because the young man just thought that he missed his wife, and the next day she herself came to his room. Is this really a coincidence? It sounds like nonsense. They just rarely see each other despite their marriage. There is no need to look for hidden meaning in ordinary things. While the charming owner of the duchy was indulging in his thoughts, his wife had already finished her story. This is a complete failure. The Duke of Valois listened to absolutely all the words of his wife. Baron has no idea what they are talking about. Judging by the Duke's face, Lady von Valois' participation clearly does not suit him, in which case everything can be entrusted to the butler. The young man immediately asked his wife for forgiveness. In fact, the young man did not understand anything and listened to everything. Aranel giggled good-naturedly, but the Duke is also a man. Apparently the young man has not yet fully woken up. This happens to everyone. Baron is not yet ready to admit to the girl that he cannot concentrate due to the presence of Aranel. Otherwise, the young man will fall through the ground. What a cutie! The young man has such a side. Baron never ceases to amaze her. Usually the protagonist's father is as cold as ice and as unapproachable as a rocky peak. But here there is such openness of feelings. Who would know that the head of the most powerful family is also a man? Baron would be grateful if the Duchess repeated everything. In the end, the young man turned out to be very sweet and pleasant. So what is the girl thinking about? We need to return to their conversation. So the mistress of the estate would like to clean up the ranks of the service personnel. The young man was stunned. The girl only meant dismissal. They need to deal with those maids who bullied Dorian under Meg's leadership. Aranel found out the names of all her henchmen. The young man burst out laughing. The Duke completely agreed with his wife. The beautiful smile of Baron von Valois is simply a crime. He is generally a man. It is completely dishonest. We need to get together. His lordship agrees with the girl's proposal. Of course, Baron himself intended to do this. We will have to change quite a few maids due to the massive change of personnel. Housekeeping will stop indefinitely. You need to discuss this with the butler. This is his area of responsibility. The girl understands her husband's words because she ignored the household before, but she is not so frivolous. The Duchess did not at all intend to first add more work to everyone and then carefreely remain on the sidelines, which is what Aranel wants to mean by this. Let it be late. But nevertheless, the girl takes on all the obligations of the mistress of the estate from this moment on. As a duchess should do, if the head of the duchy has nothing against her decision, of course. It's not too sudden. Is everything going to be okay? The girl will study. The boy's mistrust is understandable. Aranel will try his best. The Duke did not mean this at all in this case. If the young man agrees, then let him smile at his wife again, as just recently. The young man froze in silent shock. The Duke simply did not have time to comprehend all the information that the girl voiced. In this case, the girl will try even better, because they say that a handsome man's smile is the best reward. And with such an irresistible and captivating smile, the Duchess of Valois feels that she will definitely become more productive. The purple eyes of the young lady looked straight into the soul of the Duke of Valois, or so it seemed to him. The young man, with a sense of full responsibility, stated that he would try very hard to work on his smile. The girl immediately burst into loud laughter. What a charm! Why did the young man take her words so literally and seriously? And by the way, why did Aranel suddenly ask her husband to smile? Something was clearly happening inside the girl. So the terrible mother-in-law now loaded herself with work. The butler could not believe his happiness and thanked his mistress for it. Mountains of documents were already towering in front of the girl. Here was the budget of the estate. Here was the estimate for all the lands of the duchy and reports on the surrounding territories. There was so much work here, and not one person was doing it. Before she had time to come to her senses, the butler wished her a pleasant job. The employee immediately quickly ran to the exit. Finally, Raymond would be able to sleep more than 5 hours a day. These are rebels, but what did the girl want after all? This is the most powerful and largest duchy in the empire. What's done is done. It's time to become a good duchess and a positive hero of the novel, so it's time to delve into it. Aranel started with the estate's budget. It wasn't even luxury expenses. Her purple eyes widened. Why does such a gigantic sum of money go into the pockets of the family of the Marquis of Saxena, since the Aranel family is not in poverty anyway? So what did the girl manage to read about the family of her terrible mother-in-law on the pages of this novel? Now the Marquis of Saxon is Aranel's younger brother named Kyle. All the people of the estate cherished him as the future heir of the family. While Aranel herself received no time or attention, she ended up growing up in such conditions that even her younger brother looked down on her. And apparently, Kyle Saxena's domineering relationship with his older sister continued to this day. After a couple of minutes of thought, The girl had already made a fair and pleasant decision for herself. The Saxe family already lives comfortably. Why do they also need money from the Duchy of von Valois? Kyle will not receive another penny from the Duchess. And this is just one signed document. The girl has a long and hard day ahead. This is what the life of the Duchess of Valois looks like. The owner of the von Valois estate studied with genuine interest the documents that his wife was now in charge of. To the great surprise of the young Duke, Miss Arenelle actually sorted out all the paperwork. All recordings were made very carefully and diligently. The girl really put all her efforts into her work. But if this continues, then the young man simply will not be able to approach his wife under the pretext of help, because problems with documents simply will not arise. So what is the Duke even thinking about? His wife has finally taken responsibility for running the household, and Baron is upset that she is doing well because of her personal interests. The coachman interrupted his young master's thoughts and announced to him that his carriage had arrived at the imperial palace. Lately, the young man has often been having strange thoughts. Baron is going to a meeting. This is not the time for something like this. He needs to pull himself together. Then, behind the handsome young man, a familiar creaky, vile voice was heard. He greeted his lordship. Is this really the head of the greatest family? Marquis Kyle Saxon stood in front of the young man. What an unexpected meeting of young people. It's unexpected that Kyle decided to visit the imperial palace. It's probably not because of today's meeting of aristocrats. After all, the current Marquis last appeared there a year ago. The Marquis feels ashamed when the Duke talks about it like this. He can hardly believe it. Negligence, baseness, the system of the strong and the weak. Baron openly despised Kyle, even though he was his wife's younger brother. Apparently the Duke of Valois enjoys making people feel uncomfortable around him, but Baron is actually right. Of course, Kyle Saxon did not come to the imperial palace to meet the aristocracy. He needed to talk with Duke von Valois. And why did the dubious Marquis suddenly need to meet with the head of the Duchy of Valois, can't Baron guess? Why did the money that his sister sends not arrive this month? Arenelle did not send a penny to his brother. Meanwhile, the Duchess also had an unpleasant encounter. She was visited by two vile degenerates who beat and poisoned poor Doriana. How did these two even dare to come here, beat the child and stole his money, bribed the Duke's maid? Arenelle didn't even want to let them inside the estate. Baron and Baroness Rondini were equally disgusting. They literally reeked of rottenness, and they still dare to complain to her. Nevertheless, these scoundrels are relatives of Miss Everett, which is the only reason why the two of them were allowed into the house. However, these insignificant parasites showed up to claim an unfair tax audit of their orphanage and debt collection. The sum of the long Rondini is 3,000 grossens. This amount is simply fantastic. What could be done with that kind of money? The girl will ask for the last time what the hell these freaks want from her, for what reason they are turning to the Duchess of von Valois. Baroness Rondini roared that it was the Duchess herself who was trying to intimidate their family in this way. The director of the orphanage was told that it was the von Valois family who ordered the tax audit, which is why they are here. Apparently, the Baron and Baroness did not specify which member of the Duchy family ordered the tax audit, so the Duchess of von Valois did not order anything. It is not clear why they even consider the standard procedure to be intimidation. In any case, there is only one person who could organize this. Could it be that Duke Baron von Valois himself organized all this? But the interesting thing is why these parasites are looking for the person who initiated the check, because the procedure is carried out by the imperial palace. Let them run there and whine to His Majesty. The Baron and Baroness were sure that Arenelle had arranged all this, but not the Duke. If Baron himself arranged this, then it would be better for them not to come. That is, they can express dissatisfaction with her, but not with her husband. Arenelle looks so insignificant to them. Then the imperious, angry voice of the owner of the estate was heard. Duchess von Valois is right in absolutely everything regarding these scoundrels. If the parasites are dissatisfied with something, let them go and whine to the imperial palace. Let them no longer come here to demonstrate their ugliness. At what point in time the owner of the estate returned? Literally just now, the Duke missed today's meeting. Since the young man met a disgusting slug like these two at the imperial palace, his mood soured, and Baron returned. The mistress of the place carefully asked the head of the duchy who exactly upset her husband today at the palace. Kyle Saxon waylaid the head of a powerful family and asked him to convince his sister to send his little brother his money. The handsome Duke bared his teeth angrily. If Baron had not been an aristocrat, he would definitely have broken this brat's nose. Baron respects the decision of his wife. The words of the petty parasite are total impudence, so he ignored Kyle. Let him ask Arenelle for money, not him. Who knew that vultures would be waiting at home for the Duke, who neglected his wife? How dare they come here in person and demonstrate such an attitude? Let these two parasites be immediately swept out of the lands of the duchy. Baron is not in a good mood today. They will greatly regret it if they linger here. It was as if a terrible thunderstorm thundered in the Valois estate. The head of the family was beside himself with anger. How did these little people dare to insult his wife so much? There was a roar and the sound of dull blows. The terrible mother-in-law turned in amazement towards the uninvited guests. The Baron and Baroness Rondini cowered in their chairs and begged for forgiveness. They would leave the Valois estate now and never return. If Baron had not called out to his wife, the Duke would have seen off these parasites with blows until they left the mansion. His lordship immediately rushed to his wife and asked for forgiveness. The young man was unable to control his emotions. Everything is in order. The girl guessed that such a fit of indignation was caused by the fact that the young man felt offended on behalf of his wife, and he stood up for her. For this reason, the terrible mother-in-law decided to thank her patron for his actions, her cheeks turning red. The girl was very pleased to know that her husband thought about her and her feelings, that he so fiercely defended the honor of Aranel. Ice-colored eyes opened wide, which means the girl understood everything, and she was even pleased that her husband stood up for her. In fact, there was an extravaganza of delight inside the Duchess, and her heart skipped so many beats when the young man began to worry about her emotions. Did the young man understand everything correctly, or did the girl go too far and arouse suspicion regarding her feelings? We need to change the topic, and what a terrible person her wife happened to meet in the imperial palace. It was Kyle Saxon. This impudent man began to lament that his older sister left him without money this month, and this infuriated the young man. It turned out awkward, which means the young man was already driving here in an angry mood. And then there were these Rondini. Of course, the head of the clan gets angry when a financial issue arises between relatives. It always ends badly. Duchess von Valois took a deep breath, so the girl should ask her husband for forgiveness for the behavior of her family, and also for the fact that all this time Aranel was sending money to her brother. The Duchess should have told about it right away, and apologizes sincerely. It is very rude and ugly for the owner of the estate to remain silent about personal payments, especially of such a scale. The handsome young man jumped up to his wife, and in an even tone asked Aranel not to apologize for this again. After all, his wife didn't do anything wrong. The girl will now lose consciousness from the heat of this young man. He is too close, and probably hears that her heart is about to jump out. The young man does not blame the Duchess of Valois for anything, so she does not need to apologize for anything. A little more, and she will simply fly into the air. The girl was exhausted from the eruption of feelings. She felt the strong and reliable hands of the young man, his hot breath next to her face. The terrible mother-in-law pushed her husband away in horror. This guy is driving her crazy and driving her into a frenzy. You can't lose control in an affair. In the romantic genre, all the men are so flawless and stunning. This one is definitely everyone's cherished dream. The girl grabbed her chest. You need to calm your poor heart. Everything will pass. He just has too much criminal charisma. The Duchess of Valois began to apologize. She pushed her husband away, not because he was disgusting to her. It just became unbearably hot here. The scattered Lady Valois was still haunted by the aftertaste of Baron's touches, the depth of his blue eyes. The Duke of Valois himself blushed from his own initiative. His cheeks were burning. So why let your hands go if you feel embarrassed? After all, Aranel will definitely die of a heart attack. Doesn't this guy know that his perfect face is dangerous for ordinary people? In any case, Aranel should hold an explanatory conversation with his brother. He himself should understand such things, given the mountain of money he received. We need to become more responsible, as befits a duchess in her place. At least from now on, this will not happen again, Aranel promises. Apparently, the wife did not understand what the young man was trying to convey. He did not need her reporting on spending money. Aranel is the Duchess of von Valois. For this reason, all matters regarding the use of the duchy's financial resources are her business alone. If the wife of the owner of the estate decided to spend the money or send it, then the girl had her own reasons for this. That's what it meant when the Duke said that his wife had done nothing wrong. She didn't need to apologize at all, and even more so to justify their expenses, because the day of the dukedom is hers too. Let her use them at her own discretion. After all, this is what financial resources are for, isn't it? At this point, questions regarding their spending are declared closed. The girl fundamentally disagrees with this. The Duke simply does not understand what amounts we are talking about. Kyle received too much money. Why does the head of the Duchy of Valois say this so easily? And what if his wife spends a really large amount? The charming young man stretched out a captivating smile and laughed. Let the Duchess spend as much as she pleases. This magnet should accurately warn that she's about to smile. Her heart is clearly living its last days. The duchy will not become impoverished, even if Aranel buys up all the lands around, however. She herself noticed this while working with the accounting department. And just as soon as she could forget that we were talking about the family of the novel's protagonist, the amount in the reports was indeed indecently large. How handsome is this gloomy guy? Chiseled facial features, sensual eyes, perfect athletic body. He is like a masterpiece of a brilliant artist. Moreover, with a lot of money that you can spend as you want, these are the parameters of the ideal hero of the novel. But what if Aranel became the main character? The Duchess immediately added that she needed to discuss one more important thing with her husband. The young man listened attentively. The mistress of the estate really wants to find a good teacher for young Miss Everett. What does the Duke think about it? After a long conversation with his wife, the handsome young man plopped down heavily on his soft bed. The blue eyes of the young man were still replaying the conversation between the two spouses. Now their communication was completely different. Baron covered his charming face with his hand. His wife became a different person. It became unbearable. The young man said that she could buy up all the lands around, and in response, she started talking about little Everett. As if the young Duchess had absolutely no desires of her own, the young man jumped up from his bed. Or as if all Aranel really wants, happiness for the children, is simply unthinkable and cannot be comprehended. And today, the young aristocrat himself succumbed to a personal impulse and wrapped his arms around his wife, peering into the depths of her purple eyes. He deliberately kept the Duchess near him longer, trying to find some impulse on her part. The young man peered into his wife's face, waiting for the slightest response. Like never before, he was waiting for the answer in her facial expressions. But apparently the girl thinks only about the little children, and not about her husband. It is obvious that Aranel does not care about him at all. What kind of thoughts were swarming in the Duke's head? Had Baron already become jealous of his wife and children? This is simply beyond the limits of adequacy. Apparently the guy is simply going crazy, but how can this be controlled? Meanwhile, the girl was also visited by euphoria of delight. The Duchess's cheeks flushed red and burned. One could simply go crazy. In front of her was a tray with crispy and fragrant cookies, as well as fresh tea. Had the kids really prepared it all themselves? So it was. In front of the terrible mother-in-law stood two charming angels with big puppy eyes. Well, what cuties! You can just go crazy from the charm of these two kids. She hugged the kids tightly. Elliot can't breathe. By the way, Mother just talked to the Duke. They will find a good teacher for the baby. Doriana was very happy about this news. It means that Miss Everett will now also be able to study, like Elliot. The baby can't wait for her first day of school. The boy doesn't understand her joy, and in general, there's nothing fun about studying. It's just that before the girl was told that someone like her couldn't study, that's why Doriana was so happy and asks for forgiveness. She didn't think about Elliot. The terrible mother-in-law and the little protagonist stared at the girl in amazement. But why was she apologizing again? Rondini should have broken his legs before letting them go. Elliot asked not to apologize to Dorian. Studying is very good. So 3 days have passed since the Duchess of Valois began to look for a teacher for Miss Everett, but the required teacher was still not found. The maid asked if everything was all right with her mistress. She was sighing so heavily, maybe something was bothering the Duchess. Before Aranel's eyes was an unpleasant letter from her mother. The Marquise told her daughter to hire Viscountess Ivan as a teacher and not look for her in Amande. Why does the girl's mother so brazenly and unceremoniously interfere in the affairs of the Valois family? And what kind of manner of speech is she so dismissive? The image of her mother flashed in Miss Valois' mind. How dare Aranel raise her eyes? The girl is absolutely worthless and is not even capable of getting married. The purple eyes of the terrible mother-in-law immediately opened in surprise. What was this just now? Because these are clearly not the memories of the girl herself. This means that the memories of her character in the novel just popped into her head. This is Aranel's memory. Wow, a special effect. Since childhood, Aranel was treated cruelly and disgustingly. This was considered the norm in the Saxon family. Although what difference does it make now? So who is Mrs. Ivan? The woman is definitely the wife of Viscount Ivan. But what kind of person was she? This woman taught Aranel herself. She really has a lot to give. The lady taught famous ladies from noble families, didn't she? The Viscountess noted that young Aranel was different from other family members. She seemed to be a good person, but something was clearly bothering her. Well, the terrible mother-in-law will think about this candidacy later, so the girl will write to tell the others to wait for her decision. Sometime after a very clear answer to her cruel and obsessive mother, The girl was sitting in the garden having tea. Mother Aranel appeared at this tea party without any invitation, and in addition, she took Viscountess Ivan with her. Why the hell does this woman not perceive her daughter's words? Marquise Saxe announced in a pressing tone that the Viscountess was the best teacher. There was nothing to talk about or think about. This vile and greedy woman dares to publicly humiliate her daughter like this. The Duchess already knows that Miss Ivan is a good teacher. Well, since the conversation has gone this way, it's time for the girl herself to finally declare herself and show her teeth to her vain mother. Why is Marquise Saxe so interested in Doriana's education? Most likely, these two persons have concluded some kind of deal. We need to find out. The tormentor's thin lips stretched into a terrifying smile, which usually screamed of an impending threat on her part. Apparently, Aranel has a lot of worries about this. It is natural for the Marquise to be interested in her daughter. Such suspicions are very offensive. Yes, this lady is a professional manipulator. Until this moment, the Marquise did not appear in the duchy and did not write letters, so her interest is not natural. Well, all the Marquise Saxon's fears and premonitions were justified. She immediately felt it after reading the letter from her daughter. Aranel suddenly decided to imagine herself as someone. The girl completely stopped taking reality into account. It didn't seem to the Marquise. This is how he openly poisons the Duchess of the greatest family in the Empire. But what's wrong with this lady? She has nothing to lose or something. In the eyes of the Marquise, there was only poisonous bile and bloodlust. The scoundrel took pleasure in seeing the fear and resentment of her daughter. The girl was really terribly scared. Minus 10 years of life, Ivan should also note that the Marquise's daughter has changed a lot. Well, then they decided that Viscountess Ivan would teach Miss Everett. She has many students from secular circles. This is very useful. And why did the disgusting mother suddenly decide to end their conversation quickly? And when did she manage to decide everything for the Duchess? By the way, my mother learned that her dear daughter did not deign to send money to her younger brother. At first, the Marquise wanted to tell her daughter something, but when she saw her in person, she was convinced that Aranel was firm in her decision and changed her mind. She is so confident that she will not back down from her choice, and Marquise Saxon respects her daughter's decision regarding Kyle. Let the Duchess of Valois entrust the case of Everett to her mother, and the Marchioness of Saxe give her the case of Denis. What this lady just said, the girl didn't understand a word at all. What does Denise care? Why does the Marquise need Dorian? In fact, the Marquise is generally fluent in monologue. She does not need her daughter to answer. Aranel here serves only as a background. The girl didn't even notice how today's entire conversation went. This woman could clearly influence her daughter's consciousness. The Duchess could not answer this woman normally, and in the end agreed. She even escorted this snake along with the Viscountess. Lady Ivan did not say that she did not like Lady Valois, but something persistently and anxiously was born in her memory of her. But what exactly was it? That's why the girl wanted to think about this teacher. But why the Marquise has such an effect on her? Maybe it's the character's habit of listening to her mother unquestioningly. But if this were so, then the character's attitude towards the kids could not change either. That is, the problem is in the girl herself. And not at all in Aranel. Apparently this woman reminds the girl herself of someone. Someone also suppressed her will. An imperious and merciless gaze. A steely, indifferent voice. A constant feeling of anxiety next to this woman. Marquise Saxon assured her daughter that no matter how hard she tried to live her own life, she would never be able to disown blood ties. But it's true that a girl really can't get rid of such a vile mother and a worthless younger brother. They won't leave her, obviously. This look, the manner of speech, the movements and body language of this woman, all these markers were incredibly familiar to the girl in the body of her character. Suddenly, the terrible mother-in-law covered her mouth with her hand. She finally felt the necessary awareness. For her, it was natural maternal dominance. It was her own habit in real life. Her mother always insisted that she was her daughter. No matter what she did, she was her daughter. After all, the girl does not want to disappoint her beloved mother. The mother loves her daughter very much. From a very early age, the girl was taught that she could not go against her own mother. There was no worse crime in the world, no matter what her mother did. That is why, for a girl as an adult, the sweetest thing and the worst thing was always her own mother. The girl could never find the core and strength in herself to go against the will of her mother, so that she would not create. The terrible mother-in-law wrapped herself in a cozy blanket. She wanted this unpleasant day to end as soon as possible. After this disgusting tea party, the Duchess of Valois still had a vile aftertaste. But this was not the most vile thing in the whole situation. The worst feeling came to Aranel right now. Lying in her bed, she finally realized what was common between her and her character. Viscountess Ivan asked Marquise Saxon if everything would be all right, and what exactly the teacher was worried about now. The teacher got the impression that the young Duchess of Valois didn't like her at all, so that's the point. To be honest, Marquise Sax was also surprised by her daughter's behavior during their tea party. This was clearly not Arenelle's custom before. After all, the current Duchess has always been weak-willed, obeyed her mother in everything, and now she suddenly dared to look her in the eye and contradict her. Oh, these kids always think that they can decide something on their own, but they always do as adults tell them. The dangerous Marquise tore the flower from its stem and then sharply squeezed it in her hand. But in the end, Arenelle is still her daughter. Therefore, no matter what the Marquise Sax does or says, her daughter will never be able to go against the will of her mother. At the beginning, when Arenelle's mother received her letter, she began to doubt, because her daughter first wanted to think, and not meekly follow her mother's order. In addition, the Duchess of Valois stopped sending money to her younger brother. The Marquise did not yet understand why there had been such changes, and wanted to find out personally. And it was with this new thought and slight fears that the Marquise of Saxe and Viscountess Ivan arrived at her daughter's estate. During the tea party, the imperious madam noted that her daughter had never dared to look at her like that directly in her life. Then the woman thought that Arenelle had really changed, but at the first steely glance of her mother, this girl began to tremble cowardly. There was fear and despair in the purple eyes. The woman always sensed them in her daughter. These feelings were so obvious and strong. Marquise Saxon became convinced that her daughter was still weak-willed, cowardly, and an insignificant executor of her will. Mrs. Saxon immediately recognized in her daughter her usual expression of submissiveness and helpfulness. For this reason, Viscountess Ivan simply has nothing to worry about. Everything will be exactly as they planned. A few days later, the Viscountess actually became Miss Everett's teacher. Doriana greeted Mrs. Ivan. Duchess von Valois invited the teacher to come to the estate. The little girl was already tired of waiting for her teacher. In this case, let Miss Everett take the teacher to where their lesson will be. Well, there is nothing to worry about. There were no problems with Arenelle. However, the mistress of the duchy wanted to talk with the teacher before the start of their lessons with the girl. Of course, the Viscountess listens carefully to the mistress. If Miss Ivan does not mind, the Duchess of von Valois will be present at all of their activities with the baby. Viscountess Ivan nodded her head dutifully. Let the girl do as she sees fit. 1 minute, how to be present. No one has ever observed her teaching before, but Doriana is still very young, so Arenelle will be calmer this way. Lady Valois will simply watch silently. She will not disturb them or interfere, but that is not the problem at all. What then is the essence of the protest? Is the teacher really going to do something in class that the Duchess should not see? Of course, the teacher is not going to do anything like that. Well, Arenelle's jokes. In this case, they agreed on everything. The woman immediately grimaced. This girl is too vigilant now. What came over her? The Marquise suppressed her will. But in any case, the teacher is not going to deviate from her intentions. First of all, she will have to earn Arenelle's trust. Today is the first lesson, so instead of studying, they will take a little time to decide where to start. Have them open the book and read the 3rd page. Doriana began to read. Scarlet flames shot up into the sky. Smiles appeared on their faces, because the night of the festival had begun. The teacher immediately cut off the little main character dryly. That's enough. The girl is too clamped and constrained. Let Miss Everett straighten her back and square her shoulders. From vocalizations to posture, Doriana will have to learn everything from scratch. The baby is sweet and beautiful. Why suddenly Ivan began to find fault with her. The Viscountess immediately noted the angry look of the Duchess. Yes, this lady is ready to bite off the head of her daughter's offender with her teeth. You need to be more careful in choosing your words. Let the little one put the book down. Let Miss Everett not worry. If she begins to study with Ivan, they will quickly learn everything, and Doriana will become a wonderful girl. Can the little girl really become like this? Because since childhood, she has only heard about her worthlessness. Of course, under the guidance of Viscountess Doriana, will become a real flower of society. The little girl can ask Lady von Valois. But the girl didn't know. Doriana's mother was also taught by Viscountess Ivan herself. Is this really true? This should be asked from the current Duchess of the most powerful family in the empire, right? The girl nodded reservedly. Doriana immediately beamed. Then if the girl begins to study with Ivan, she can also become such an incredible person like her mother. The little girl understood everything absolutely correctly. Miss Everett just needs to trust her teacher, that's all. The little main character will do her best. The girl agrees with her teacher and will not let her mother down. In this case, Viscountess Ivan was glad to meet her new student. It was time for her to return. This persistent lady, who knew that she was intertwining Aranel herself, does not want to give up influence and lose control. However, it worked flawlessly for this girl. Doriana babbled that she would try harder than anyone else to become like her mother. The Duchess always believes in her baby, but she must remember that without any lessons, the girl is incredibly beautiful. If this little angel likes new activities, then let them have them. Just let Doriana not overdo it. The girl felt a catch with her whole body. Well, this person cannot turn out to be a conscientious teacher with love for his work. The little girl handed the envelope to her mother. The teacher asked her to give it to her and said that it was necessary for class. Well, that's exactly what the girl thought. The entire sheet of paper was covered in writing by the teacher's hand. There were strange and unknown books on the list, as well as a huge list of necessary accessories, a violin, a harp, and all this must be bought in her store. That is, Ivan combines training with a share in the business, which means her goal is to sell attributes for classes and receive a share. This is expensive, but reasonable. Should the girl buy all this? Doriana liked the Viscountess, and such expenses are commonplace for the duchy, but the imposition of will is annoying. Then it dawned on the girl, this is obviously not the only goal of this woman in the duchy. This is probably just the first stage. And if you think like that, then the position of the Marquise Saxon becomes clear. How it infuriates the girl. How dare they use her for their own purposes. Mother is sure that Aranel will continue to behave like a submissive and weak-willed idiot. Touching her, the Marquise should not have interfered with Doriana. This is a big mistake. Viscountess Ivan's face showed sincere amazement at what her former student had just said. Apparently, the teacher had heard it wrong. The mistress of the estate is sure that the teacher heard everything correctly. The Duchess is not going to buy anything from this list. The girl is ready to repeat these words again for her little girl's teacher. Not a single item will be purchased from those that the Viscountess requires. Madame is going to teach the girl etiquette. Why does she claim that the violin and harp will soon be needed, or whether they are already moving on to music with Doriana? Those books are very strange. There are official textbooks on etiquette. Why does a girl need textbooks that Ivan herself wrote? But the Viscountess wrote her manuals specifically for her training of young aristocrats. It would be useful for the girl to study them. The girl stretched out in a victorious smile. Duchess von Valois will not purchase a single product from Viscountess Ivan. What's wrong with this brat? With the Duchess's wealth, it's a trifle. This girl simply leaves her no choice. Apparently branded goods named after Ivan are too expensive for the von Valois family. The Viscountess does not know something about the financial situation of the duchy, since the situation is so bad that Aranel cannot buy educational materials for her child. Since this is the case, Ivan is ready to make a discount, and to prevent rumors from spreading, the Viscountess will make sure to explain the situation to other families. What a vile brat! She threatens to spread rumors about Valois' financial difficulties if Aranel does not buy her goods. What a low-level provocation. The Viscountess is so generous to her students, but in difficult times we need to help each other. The most powerful family has no financial difficulties. Then let the Duchess buy educational materials at full price. The girl has already said no. She's a greedy bastard. Such expenses will not become burdensome for the Duchy of von Valois. However, the other noble families that Ivan mentioned will become a problem, which is what her former student is talking about. Aranel doesn't care about the rumors that Ivan tried to scare her with. The girl will not allow such manipulations. The mistress of the estate will not allow this trash to use her name as a means of earning money. The Viscountess must understand that this will never happen. The girl wants her business to prosper, but is not going to lend the Valois name for her purposes. So the mistress of the estate quite clearly explained to the Viscountess the main idea of their conversation. She understood what Aranel wanted to say. How could this brat know everything about the true goals of the Viscountess and Marchioness of Saxe? Did this girl really guess it herself? Miss Ivan understood everything. The reason why this lady volunteered to become a teacher for the girl was solely for money. Of course, the Viscountess's business of selling useless textbooks at inflated prices failed, but rumors of their acquisition by the Duchy of Valois would change everything. And Marquise Saxon obviously has something to do with the Viscountess's inept business, which is why she insisted on training with Ivan. It would be better if this rotten woman openly declared that she decided to raise Ivan's business, and she used the child for her dark machinations. And what will the Viscountess do now? Having not achieved the goal, will the little girl leave her position as a teacher? But Ivan announced the official start of the exercises. An unexpected move. Does this reptile really have a strong sense of responsibility? Doriana looked at the textbook she gave. This reptile definitely has a completely different intention. You need to be vigilant and keep an eye on it. So the days passed. the teacher continued to just teach the charming girl new knowledge without arousing suspicion. On one of these days, the Duchess of the great family even fell asleep from boredom, having lost vigilance in her observations. The girl was awakened by the voice of Viscountess Ivan. The woman announced that she and Doriana had finished today's lesson. So 2 weeks have already passed, and no more problems have been received from the Viscountess about whether this snake has really gone to the bottom. The main character approached the Duchess von Valois warily. Every day the girl became more and more charming. Mother shouldn't worry so much about Doriana. The girl will really handle everything, she promises that. Therefore, the Duchess should not force herself to watch Miss Everett. When Mother is so tired, Doriana will not let her down. Well, now the little girl thinks that the girl is watching her, and not the vile Viscountess Ivan. It turned out awkward. However, the mistress of the estate simply cannot tell the little girl that her teacher is actually a generator of greed and manipulation. Since the little girl started talking herself, it might be worth considering classes in the future without the participation of Lord Valois. Let the girl think about her girl, because this is very burdensome for the baby. She is trying with all her might to jump over her head. The head of the most powerful family agreed with Viscountess Ivan, the law teacher, about the girl's behavior. It often happens that children cannot concentrate due to the close supervision of their parents. After all, in the end, the girl is sure that her mother is walking around and watching her, and as a result, she complicates Doriana's life. Baron asked anxiously and puzzledly whether his wife was sleeping well and feeling well lately, and why this question at all now. The strong and warm hand of the charming young man slowly reached out to his wife's face. The girl did not dodge or move away. Duke von Valois has long had the impression that something is persistently tormenting and bothering the mistress of the estate. However, the girl must understand one simple truth. There is no such person who would be good from the very beginning. For this reason, Arenelle should not torture herself so much. It is enough to just slowly move towards her goal. Therefore, the captivating young man really hopes that his wife will take care of herself at least a little. The young man also asks that his request be understood correctly, even if it seems selfish to the Duchess of Valois. Why should the young master's words seem selfish to his wife? Because the young man cares about her in this way. It's just that lately, the girl's whole head has been filled with worry about dear Dorian, but Arenelle has learned everything. Since the handsome Duke insists on his request, the girl will definitely take care of herself much better. What the hell is the girl talking about? The words came out of her mouth on their own. The cheeks of the terrible mother-in-law turned red. The young man is very happy to hear this. If his wife refused to rest, he was thinking of locking the girl in the room and forcing her to quit all her affairs. Every time the terrible mother-in-law witnesses the captivating smile of a young man, her heart is so excited. Well, it's already quite late. It's time for the Duchess to go to her personal chambers and prepare for a long and useful sleep. The little main character charmingly pouted and blushed. Well, what is this charming angel trying to say? To be honest, his mother was very concerned about his behavior and did not want Elliot to keep his worries to himself. It seems to the boy that Doriana hates him, but what is he talking about? This simply cannot be. This is definitely nonsense. However, lately the younger Duke keeps asking the girl to take a walk or play with him and hears a refusal in response. Doriana always refers to her studies and quickly runs away from her future groom. The girl has definitely stopped wanting to communicate with him. Previously, the kids simply couldn't play together, but now it's difficult for them to even just see each other briefly. Elliot is very sad without her. Doriana definitely hated him. What nonsense. The boy knows how much his future bride studies. But since it's really just a matter of the educational process, then this is also a problem, isn't it? Is it really possible to give a young body so much stress every day without time to rest? This will have a detrimental effect on her health. After all, a whole month had already passed since Arenelle stopped attending classes. Doriana wanted to increase classes and the amount of educational material. It didn't matter to the girl, but whether the girl herself would feel okay, because the load was already on the verge. And so for a whole month now, the baby has been studying in her room for days on end, and it's really just not safe anymore. Well, the charming boy's concern makes sense. We definitely need to address this issue. The little Duke is right. This cannot be ignored. Mother will try to talk to Doriana about the excessive workload. And now the terrible mother-in-law was already standing at the door of her future daughter-in-law's bedroom. The girl knocked, but there was no answer. Then the mistress of the estate worriedly went inside the girl's room. Doriana was fine. She did not answer the knock for a long time. The poor child simply fell asleep right behind the study materials, as if the little one would soon take an exam on which her future depended. The beautiful emerald eyes no longer shone so brightly. They were exhausted and exhausted. The baby was clearly exhausted. The girl noticed her mother in her bedroom. Something happened. For some reason, the Duchess went into Miss Everett's room. This needs to be ended immediately. It hurts the girl to watch how her light and childhood simply fade away in the little girl. The Duchess of Valois sat down next to her charming girl. Mother came because she was very worried about her. The little girl doesn't need to overwork herself so much. Doriana is only 9 years old. Instead of unhealthy studies, she should devote more time to games and relaxation. But games and relaxation are not as important now as what the baby will become in the future. This is much more important than children's fun. Only if Doriana works hard will she be able to become like her outstanding mother, who even said that to the girl. Founder Ivan said so. The girl immediately flushed. Aranel knew that this reptile tried hard. Such a fierce flame emanated from the owner of the place that it burned those around her. What a vile person she is. And how does a girl imagine an outstanding adult? Well, he should listen carefully and praise, and also read fairy tales well. It's also delicious to bake crispy cookies, of course. Doriana is saying everything correctly, or the girl is talking complete nonsense. Not at all. The little girl is just smart. She said everything correctly. Only an outstanding adult can do what Doriana listed. Well, how charming and sweet the main character is. The girl could just stand and admire her all day. Aranel leaned towards the girl's ear. In fact, she herself has no idea what it's like to be an outstanding adult. This cannot be, because Mother is the most outstanding adult Doriana knows. The Duchess is truly happy that the girl considers her this way, but Aranel herself is often not sure how and what she should do. Is it really true that sometimes Mother is also not sure? It seems incredibly difficult to be an outstanding adult. That's exactly how it is. However, the girl can do something now. While Doriana is still small, let her live like an outstanding child. That is, eat well, play a lot, and rest. It's really difficult to become an outstanding person. If you could become like that just by studying, then every second person was like that. And then the Rondini would also become outstanding. After all, they studied a lot. But in the girl's opinion, they became great. Not at all. That's right. Mother grabbed the young miss by her little hand, so Aranel really asks her to listen to her. They will think about how to become an outstanding adult when Doriana grows up, but for now, she will live the life of an outstanding child. By the way, Elliot really misses the girl. Just don't let Dorian tell him. It will be their secret. If the boy finds out, he'll be angry. The little girl laughed loudly. Now the girl saw how difficult it was to become an outstanding adult. The angel with emerald eyes understood everything. To become an outstanding adult, you need to be an outstanding child. From now on, Doriana promised her mother to study less. It is simply necessary to become an outstanding child. And now the little main character couldn't get enough of meeting his future bride. Was the girl really here? Elliot doesn't quite understand what sweet Dorian is talking about, but now they can enjoy playing together. Of course, the girl also wants to play. Well, everything was resolved. But something was bothering the girl, and did not leave her. The Duchess again tried to understand and cling to this feeling, but the girl still did not understand what caused her discomfort. The girl was only sure that a significant threat was coming from Teacher Ivan and her mother, the Marquise, and she needed to deal with it. Meanwhile, the vile Marquise Saxon listened to another report from the Viscountess. Her daughter cut the girls' classes in half. Mrs. Ivan is very ashamed that this happened. She is letting the Marquise down. She has no need to apologize at all. However, at such a time, it is worth using your head more, because now everything is not going according to their joint plan. How about looking at their plan in the shorter term? What does the Viscountess think? Since the current mistress of the duchy is now in a certain peace and has lowered her vigilance, it's time to start. After all, Mrs. Ivan was probably also thinking about something similar. The Marquise looked carefully at the woman. Of course, the teacher was also thinking about speeding up. They just need to act faster. So Marchioness Saxon believes that Viscountess Ivan will be able to live up to her expectations. Let her begin immediately. Duchess von Valois was distracted from her daily routine by the sweet, angelic voice of her girl. Mother is not very busy. Doriana made puppy dog eyes, and the girl can watch her mother fulfill her obligations. But there is nothing interesting in the girl's duties. But the girl learned during classes that she too would have to do this over time. Of course, it's still a little early, but the little girl thought that it would be nice to at least watch her mother at work. Not a little too early, but too early for such interests. Viscountess Ivan began to act much more actively and quickly. However, learning something is a noble thing. Let the girl not be shy and ask if she has any questions. The Duchess of Valois will happily answer all her questions, and if Doriana suddenly gets tired of this, then let her not hold back and do something else. Something doesn't seem like the little main character is enjoying new knowledge or the time they will spend together. In general, the baby rather looks nervous and depressed, as if the girl feels some kind of burden or something. Something is definitely wrong here. The Duchess knows this girl well. Viscountess Ivan is definitely involved here. There is something that the young miss cannot tell. The girl will not put pressure on Doriana, but will carefully find out. So checking the expenses looks like this. First they check the accounting books, then the expense items. The girl may have questions, but she doesn't. The little girl has already learned a lot. So much time has already passed, and the little heroine is still in a tense and restrained state. Maybe something happened at Miss Everett's, and there is something that puts Dorian in a difficult position. In no case, there is definitely nothing like that. The girl began to clumsily get out and evade her mother's questions. Well, whatever the girl wants, if in the future she needs her mother's help, then Doriana will call her. Doriana lowered her head. The girl could not tell her mother anything, although she really wanted to share her secret. The night fell. Elliot's future bride quietly and furtively looked around to make sure that she was alone here, after which the little lady was already making her way along the dark corridor to the office of the Duchess von Valois. With every little step she took, the little girl felt more and more clearly a growing fear that they might suddenly see her. So the mistress of the estate did not freeze her study today. This turned out to be very useful for Miss Everett. The girl opened the door. It creaked unpleasantly and gave way. Doriana cautiously looked inside the office. The young heroine was incredibly scared. Her heart was heavy, her cheeks were on fire, but she was definitely doing everything right. Ivan wanted to make classes more efficient since the number of lessons was reduced, or so she told her naive student. And when Miss Everett becomes an adult, she will have to deal with a lot of ledgers, and there's nothing more useful than practice. Therefore, the little girl will be able to learn a lot by seeing the accounting books of the duchy in person. The teacher is sure of this. And so the little main character sneaked under the cover of darkness into her mother's study to fulfill the edification of the vile Ivan. The more important the ledger, the better it will be for studying. But the girl won't be able to get it just like that. She needs to watch her mother. Find out where these reports are kept, then insert the key into the lock of the second drawer and turn it. The most important documents are there. The rotten reptile gave very clear instructions on how to steal the ledgers of the Duchy of von Valois. The girl remembered that her mother put the key to the second box with books in the top one. You just need to look for it there. And here is the very key that will open the way for Miss Everett to new knowledge and make her an outstanding personality. Teacher Ivan told the girl to be very careful. No one should notice that Doriana was taking these books. And finally, the second box gave way and rolled forward. Did the little heroine really succeed? Before the little girl's eyes were the stern and demanding eyes of her mentor, the woman ordered Doriana to bring her these books. The young student really turned out to be very obedient and diligent. She quickly completed her task. Now she needs to take the materials to Miss Ivan. However, the charming girl could not shake the feeling that she was doing something wrong, because this was not a good act. In fact, this is a full-fledged theft. Doriana really wanted to tell her mother about everything at least now. But if the future Duchess tells the whole story, she will have to admit that she tried to commit a crime. But Duchess von Valois was always on Miss Everett's side, always unconditionally took her side and trusted her boundlessly. And the last time, when vile maids tried to frame the girl herself and accuse her of theft, Mother didn't even listen to anyone. Aranel was always confident in her girl and never doubted her for a second. The girl protected her from their first meeting. Bitter tears of self-loathing and regret for what she had done rolled down the little main character's cheeks. How could a girl do this to her mother? Because the Duchess always cared so much about the baby, but she neglected it like that. Doriana constantly brings nothing but trouble to her guardian, and this is in response to the endless kindness and love of the mistress of the estate. If only Mother would again help the baby get out of this black hole of doubt, help her find a way out and the right solution. The girl cried bitterly in the middle of her mother's study under the cover of darkness. Then a voice interrupted Doriana's torment. The girl would have recognized this feminine, caring voice from a million others. Her adored mother came into the office. Duchess von Valois heard everything correctly now. The future daughter-in-law needs her help and participation, doesn't she? The terrible mother-in-law heard her girl correctly. Doriana needs Aranel, and therefore called her for help. The astonished girl dropped her mother's ledger on the floor in surprise. But how could Aranel read her thoughts and immediately appear next to her? Doriana begged to forgive her and save her. The girl had done a terrible crime and was ready to take full responsibility for her actions. The baby is so guilty before her guardian, but she will never do this again. Let her mother forgive her just once. The terrible mother-in-law rushed to the frightened child and began to hug Miss Everett tightly. What nonsense. Everything is fine. The girl should stop torturing herself and punishing herself. The girl is nearby and still loves her. After all, her baby had such a hard time. It was all her mother's fault. The Duchess of Valois should have guessed about everything earlier. The sweet girl's face turned red and stung from salty tears. Her mother is so kind and bright. Even now she blames herself for Doriana's misdeed. Miss Everett is well aware of the gravity of her action. This is a full-fledged crime, so the little girl is ready for her punishment. The young heroine must clearly understand that Doriana's current behavior is not her fault. The little girl is naive and open to people, and due to her wonderful childhood qualities, the girl was used by a bad adult. However, this is really the fault of the mother herself, because Arenelle, as an adult, was obliged to stop all this in time. So the girl has nothing to worry about, much less reproach herself. Adults are to blame for everything, but not a naive child. The terrible mother-in-law plopped down heavily on her bed. How could the girl allow this to happen, being confident in the treachery of this woman? After all, her ladyship understood perfectly well that the snake was only biding its time and would not stop. All the facts pointed to this. How could Arenelle be so careless? The girl was so proud that she was able to unravel the Viscountess's hidden intentions at the very beginning. The terrible mother-in-law should have been more careful and paid more attention to this, but she simply stepped aside, considering herself the smartest. And now Doriana has a real trauma to her soul. The girl will feel vile and guilty for a long time. The little heroine was so frightened. Her heart was torn with guilt, and it was all because of the girl herself. At first, Arenelle could not object to her mother and let her accomplice into the house, realizing that this was not good, and then she simply stepped aside. The next morning, the terrible mother-in-law was also tormented by disturbing thoughts and awareness of her own guilt. Baron's voice was heard. The captivating young man was already standing right in front of the girl and worriedly asking if his wife was okay. The head of the great family knocked several times, but there was no answer from the girl, and the young man decided to enter. He apologizes for his rudeness. The head of the duchy has heard rumors about what Viscountess Ivan dared to do. This woman has no excuses. The teacher crossed the line and took advantage of the little fragile consciousness of the girl. This is simply unthinkable. Stealing documents is already a serious crime. Arenelle sent a warning letter from the duchy, and also a separate letter asking for a severe punishment to His Majesty the Emperor. She duplicated the letter of protest, but the girl is worried. The Duke of Valois can handle this better. Initially, everything should have been discussed with her husband, but Arenelle involuntarily screwed it up again. The handsome young man called out to his wife and looked into her exhausted purple eyes. The girl must stop. The mistress of the estate already looks sick and weakened. All these situations are not at all worth such torment for Arenelle. In addition to everything else, the Duchess of Von Valois again forgot what the head of the great family told her during their last conversation. The terrible mother-in-law really did not remember their last meeting, and the words of the young man at all. All thoughts were only about the girl. Baron, during their last conversation with Arenelle, urgently asked his wife to take more care of herself. The young man carefully seated the girl on a chair. But at the moment, the Duchess of Valois is taking good care of herself and fulfilling her husband's personal request. The young master has nothing to worry about. The mistress of the estate will sort everything out on her own and then take good care of herself. Indignation flared in the blue eyes of the beautiful young man. Apparently his wife herself does not know how bad she is at lying. The young Duke of Valois carefully and sensually took the girl by her cold hand. The girl does not know how to deceive at all. In addition, the young duchess can always immediately see when a girl is nervous and in her own thoughts. The head of the duchy perfectly understands the burden of guilt of his wife, her feelings and thoughts about what happened. And the charming young man did not deserve Arenelle's trust, so she claims that everything is fine and under control. The young man had previously admitted to his selfishness, so he would really like for his wife to lean on his shoulder at least sometimes. After which the dream of all girls looked warmly at his wife. What a man! How can you concentrate with him? The girl burst into nervous laughter, which betrayed the brokenness of her inner state, which is what the Duke is talking about. After all, the young Lady Everett and the Crown Duke von Valois are her children, and she is responsible for everything that happens. Arenelle needs to control herself and not fall for this superficial kindness towards her character. Apparently the young man is waiting for the Duchess to become a sobbing child, and is just waiting for Baron to sympathize with his wife just once. The young man is right. The Duchess is not fine. The girl is really very upset and disappointed in herself. But with all this, the mistress of the estate is not such an arrogant person to expect help after everything she did before. She knows her place. And in general, how can Lady von Valois count on something like that or flirt with the young Duke? The girl is very grateful for the words about support, but in fact, the very existence of the young man is already a reliable support for Aranel. After all, the wonderful gentleman cares so much about the undeserving Duchess. The young man did not quite understand his wife now. Why does the Duchess consider her husband's care to be something beyond the pale? And for what reason is Aranel unable to flirt with Baron? After all, they are spouses. Then, judging by the words of the girl herself, the Duke of Valois should also not be nice to his wife. And if this is indeed the case, then, apparently, the young gentleman is openly crossing this line with his wife. The captivating young man reverently placed the girl's hand in his. What is this guy doing? Baron is unbearably beautiful. Aranel will not withstand such pressure. The head of a great family with special tenderness put his wife's thin hand on his fantastic face, and recently he has been especially tender towards the girl. The girl was already without strength. Where could she get more resources to resist the captivatingness of this hero? But the young man clearly had no intention of stopping. Even now, Baron crosses the line when he asks to talk to him and lean on him. Well, it's simply impossible to even be close to this magnet, of course. Aranel would really like to exhale and succumb to her feelings. But one must not succumb recklessly to this kindness. The warmth of the young man's gaze, the tenderness of his touches to the girl. The terrible mother-in-law can't just take it and cry so pitifully. She can't let the feeling overwhelm her. The young man seemed to read the thoughts of his wife. The Duke looked at the girl with such awe. Everything is fine. She has nothing to be afraid of. Duke von Valois already knows that his wife is a strong person. The girl can cry and cry as much as she needs. Aranel was sure that she simply could not demonstrate her weakness, but everything changed after one phrase from the young man. In an instant, all the heroine's barriers were broken by the warmth and kindness of the beautiful young man. Emotions filled her entire soul. Why can a girl afford this? A very stupid question. The Duchess may be weak, since Baron is next to her. The Duke smiled softly and gave a not entirely clear answer, but after a short time, this answer actually made Aranel feel better. But still, the terrible mother-in-law doesn't think that she really has the right to sit like this and cry now, because everything is because of her. But the young man reached out to her heart and enveloped it. These words fell from her lips on their own and began to choke her. In a fit of self-reproach, the girl could not hold back her heavy breathing, but the quiet whisper calmed her. The girl realized that she needed this so much now. The young man allowed her to release all the poison in his body that had tormented Aranel so much. The young man noticed that his wife had already calmed down a little in his strong arms. Everything was just like that. What a disgusting thing. Aranel herself, without noticing it, disappeared into a beautiful young man. We need to get ready. With her tears, she ruined his clothes. The Duchess apologizes and will now find something to wipe her husband's clothes with, and again there will be a barrier between them. The young man hurriedly grabbed his embarrassed wife's hand. Everything was fine with him and his clothes. There was no need for this trouble. However, what is more important at the moment is whether the Duchess of Valois is okay. Let the girl sigh and think about herself now. The young man asked about the girl's condition in all seriousness. It was really important for him to know that she was all right. Of course, the mistress of the estate had already come to her senses. She didn't even notice it herself. The young man literally healed his wife. If you think so, then the strong hands of the young man seem to have enveloped Aranel in a kind of safe and reliable haze. In addition, Miss Valois sobbed so loudly for a long time in the arms of the Duke that she released all her sores. The girl's cheeks immediately blushed. The terrible mother-in-law should immediately stop spraying herself and thinking about the young man. Here, unexpectedly for herself and her husband, the Duchess simply screamed loudly and protractedly at the entire estate of the duchy. What is Aranel doing? She's about to burn with shame. The young man could just make sure that his wife is full of strength. It seems that some time ago the Duke doubted whether to say this, but now the Duchess is all right. Therefore, the young man can say that the Viscountess's rotten intentions were read between the lines, and it was clearly more than one in her head. As this is not just one intention, this reptile was planning something else. The girl didn't even really have time to think about it properly. Of course, the young man will now explain everything. No matter how much he thought about what happened, the Duke had questions about the scoundrel's motives. Judging by Miss Everett, this reptile told her to steal the important ledger of the dukedom, didn't she? After all, in the office of the mistress of the estate, there were all the important documents and reports on the conduct of their financial transactions. And how does the young lady think about the purpose for which this was done? And isn't this just theft for profit? To be honest, Aranel was only thinking about the baby, so she didn't really understand the reasons and motives of the Viscountess in her head. And if Doriana had stolen the book and given it to the Viscountess, then what would Ivan have done with these documents? Well, there are many options. If there is some kind of financial fraud, then the Viscountess could use it. However, if nothing of the kind had been discovered, then this scoundrel could have faked the fraud on her own. This rotten person could easily forge any document, and after Dorian's false machinations, she would simply return the book to its place. Now Duchess von Valois begins to understand what her husband is leading to. The intentions and possibilities of the Viscountess are crystal clear. And on that very day, the Duchess of Valois was very concerned about the behavior of her girl, so she kept a watchful eye on her. And if the girl had not felt that something was happening to the baby, Doriana most likely would have done everything. By the way, this would be a fatal loss, since after the theft of documents, the peace of the duchy could be forgotten forever. And while the beautiful young man was thinking about this, the question came to his mind why Ivan used such a method right now. Let the mistress of the estate think carefully about what happened and the execution of this crime. The Duchy of von Valois is guarded by hundreds of armed guards. This is known to absolutely everyone in the empire. In addition, the head of a great family and part-time owner of the family estate is the only swordmaster in their state. Therefore, no one even dared to think about touching the documents of the duchy, but using the girl, Ivan almost pulled off everything. Therefore, we can say with confidence that the only weak point in the Duchy of von Valois is the girl. It is Doriana Everett, the future bride of the younger duke, who may be the very hand that can threaten their great family. What does the young master mean? Is it really that the very existence of this charming girl is dangerous for the duchy? But the baby was simply used, of course. That's not what the young man meant. Doriana really isn't guilty of anything. Arenelle's purple eyes showed fear for the little girl. She really thought that the duke wanted to get rid of the child. Does the young man really look so cruel and soulless in the eyes of the young master's wife? No, not at all. This girl is a cruel person who provoked the handsome duke to show such an expression. This is a sinner, and the girl would be lying if she said that she didn't like the boy's manifestations. Arenelle again with her strange poses. So why did the Viscountess decide to go on a scam using Doriana? It's just that this whole idea sounds very dubious from the very beginning. All this sounds very illogical and does not clash with reality in any way, which is what the head of the duchy means. Ivan is a permanent teacher. This is not her temporary part-time job. She should have spent about 10 years with the girl, if all was well. If she wanted to influence the dukedom through Miss Everett, then we can assume that the Viscountess has already achieved her goal. Just a few years next to Ivan, hiding and winning the girl's favor, the teacher could make her puppet. What kind of novel is this? It's scary to be here. That's why the class teacher in the place where the girl herself lived changed every year. The fact that Ivan targeted the dukedom by calmly demanding something like this from the girl speaks more of a loss of control and anxiety. However, the Viscountess had no reason to lose her temper or worry, so it is assumed that these emotions came from another person. Well, everything sounds fair and very logical. Ivan really just started to get used to it and relax, so why the rush? Most likely, the Viscountess was simply rushed and put pressure on her, which means there was also some kind of accomplice or leader. Just a minute, is the young gentleman really leading his wife's thoughts to who exactly the rotten instigator is? The handsome young man nodded evenly and calmly. The girl understood him absolutely correctly. There was only one such person. From the very beginning, only this vile organism showed special interest when the search for a teacher for the baby was still underway. Meanwhile, the Viscountess was already begging for forgiveness from her mistress. She did not know that everything would turn out this way. The steel-faced Marquise does not understand Ivan. The Viscountess must keep her face, what she is trying to say. And if the Viscountess behaves in this way, she thereby puts the Marquise in a difficult position. The Marquise has no idea what the reason for this behavior is. Ivan better return to the mansion and rest. She will find a way to help her. If Ivan can just remain silent, then this will help Saxon a lot. Let the Marquise's servants escort the guest to her estate. The Viscountess shouted that she trusted only her mistress. Even if this fool remained silent, everything still looked too obvious. And now how can Marquise Saxon get out of this whole situation? Because the situation is extremely serious and dangerous. Everything inside the vile instigator was burning. Why the hell did this rubbish make such a mistake? Now it will cost both of them too much. This insignificant woman, Saxon ordered her to find a quick way, and she immediately sent the brat to steal the accounts from under her nose. And after all her stupidity, this impudent woman also ran to the Marquise. She had to immediately shout on the street that Sax had organized everything. Damn it. How could you so mediocrely lose your only opportunity? You need to calm down first. The Marquise will always remain innocent. The situation has already happened. the Duchy of Valois will definitely point to the Marquise as the inspiration, because it was she who forced her daughter to hire Ivan. After all, the Marquise was so afraid of missing out on such a rare chance and was excited, so she showed carelessness. This was a rare chance to grab an unbeatable hand, to win a fortune in a game with extremely high stakes. At the tea party, rumors spread about the search for a tutor, but her daughter did not say a word to the Marquise, and in this the rotten scoundrel saw her opportunity. The Marquise then declared that there was no point in Arenelle contacting her mother over such trifles, but inside, she was furious that this rubbish dared not consult with her. And from what family does the younger Duke's future bride come from? Members of the Everett County family died several years ago in a terrible accident. This county has nothing left but a vile honor and name that continues to crumble. I wonder why they care about the girl. This question interested many people because the Everett family ended up with only one child named Doriana, a little girl who has nothing but an engagement relationship with the Duchy of Valois. She has no one to rely on. And now this desired chance, the Marquise decided to immediately take advantage of the orphan and seize on her vulnerability. If the Marquise can grab hold of this brat, then Saxe will seize the future of the entire Grand Duchy of Von Valois. This thought burst out like a bolt from the blue. It was the joy of intrigue that the old reptile had not experienced for a long time. So as not to act on her own, Ivan was chosen. But Arenelle began to act completely differently from what her mother had expected. Her daughter ordered her to wait for her decision, and did not immediately carry out her order. Then the Marquise began to suspect that the Duchess probably suspected something, and that was why she was behaving this way. That is why the Marchioness made the mistake of personally appearing at her daughter's estate, and now this mistake has become fatal. Even if the scoundrels acted initially according to their plan, and nothing would change, the risk would still remain. The vile Marquise's first plan was to take possession of the will and consciousness of the future Duchess of Von Valois. However, this excellent plan was ruined right at the root by that useless Arenelle. Why the hell did she get involved in her mother's affairs? The Duchess reduced the number of classes by half, and it was now unclear how to organize a meeting between Doriana and the Marchioness of Saxe. With fewer training hours, it took more time to suppress the girl. Initially, a year or two was allotted for this. But if everything has changed so much, it is now completely unknown how much time it will take the Viscountess. But can Saxena trust the Viscountess with such a mission? Will Ivan be faithful to her for several years? It was necessary to become the teacher herself. Ivan, whom the Marquise promoted, became a double-edged sword. Saxon became nervous. The bastard was worried that this sword would target her herself. She became impatient and ordered to act as soon as possible. And in the end, the only chance was missed. The attackers were exposed, and all because of the greed of the Marquise. However, there is another serious factor that provoked such an outcome in this whole story. Insignificant daughter, did Arenelle begin to deliberately confuse her mother's cards, because the mistakes were caused by this very girl. The attempt to steal the Viscountess's important documents, as well as the involvement of the Marquise of Saxe in this, is quite obvious, and there is evidence. However, all the incriminating circumstances are not enough for them to become decisive, so the Marquise can deny everything and continue to live calmly. But there is one important point. If the actions of the Marquise's daughter were calculated from the very beginning, there is a serious risk. And it is in this case that you can't just sit quietly. On the contrary, you need to immediately start acting against this girl and make a deal with her. Meanwhile, in the beautiful fragrant garden, two little heroes squealed with delight at how beautiful it was here. Is it possible that today, the members of the Von Valois family will try the serving desserts in this very place, as if they were on a picnic? Well, it's really a wonderful day. Such pleasant weather, friendly sun, wonderful atmosphere. Let the children try the strawberry cake. A charming angel with emerald eyes greedily swallowed a boatload of strawberry cake. What a cutie! This is a wonderful treatment. All past worries immediately disappear if you have something sweet on hand. Arenelle would like to just forget everything and relax with the children, but the Duke said that now we just need to observe. Okay, we should devote time to the children. The servant interrupted the family idyll of the Duchy of Vaud and announced to the Duke and Duchess that a certain guest had arrived at the estate. The Marchioness of Saxe arrived at the family mansion. The girl just wanted to forget everything and just enjoy her vacation when this scoundrel appeared. A few days ago, the Duchess was thinking about what she could do if her rotten mother was behind all this. At that point in time, the duchy could not directly confront the Marchioness of Saxe due to a lack of decisive evidence. Everything that was voiced by the young gentleman is only his assumption, definitely true but not proven. As long as the duchy does not have sufficient evidence, given the way the Viscountess was interrogated, the vile marquise is unlikely to even open her mouth. It would be best to pretend and let go of the situation. Saxena has always acted carefully, but now she might slip up. Therefore, the Duke and Duchess have no choice but to wait for the main instigator to make her mistake. The terrible mother-in-law agreed with her husband, but understanding the rotten nature of her mother, this did not seem very reliable. However, sometimes the best strategy is to do nothing and wait for the attacker to bury himself. It was unbearably difficult to do anything in such a situation. The scoundrel appeared on their doorstep. Maybe this was the very oversight that Baron was talking about. The girl turned to her most beautiful husband and smiled at him with only purple eyes. Now is the time. His wife had nothing to worry about. The marquise was always careful and did not come without warning. But here she appeared without an invitation. And in all likelihood, and given all the events taking place, it is the Marquise of Saxe who should be worried now. Wow, the captivating hero is again trying to smile mechanically. Arenelle somehow felt creepy. This is a very rude visit, so it's okay if the Duke also sees his mother-in-law. Let the children finish their sweets. The charming young man looked at the girl with an approving glance and invited his wife to go to the estate for a meeting. The young man continued to support his wife without words. They were not needed. Everything was so clear. In fact, the Duchess did not feel at all ready to talk to this reptile. But suddenly, this was an opportunity to punish her. Lady von Valois still did not know what would be the right thing to do, whether to call the Marquise a vile criminal or not. What is more important is whether the girl can even stand up to her mother and win such an important battle. We are talking about harm to her family, and she still feels like a doormat. On that very day, Arenelle was afraid to even look at her mother, so she allowed herself to be pushed around and weakly followed her orders. Will the Duchess be able to answer properly this time? The Marchioness is not even a real mother for the girl. However, this vile creature is a full-fledged copy of her own mother. The reliable hand of her husband rested on the girl's shoulder. The charming young man was next to her. She and the Duchess of Valois would go through all this together. She should not worry. The mistress's cheeks immediately burst into flames. The girl is already beginning to get used to such manifestations and enjoy them. Miss Arenelle had just experienced déjà vu in her office. The charming young man had already become a support for her with precisely these same words. The same warm and even look, reliable and sensual touches, correctly chosen words. What's wrong with this embodiment of everyone's dreams? Baron is simply unbearably beautiful. You need to immediately pull yourself together and get it out of your head. Arenelle, without noticing it, began to hit herself on the head. The young man thought that apparently his wife was gathering her thoughts like that. And so the married couple approached the door of the office. The butler announced that the Marchioness of Saxe was already waiting for a meeting. You cannot lose heart and will. Categorically stop agreeing with her on everything and nod at the actions of the scoundrel. The vile reptile was surprised to see her husband, whom the entire empire feared, at a personal meeting with her daughter. Well, the Marquise acted rudely by not warning about her visit, but she is glad that the Duke of Valois decided to greet her personally. This head of the duchy acted rashly, going with his wife to meet his mother, but a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. If Mr. Valois wants to see the Marquise, then nothing prevents this at any other time. Baron will take advantage of this. And so these two immediately began their opposition. Marquise Saxe visited the estate today to speak privately with her beloved daughter. But the Duke stubbornly ignored the reptile. The young man suggested so. Let them not pay attention to him and talk. The scoundrel is sure that with their conversations, they will disturb the young master. Not at all. The Duke will be pleased to watch them. The charming hero invited his wife to sit more comfortably on the sofa, but the Marchioness of Saxon imperiously called out to her daughter. The scoundrel does not think that at the moment her daughter is suitable for the role of a good mistress of the estate and duchess. Arenelle is like a little child who needs a guardian in the form of the Duke of Valois nearby just to talk to his mother. Therefore, the Marquise gets the impression that it is not her daughter who is desperately avoiding being alone with her, and this upsets her mother so much. A painful impulse ran through the girl. This woman knows where to push. Arenelle's consciousness constantly reacts to her bullying. The handsome Duke was indignant and decided to stand up for the girl, but his wife interrupted him and ordered him to listen to her. The young man looked at his wife in amazement. The girl looked clearly unconfident and depressed, and this is not the best option for winning. However, the Duchess of von Valois urgently asked her husband to leave them with their mother in privacy. Everything is in order. So the head of the duchy listened to the girl and left the room. A heavy and oppressive silence hung in the room. The Marquise is simply surprised that the great Baron von Valois just listened to his careless wife and left them. To be honest, The mother was sure that this young man would not give up until the last moment and would begin to eavesdrop on them. This woman does not consider her daughter to be anyone at all. Aranel is a complete non-entity for her. Of course, the Marchioness doesn't even think that the Duke decided to share his suspicions with her pathetic and worthless daughter. Most likely, this reptile believes that Baron treats her with suspicion, and her daughter will help her weak-willedly deceive her husband. By calling the Duchess of Valois a small child who needs a guardian to talk to her mother, Saxe clearly provoked her daughter. The bastard, through pressure, provided them with the opportunity to remain alone. The Marquise is now very impatient. This vile woman is trying to do absolutely everything to turn the situation in her favor, committing open manipulations. The Duke warned that the Marquise's patience was clearly running out, and this always leads to total mistakes. The mistress of the estate clenched her fists. The girl must now defend not only herself, but also her children and husband, and not let them be offended. Therefore, now is the time to force this snake to bury itself. You need to give it a reason to make a fatal mistake. Today's visit of this insignificant person should be a peremptory one-way ticket for her. So, when the annoying obstacle has been removed, the Marquise can finally talk to her daughter about important things. And what was this reptile up to this time? So she immediately and directly got to the point, although she has always been like this. In the current situation, there is no point in pretending that Aranel does not know anything, since the daughter herself asked the Duke to leave the room. Therefore, it is quite obvious to the mother that her weak-willed daughter is ready to make a deal with the Marquise, even if she doesn't waste time and talk. How interesting, on the other hand, as expected. We need to watch this whole situation a little more, what kind of deal we are talking about. Let the daughter finish her inept game, or the mother needs to understand herself, then take care of everything and give her what she wants. To be honest, the girl didn't know how to respond to something like this. It would be nice if the Marquise did just that. A terrifying silence fell on the two interlocutors. The Marquise radiated rage that could be touched with your hands. The girl suddenly blurted out this, "And what will be the consequences now? You need to remain calm and not show your fear." The Duchess has so many different thoughts in her head right now. The girl simply doesn't know which one to grab onto. And also, the Duchess has just begun to get used to the role of a mother, so she simply cannot afford to think about anything else. The mistress of the estate turned to look at her mother, as if a serial killer was looking at her with the cold and empty look of a shark before a meal. The girl became terribly scared. This is what kind of woman she is. I want to throw her into the closet and hide her at the bottom of the sea, chaining the closet. So the Marquise will give her daughter what she wants, because she only needs one thing. It is true that Aranel will not want to deal with a stupid man. The Duchess of Valois is so happy that her mother shows such attentiveness and care to her child. We need to try to put pressure on this woman to see if the mother can tell what exactly her daughter wants. But isn't this obvious to the current Duchess of Valois, of course? The girl needs her man. The situation has not become any clearer. Even at the proposal of the Marquise Saxon, there is a feeling that even this is not enough for her daughter. Since she wants it so much, her mother will explain everything. Her clueless daughter has been married to the most powerful man in the empire for 8 years and has an heir, thereby strengthening her position. However, doesn't the head of the clan himself treat his wife as a stupid and strange girl? Which is why the Duchess still does not have any power. Aranel is the mistress of the estate, but this is only an appearance. There is not a single person here who obeys and is faithful to her. Her daughter cannot do anything on behalf of Valois, and what will happen when Baron brings his mistress into the house, and she gives birth to an heir? Then the struggle for power will begin. Aranel simply cannot survive in such conditions without her man on the estate, which is why her daughter needs her man. Mommy understood everything correctly about who will always be on the side of the Duchess, regardless of the division of factions. Of course, the best person for this role would be Marchioness Saxon herself, since the mother is able to solve all these problems. And her daughter knows this very well, which is precisely why Aranel decided to talk to her mother alone. What a professional manipulator. You can't show her your fear, because she has known her daughter since birth. Nothing surprising. The Duchess took care of the children and simply did not think about the fact that a young man could bring another girl into the house, although this is a common occurrence in novels. If the Duke were the main character, then everything would be different, but the young man is just the father of the main character. And if you think about it, then in the original storyline, the terrible mother-in-law died in agony at the hands of the executioner. What is the likelihood that the girl will also end up in this novel exactly like her character in the original line? The Duchess swallowed nervously. You need to come to your senses and not give in to panic. This lady has an unimaginable effect on the girl. Marquise Saxon definitely has a weak point. You need to hit it without showing your own weakness. A predatory smile of a winner appeared on the scoundrel's face. And what happened? The daughter heard everything from the side and was confused. Aranel has nothing to worry about. She needs to stop trembling and hit this reptile back before she swallows her. So you need to think about something pleasant and bright in order to extinguish internal anxiety. It should be some kind of strong and warm emotion. In the mind of the mistress of the estate, the image of a beautiful young man flashed through her mind, who enveloped her with such indestructible care and warmth. Baron gave his wife strength, sheltered her from the inner storm, and only with his presence made her believe in herself. The girl really felt that the young man was next to her. Her breath caught, and an impulse of memories of his touch passed through her body. This hand that held the Duchess so tightly, and at the same time softly when she shook with sobs and guilt. This tangible aura of a young man that enveloped the girl and became an island of her safety. Aranel was no longer afraid. Well, the Duchess of Valois has never been good at tricks and tricks, but it's worth a try. Aranel is really sad. The mother's words are precise and true. At the moment, Aranel is just a beautiful accessory in this house. She has neither influence nor the necessary authority. After all, the Marquise Saxon already knows this better than anyone, so why should her daughter talk about it again? And if the mother could give her daughter what she so lacks, the Duchess would be incredibly grateful to her. The bastard smiled triumphantly. Finally, her daughter stopped putting on an inappropriate performance and spoke freely. Well, the mother of the Duchess of Valois loses her vigilance and thinks only about her own interests, forgetting about caution in conversation. The time has come to drive this reptile into a corner and pin it down. But her mother wants to make a deal with her, so what does the Marchioness of Saxon herself need? This is the only chance. The girl is so ignorant that she has no idea what her mother might need. Lightning thundered over the two opponents. The girl tried with all her might to drive her mother into a corner, while the Marquise wanted to suppress her daughter's will once again. Since the Marquise is so impatient, you need to provoke her. Words will be unnecessary here. After all, Mother herself can tell about everything. The snotty girl decided to joke with her mother. The girl almost broke under the firmness of the vile person's answers. In no case, the mother knows that her daughter is not trusted with anything in this estate. Aranel really knows nothing. The Marchioness of Saxe herself came to her daughter's mansion. She needed help, and this was already the Duchess's victory. For this reason, let the Marquise stop wasting their collective time and simply get to the point of paying for their transaction. This scoundrel is in a desperate situation, and not her daughter is her last resort. There is a chance to force her to retreat. There was a pronounced internal struggle on the face of the dangerous woman. The Marquise clearly did not trust her daughter, but now she had no choice. So the main instigator wants, in exchange for her future services for her daughter, to keep the Duchess of Valois silent. Let the girl forever forget the fact that Marchioness Saxon was involved in the theft of documents, along with Viscountess Ivan. Did this really happen? The cautious and cunning instigator just admitted her involvement in the terrible crime. What is the daughter of the Marquise saying? But the mother herself has just confirmed her involvement in the theft of the duchy's accounting books. So the price of the deal on the mother's part is her daughter's silence about everything that happened on the estate with Miss Everett. Well, the Marquise admitted that the woman does not understand at all what her daughter is leading to now, and she does not understand at all what happened. In this case, the Duchess of Valois will kindly explain this to her, so at last the cautious culprit has made a mistake. The very mistake that the mistress of the estate was so waiting for. Exactly this oversight was not enough for the completeness of the picture. After all, there was no evidence at all in the case of the theft of the duchy's accounts against Viscountess Ivan and Marquise Saxe. However, the main villain herself admitted everything a couple of seconds ago, which is better than any evidence found. In this case, Aranel will personally act as a witness in this case, bringing charges against the mother based on his own testimony. Aranel wants to accuse her mother, the Bratton herself. What is she saying at all? Of course, the Duchess feels great. The rotten woman immediately jumped up from her seat, looming dangerously over her daughter. Her daughter has been a worthless fool all her life. Isn't it still clear that absolutely everything the Duke drags her into is not doing her any good? There is absolutely nothing here for the girl herself. No one will help Aranel, and the scoundrel decided to abandon her family. How low it is to cover up your rot with blood ties. Each time this woman buries herself deeper and deeper. Yes, it's the same as putting your neck under the blade of a guillotine on your own in the central square. The Marquise was really scared. What an absurdity. The Marquise will help establish her power, but Aranel is already not liked, and a person from her family will arouse even more suspicion. In fact, the girl really likes how everything is going in the Duchy of Valois right now, because she is happy here. The Duchess is warmed every day by the smiles of her charming children, their ringing laughter and true happiness in their eyes. And today, the girl and children even enjoyed delicious desserts with the handsome Duke, as if they were one family. In their relationship with the Duke, they become each other's support, and if everything continues like this, then the girl won't even ask for more. But for the Marquise, this makes no sense. This woman only recognizes power and money, the rest is all empty. If this greedy and unprincipled woman could distinguish price from value, then all this simply would not have happened. The struggle for influence within the family, the division of a noble family into different factions, is much more important for Saxa than outside trusting relationships. And all because this woman spent her entire worthless and pathetic life taking care of her own interests. Well, the girl agrees with her mother's statements. Arenelle really does not have any power or influence, and maybe even she is acting stupid. But even if this is all true, then for what reason should the Duchess of Von Valois follow the will of her mother? Let the woman think for herself. Now the Marquise offers her will as imaginary care for her daughter. But this is so funny, because the Marquise was never truly interested in her daughter, isn't that so? The Marquise deigned to show her interest in her own child only at the moment when talk of a wedding with the greatest family came up. Only then did the scoundrel become curious about her daughter, and after the wedding, the Marquise only needed the money of the duchy. All her life, Arenelle was just a tool for the vile mother, which she counted on, suddenly pretending to be a caring parent. The Marquise really thought that the Duchess of Valois would believe such an obvious lie. Did the scoundrel really want to abandon her own mother? The brat forgot that the Marquise actually gave birth to Arenelle and raised her, and she is going to just abandon her just like that. Was it not thanks to her mother that Arenelle became a duchess? Was it not the Marquise who gave birth to her, fed her, raised her, dressed her, and taught her? The Marquise furiously clenched her fists. The woman still could not realize that her weak-willed and stupid daughter was capable of such a thing. If it weren't for the scoundrel, then this girl wouldn't even be sitting here now. At first she was scared. Now it's a typical manipulation. The girl is well familiar with this. In fact, the heroine could never resist this. But now she knows that any relationship cannot be right on its own. Does the mother really want the girl to respect her unquestioningly just because she is her mother? So now the Marquise felt better, because she was angry that her daughter did not follow her will, which Arenelle bears. But the mother herself never respected the one she gave birth to, only reproaches and humiliations that were uttered so disgustingly. There is not a single reason to follow a mother. A girl should not obey her just because she is her daughter. Victorious calm finally sparkled in the purple eyes. The girl was able to do it. She left the inner cage. The Marquise did not let up, refusing to admit obvious defeat, because in front of her was just the worthless Arenelle. Even if this greatly hurts Arenelle's soul, the heroine will not act as this scoundrel tells her. She will never understand. As already mentioned, no deal will take place. Since the mother has nothing to offer her in return, it is irrevocable. The girl took a deep breath, but Marquise Saxon must promise that this will not happen again. And if the Marquise politely asks for forgiveness, then her daughter will try to ask the Duke not to let the matter go to trial. Now this may seem difficult for the Marquise. For this reason, the girl will give her mother time to think. Let her meet with her daughter when she is ready, but the Duke will not remain on the sidelines for long. He must decide how to deal with this matter. So let the Marchioness not delay her decision and make a wise choice. But now it's time for the Duchess to say goodbye. After which the mistress of the estate defiantly left and slammed the door. Numerous dirty insults were heard from the room in her direction. It was very loud. In the corridor, the girl was met by a worried young man. Everything was fine with his wife. Everything is fine with the girl as never before. There is a very important thing that the Duchess understood today during the conversation. The girl walked around the entire luxurious estate of the duchy and finally found her children, regaining her breath. After all, Arenelle herself became a real mother in this novel, and all this time she had a child who did not know her love from birth. The poor baby was alone for so many years, and the girl immediately switched to Doriana because it was easier and simpler. Elliot froze in amazement that his mother was doing this. The boy didn't even know how to react to her behavior in such a situation. The Duchess feels so guilty about her baby and asks for forgiveness for ignoring and disappointing her child all this time. The girl suddenly dumps this on her child. She understands that Elliot is confused, but his mother had to say it. She didn't know why her character avoided his own son, but she could see exactly how much pain Elliot was in. Arenelle will never be able to correct the past, but she promises to be much more attentive to her beloved son. Mother promises to simply love her boy, because now she has become a real mother for him without any conditions. and Lady von Valois is grateful to God for such an amazing child. Elliot is the kindest and brightest boy in the world. So his mother is simply fantastically lucky to be the mother of such a wonderful boy, because it is such happiness. Absolutely not needing anything in return, the girl will give him love, even if it means tearing her own heart out of her chest. The girl did not receive love herself, but she will give so much of it that this feeling overwhelms this beautiful child. In fact, the boy wanted only one thing all the time. Aranel froze expectantly. She would do anything. Let Elliot just say, she will give the boy the whole world. Maybe we are talking about a gift. What if the child wants a diamond? Or maybe we're talking about a whole mine. The girl will do absolutely anything for this baby. Elliot will have everything he wants. The little protagonist looked carefully at his mother and asked if he could now call her his mother. A direct hit on the girl's unprotected heart. What is this angelic child even doing to her? She needs to experience all these flashes of tenderness. Well, what kind of madness is this cutie just killing the girl or saving her? It's not yet clear from her psychological state. Just let the people of the world look at this treasure. Bright and kind, the best boy on the planet, and this is her son. Of course, if mother doesn't like this kind of treatment, then Elliot won't call her that. Of course, Aranel likes it. Elliot hears this sound. Her heart is about to jump out of her chest from total happiness. Doriana blushed. The little heroine was so happy for the boy. She always believed that their connection would improve between Elliot and his mother. How nice it is to watch how families are filled with warmth and love. And why is the girl standing on the sidelines? Aranel called her to her. Let the baby also come closer to them as a baby. Well, the girl just didn't want to interfere with the family reunion. The terrible mother-in-law tightly and tenderly hugged two incredible angels to her. This is what happiness looks like for her. The butler brought the necessary documents to his master. The Viscountess was sent to prison. Her family renounced their title and left for the provinces. Initially, they all faced the death penalty, but the duchy asked for clemency, so it all ended that way. And it was Aranel who filed a petition for pardon. She was worried about the girl, and what if she was accused of people dying because of her participation? The bright little girl simply cannot live with such a burden of responsibility and guilt, and this cannot be allowed. How will Doriana live with such thoughts? Because it is unbearable and will simply destroy the poor girl from the inside. Here, the young people agreed that such irreversible actions would bring Miss Everett to mental anguish. Of course, the head of the duchy is simply disgusted by Viscountess Ivan, but the Duchess of Valois was indeed right. If a more severe punishment were imposed, the girl would blame herself for everything, even if she had nothing to do with it, or feel sorry for the Viscountess. For this reason, ending this disgusting story without bloodshed would be the best solution. And the Marquis of Saxe sent a letter to His Grace and the Duchess of Valois with an apology. Aranel said that this would be enough. As his wife asked, Duke von Valois will not bring the matter to trial, just a minute. And why does the butler inform his master about this, and not the Duchess von Valois herself? The servant hesitated. Well, his lordship has been so busy lately, so the lady asked the employee to hand over this letter along with other documents. All the same, the girl had to say this personally, and the head of the duchy is not so busy that he could not devote time to her. Therefore, the handsome young man urgently asks the butler to tell the lady next time that the Duke will receive her at any time. The employee broke into a warm smile. The gentleman asks not to transmit information through him, but to come to Lady Valois in person. His lordship clearly loves his wife very much. The young man nodded affirmatively. Of course he loves her. Then the young Duke realized what he had just said out loud and jumped on the spot. What his employee was saying. Isn't that so? Well, such a strong and deep feeling cannot arise so suddenly and immediately. However, even such an old man as the faithful servant of the Duke of Valois clearly sees that the young man has begun to treat his wife much more tenderly. But this is how it should be in the relationship between two spouses, because Baron is, after all, Aranel's husband. Therefore, the young man simply fulfills his marital duty, because the Duchess has begun to take her responsibilities more seriously. In fact, the young master himself often wondered what had changed in his attitude towards Aranel. But to hear so openly and directly about such a secret and very incomprehensible feeling, which the young man himself had not yet comprehended, was unbearable. The butler smiled. Well, how to understand this expression on Raymond's face? The butler can go. The handsome young man began to seethe with indignation and shame. The butler left his office contentedly. It was the first time he had such fun working here. Why is this happening to the head of a great family? The young man raised his voice without even noticing it, and this was a strange embarrassment. Raymond believes that Baron loves his wife, but this is impossible. This is just absurd nonsense. This cannot be. Actually, the Duke and the girl had been married for 8 years, and then suddenly his wife became close to him. Well, this is nonsense. This is precisely absurd. So the young man was confused and could not give an answer right away, because this is so crazy for his reality. And in general, Duchess Arenelle simply cannot please her husband, since the young man has never experienced such feelings for anyone. Therefore, even now the young master cannot be overwhelmed by such childish and stupid emotions, because Baron does not even believe in it. The owner of the estate really began to treat his wife more carefully and tenderly, but this is part of his obligations. Baron began to want to see his wife more often, to care and do more for the Duchess, because he wants to fulfill his duties properly. But this does not mean that the transformation of his attitude has turned into feelings, because being disappointed in your own emotion towards a person is much more painful than just in his image. The little main character was gloomier than the rainy sky. But what happened to the sweet girl? Was she really offended? Probably it's all about the new teacher, Miss Everett. The teacher did something bad. Not at all. The new teacher is very good. It's all about the girl herself. Doriana is simply useless and worthless trash. She is not capable of anything. Who dared to say such a thing at all? The baby is incredibly talented and smart. Where did Doriana get such thoughts in the first place? So the little girl was so upset only because she painted the picture poorly. Mother was already scared. Well, you can't reproach yourself like that. You don't have to be able to draw. You shouldn't get hung up on it. But a lady's education is so important, not at all if it causes pain. And according to the Duchess of Valois, the baby's picture turned out to be very beautiful. These are powerful and majestic lions. Doriana did an excellent job and drew everything well. The girl actually depicted flowers. But why do they have eyes and noses then? Surely the girl just hadn't colored everything completely yet, so her mother didn't understand. But the little girl colored everything. Now the girl saw such beautiful flowers. Then the saving sounds of sword strikes were heard outside the window. The young heir to the duchy is currently training on the parade ground. Maybe Doriana wants to go and watch his training. Of course, the girl had never seen sword training before. What a relief! The little girl completely forgot about her drawing, thanks to Elliot. The sound of blows echoed throughout the training arena as the little duke persistently swung his wooden sword. The knight directed every movement of the young swordsman. The boy distributes his weight incorrectly. Before striking it is necessary to transfer it to the other leg. The teacher explained to Elliot that the younger gentleman's movements were too sweeping and would create a gap in his defense. That's why the little knight said that he doesn't understand at what moment he needs to swing the sword. It just comes out that way. Well, how does such a spectacle feel? The little girl is not bored just standing and watching Elliot's battles, not at all. Doriana really likes it, but the mistress of the estate began to worry about her beloved boy. He might get hurt. But isn't this knight's teaching methods too harsh for such kids? The teacher wants the child to suffer or something. Doesn't the uncle knight look too aggressive for a little lady? No, it's difficult for the teacher. The Duchess of Valois looked at the baby in amazement. The movements that she was trying to teach young Elliot as a knight simply did not suit him at all. Most likely, the uncle is trying to show how to properly transfer force, and the boy just continues to swing the sword. However, if the younger gentleman continues to do this, he will get tired faster. The girl began to talk a lot out of excitement. The charming little girl fell silent and turned to look at her mother. And why was the Duchess of Valois looking at the little girl like that? The girl covered her mouth with her hands. Yes, this little girl is simply a genius. The girl is incredibly insightful. So, can the baby practice swords with the younger master? This question is better discussed with the Duke himself. This question is not exactly one that can be resolved so easily, since Miss Everett is a future girlfriend. If someone finds out that the future mistress of the Valois estate is learning to wield a sword, it will not do her any good. What an era this is. In the original story, the little girl really didn't wield a sword. If others look askance at the girl, maybe it's worth leaving everything as it is. However, those big emerald eyes were so happy with Elliot's training. The little girl was really enjoying herself. After all, Miss Valois saw the very expression of the girl. How could she ignore her interest after this and leave it unattended? Let the butler let his mistress know when the head of the estate returns. The girl herself will talk to him about everything and will not back down. And now, on the threshold of his lordship's office, the mistress of the estate was already standing with the decisive air of a great commander. While Arenelle was thinking about how she could convince Baron, Raymond wanted the two to have a good time alone. What Baron's wife came to talk about, the young man was surprised by her appearance and the strange sparkle in her eyes. So, once upon a time, a Valois woman was knighted, and she received the rank of deputy commander, Despite sidelong glances, many admired her. Therefore, the pathetic opinion that work should be divided into male and female is a relic of the past. But if a lady wants to fight with swords, this may cause a negative reaction at the beginning. But if you look at it more broadly, then this is not bad. Let the wife calm down. Apparently the girl said too much, and the young man was simply angry with her. What does the Duke of Valois think about this? The handsome Duke correctly understood that his wife wanted to learn defensing. The conversation was not about her at all. Regardless of gender, Aranel is already too late in age for training, but there is no such law. For this reason, if the master's wife really wants to learn, then Baron will take action and contribute to this. Here the blue eyes of the young man instantly flashed. His face fell in amazement. Baron froze in silence. The mistress of the estate tried for a long time to interrupt her husband's flight of thoughts, but everything was in vain, so she took his hand. The charming young man immediately fell silent and looked at her in amazement. The lady really asks her husband to finally listen to her. The young duke's face immediately flushed red, of course. The young man was ready to hear his wife. They were too close. The girl is very pleased that her husband is also careless about outdated stereotypes, but this is not about her at all, but about little Dorian. The head of the great family froze in shock. That is, he couldn't hear how they were talking about the baby right now. The Duchess turned pale, realizing that she had been holding onto the hand of the captivating young man for too long and needed to finally let her go. Miss von Valois apparently hurried with such a delicate request. The young man was not yet ready to hear such a thing. Everything is in order. In fact, the Duke believes that nothing bad will happen if the little girl suddenly wants to learn sword fighting. The handsome young man looked at his empty hand, which still remembered the warmth of his wife. A strange sensation. Baron understood everything. First, he will need to determine at what level Dorian is. For the Duke, this is a very difficult decision. Does the young man really want to say that the girl can really wield a sword? Since Aranel can, then there's no point in talking about Dorian. By the way, Baron von Valois personally conducted the award ceremony for the woman who became an outstanding knight. Therefore, the young man is simply unable to put a gender restriction on the study of fencing. Everything inside the Duchess of Valois began to tremble. What kind of strange feeling is spreading throughout her body? Aranel feels good. Of course, everything is fine with the girl. There is no reason to worry. Just something was clearly happening inside her. To begin with, the young man himself will meet with the girl, but he is a sword master himself and is generally very busy with work right now. Despite his busy schedule, the young Duke must always take care of his family. Doesn't the girl agree with this? And Doriana is now also part of their family. Why the lady's heart continues to beat so furiously in her chest, Baron can hear. And then the day came when the greatest swordmaster of the Empire met a new recruit in a skirt. The picture was very impressive for that era. The captivating young man looks as unlawfully attractive as always, his gaze focused on the baby with a sword in her hands. The little main character had a heroic appearance, a confident look, stamina, and assertiveness in her every move. The younger gentleman watched in amazement from the stands of the training arena along with his mother. His future bride just stands there and doesn't move, but he has a clear feeling that something has clearly changed in the girl. The thing is that Miss Everett had put on pants, so they were all a little unfamiliar with Doriana's new image. This girl is so cute in those funny workout shorts. The girl can't help but cry. Elliot glares at her with a straight face. So how does a future Valois bride feel about holding a wooden sword? The weapon is not too heavy for a girl. Everything is fine. Well, in that case, he and Doriana can begin their first combat lesson. The young man raised his training sword. The little main character studiedly watched every light and perfected movement of the great master. Let Miss Everett try to attack Duke von Valois now, so they can evaluate her skills and current level. This is the pressure. The baby pretended to be ready, but was very worried inside, because Baron von Valois himself was experiencing it. Even just from one glance, it is quite obvious that comparing the strength of the young man with other knights is simply a crime. Baron is the strongest of all in the Empire. The young man is so strong that even if the League of the Best Knights is against him alone, the outcome will be in his favor. Even just standing next to him is very difficult. And yet the girl must prove herself and prove that she deserves to learn to wield a sword. Doriana feels that it is hers. The young Duke clearly did not expect such agility from the sweet and gentle Doriana. There was clearly something else in her besides charm. In fact, this young lady had a lot of resilience and perseverance. She had the right attitude in her eyes, and her body was unstoppable. The little heroine confidently put her foot forward and took a fighting position. The little girl would never give up on her intended goal. And so the baby, like a wild animal, began to go on the attack and strike from different sides. Baron closely watched her. Of course, no matter how hard she tried, it was not stressful for the young man, but she only needed to strike one blow. Doriana did not want to tap for anything. The girl strained her body mercilessly. Her sword did not stop working. So the baby is clearly exhausted. Her training sword is shaking. It's better to finish this right now so as not to injure her. Well, there's nothing to be done. There's simply no other way to stop the distracted girl. Doriana is too absorbed in the process. The great swordmaster literally made a couple of rapid swings of his sword in a split second and was already behind the girl. The little heroine's emerald eyes didn't even have time to properly capture the lightning-fast actions of the great swordmaster. The charming warrior looked at her weapon in shock, but how it happened, Doriana didn't even see it. How is such exorbitant speed even possible? Baron is truly the greatest master of weapons. The little girl's eyes fell on the broken sword in her hand. Wow, the girl would also like to learn how to be fast like a predator. And these sharp, targeted movements of the Duke of Valois' hand, which were done with incredible ease, the young man is truly a great warrior. The concerned Duke immediately ran up to the baby. He didn't shock her too much. She was fine. She wasn't scared. So, Doriana has calmed down a little and is trying to analyze their training fight. This is what the young man wanted. It was already difficult to stop the girl, so the young man had to make sure that Doriana could no longer wield her sword. The little girl behaved like a real gallant knight, in whom perseverance and willpower flow. She really doesn't lack for character. The handsome young man put his warm hand on the child's head. The girl really did an excellent job with their training. To be honest, it was interesting and pleasant for the virtuoso swordsman to test the strength and skills of the little lady today. Well, we must admit that this child is already endowed with the most important qualities of a knight. The Duke is very pleased with this girl. So the young master has already decided something about training and sword training for Elliot's future bride. The head of the duchy noticed the concern on his wife's face, although the girl tried not to show it and act in his presence. This little girl is a genius. This is great news. It means Elliot's future bride has finally found something she likes and will be able to do it without hindrance. Just amazing. The Duchess spat out her hot tea from the rush of realization of the Duke's words. Lady Valois now heard everything correctly. The girl is a genius. To be honest, the head of the estate was surprised himself. Miss Everett has sharp movements and good fighting sense. Is she really more capable than their boy? It is difficult to give an exact answer. You cannot compare talent and potential while comparing individual indicators of completely different children. However, there is one knightly quality that Doriana has that Elliot lacks, and that is the desire to win. The frantic desire to defeat the enemy is what gives courage. The girl is not easily frightened. She is ready to attack fiercely, sparing no effort. The word knight may sound majestic, but he is just a fighter, so the desire to win a fight in itself becomes a quality of a knight. From the very beginning, it seemed that Elliot was not interested in winning or fighting, and this was a huge difference between the kids. Therefore, it is worth saying that each of the children has a different character, and the Duke took this into account when he called Doriana a genius. Therefore, the point here is not at all which of the children is better at this, but which of them is really more suitable. Therefore, speaking of this, if the lady of the estate does not mind, the Duke would like to personally educate Miss Everett. Of course, the girl agrees. Miss Arenelle could not even dream of such a thing, and Doriana will definitely be completely delighted. The young man really hopes for this. At the very beginning, the Duke of Valois was also involved in training their son, but this became a burden for Elliot. Therefore, the sword training had to be entrusted to another knight, which means the girl didn't even know it. What different little main characters they are. Arenelle still doesn't know so much about her children. Those emerald eyes of the little warrior were burning with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since the young swordmaster had seen anything like this. And when the blue eyes of the beautiful young man clashed during a training battle with the persistent gaze of Miss Everett, there was a feeling that in front of him was an adult warrior. Honestly, the beautiful young man is ashamed to admit, but the Duke himself is looking forward to their next training session with Doriana. The terrible mother-in-law was once again exposed to the dazzling power of her husband. Each time Baron's smile has a crushing effect on her. Baron is such a sweetheart. He has an incredibly cute face. But why does a girl's thoughts always get confused around this guy? The terrible mother-in-law walked along the corridor of the Von Valois estate, thinking about the fact that she began to think about Baron too often. But then Miss Von Valois' attention was attracted by a sound. It came very close and made her heart clench. The little protagonist was sitting on the sofa and sobbing painfully. Mother's heart bled at these sounds. The boy immediately realized that he was no longer alone in the corridor, and there was at least one witness to his sobs. The younger master immediately covered his charming face with his hands. Why is her son sitting here alone and crying bitterly? Elliot is not crying at all. The little duke immediately jumped up from his seat and ran further down the corridor. He had to go. What was it all about now? The little hero has never been more closed off than now. What is it that worries the boy so much? The kid literally disappeared from the sight of the terrible mother-in-law in just a couple of seconds and left something light on the coffee table. Aranelle came closer to the object and realized that in front of her was a piece of paper, what it was, and why Elliot was crying so much. So on the piece of paper, there were incredibly talented images of various objects, animals, and plants, as if a recognized genius of painting had left his mark. The girl was amazed and called the boy's teacher. How could a 7-year-old child draw something like that? The Duchess would like to confirm her guesses. The girl correctly understands that all these magnificent drawings were made by her little son. That's right, the younger Duke really created these drawings with his small hands. It's simply unthinkable. Her ladyship may not like it, but Elliot is trying to excel in other disciplines too, and the kid is simply brilliant. Simply incredible images, so accurate and alive, as if the hand of a great artist of antiquity had touched them. Yes, this little guy is really on the same level as Picasso. The Duchess took this news very well, and the teacher was worried about it. So both of Aranelle's children are geniuses. Wow, the kids are really completely different. Her husband was absolutely right. And for what reason did the teacher hide from Elliot's mother that her boy is a fantastically talented artist? This little one is so charming, so kind and sweet. And then it turned out that he is a genius of this century. Well, at least it has become known now. If you think about it that way, her ladyship is indeed right in her conclusions. Elliot has an incredible gift for drawing. It's just that the teacher didn't think that such conclusions would greatly please the mistress of the duchy. But why such conclusions? It's just that even the youngest gentleman really doesn't like hearing about his talent. He doesn't like being praised. He, as a person who will continue the line of the Duke of Valois, does not need drawing skills. The kid loves to draw, but he has to be careful not to become a laughingstock. At such moments, the charming boy is burdened by a sense of duty to his beloved father and his dukedom, of course. How the girl would like her sweet baby to be able to freely do what makes him happy and brings him such pleasure. Poor Elliot forces himself to hide such incredible talent, to be careful and keep it a secret. And then in the corridor, the little protagonist was definitely crying, although he told his mother the opposite. What a tragedy, the girl must deal with this. After all, she is here to make these children happy. Therefore, the Duchess of Valois needs to see and talk with the baby, as long as she can torment herself. This child should be the happiest in the world. The boy has such a pure and bright soul, such a big heart. Elliot will be happy, no matter what it costs his mother. Aranelle decided everything and immediately headed to her son's bedroom, but she forgot that it was already the dead of midnight, and the boy was probably already asleep. But it still wouldn't hurt to check your speculations. The Duchess of Valois was already standing at the door of the younger gentleman's bedroom anyway. However, nothing will stop the mistress of the estate from making sure of this. The girl carefully creaked the door and looked inside. In the little gentleman's personal chambers, the light was still on. The boy himself was sitting at his desk. Why Elliot still hadn't gone to bed yet, it was already late. The younger Duke believes that he needs to study more and harder while sacrificing hours of sleep because this is harmful to Elliot's health. Well, in fact, at the moment, the future heir of the family is having a hard time wielding a sword, so he focused on other things. There are still a bunch of skills and disciplines that the head of the duchy must learn, so the kid focused on them. After all, the younger Duke must be responsible. The poor little one. Did the boy feel worse when he saw Doriana training? Apparently, the kid began to compare his skills with the innate talent of the future bride, and began to think that he was incapable. The little genius didn't do anything like that at all. The boy immediately lowered his head in resignation. Apparently, the baby's feelings and experiences still got the better of Elliot, and he roared that this was not at all because of Doriana. The girl was confused by this reaction. She so wanted to help her charming boy and put everything in order for him. Only the younger gentleman himself is to blame for everything. His future bride is not to blame for anything, she's just smart. But the little Duke is simply a stupid and hopeless incompetent who can't do anything and can't cope with anything. What does the best boy in the world say? Elliot is a real dream. His inner qualities alone are the greatest gift. The most powerful family in the empire, the von Valois, has always been a family of knights and great swordsmen, but Elliot does not know how to fence at all. The kid always knew and understood this. no matter how hard he tried. And when Elliot saw Doriana, he was only finally convinced of this. The girl has nothing to do with it, all because the boy himself is a klutz. So the younger gentleman took up the study of other disciplines. The terrible mother-in-law instantly wiped the bitter tears from the face of the adorable baby. Elliot was completely wrong about himself. Aranel will tell his son something. He is simply incredible, and it doesn't matter at all what the boy does and what doesn't. It's enough for a sweet child to just be himself, because Aranel couldn't even dream of such a boy. No matter what her baby chooses, no matter why he refuses, his mother will always love Elliot and be immensely proud. The younger master should stop being so hard on himself. When the boy calls himself names and humiliates himself like that, Aranel becomes hurt. Tears appeared in the mother's purple eyes. It was unbearable for her to see how the baby belittles himself and does not see the obvious. But how can a boy just be himself? Because Elliot is the next duke of the greatest family in the empire. The head of the von Valois family must be an outstanding person, must be able to easily understand all disciplines and skillfully wield a sword. Well, who decided this? Did the father really say this to his son? Maybe the emperor gave such a decree, not at all. Then maybe it is written somewhere that all hereditary dukes of the Valois family simply must be excellent swordsmen, but there is no such thing. The kid must understand that no one is angry with him. It is normal for a person not to be able to do something because everyone is given their own. Mother really wants the boy not to create false rules for himself and not to forget about himself for a moment. The girl understands everything perfectly. Having studied the history of the Valois family, the kid thought that he simply had to be like his ancestors. But this is stupidity, because the history of the family is just the past of its eminent family, and Elliot is its future. The charming boy looked at his mother with a certain adult awareness. It seems that Elliot is beginning to understand Aranel's main idea. The past is just a given. It does not determine the present at all. The boy understands what his mother is trying to convey to him. But then what can the younger gentleman do with all this? Elliot made a clear plan in his head, and now it turns out that he is not needed. Aranel is simply sure that the little duke needs to do what the boy himself likes, and his loving parents will always support their adored son, and both will be only happy if the boy receives sincere pleasure from his choice. The terrible mother-in-law's privacy was violated by her future daughter-in-law. Doriana was puzzled by Elliot's behavior lately. What happened to the little heroine? There was clearly concern and anxiety on her childish face. They are so friendly with Elliot. The younger gentleman was behaving very strangely. The mother looked at the girl in amazement. Why did she decide that? It's just that the boy began to constantly secretly observe his future bride. Doriana does not understand what exactly he is doing. After all, as soon as Miss Everett wants to say hello to Elliot or approach him, her future groom simply runs away. And just a couple of minutes ago, the younger duke asked Doriana to show him her hand. But what does that even mean? The boy studied the girl's palm very carefully and carefully. Her eyes studied every line of Doriana's hand. The charming bride-to-be was afraid to twitch again and froze in her place so as not to disturb the younger duke. Then the charming Elliot put his hand to the palm of his future bride. It was very strange. Since the little protagonist immediately pulled back his hand in embarrassment and blushed afterwards, Elliot even asked for forgiveness. Doriana told the younger master that he had nothing to apologize for at all. The boy could even take her hand in both palms. Then the girl noticed something black on the palm of the future groom, similar to ink or stylus. Apparently, Elliot is now working hard. And so the two little main characters froze opposite each other. The kids held hands and looked into the eyes opposite. Everything was good and warm as always, but the young duke abruptly ended their meeting with Doriana and simply ran away, saying goodbye to her. Well, isn't this kind of behavior strange for a little heir? The girl is very concerned about this. Well, there are several reasonable reasons for the behavior of the future head of the clan. For starters, the kid decides to present his painting at the imperial competition. For this reason, such oddities are not at all alarming. The girl simply has nothing to worry about. Everything is fine with Elliot and their friendship. The younger gentleman decided to depict on his canvas what he liked, so he studied everything around for sketches. The girl, hearing these words, immediately became embarrassed and blushed. Elliot draws what he likes. Well, just look at this reddened face. What a beauty! Now Miss Everett has become a little clearer about the boy's behavior. A few days later, the younger gentleman's painting was completed, and Elliot asked that it be sent to the butler's palace. Raymond packed his little master's creation perfectly and securely. Elliot has nothing to worry about. Everything will be done. Is the young master really not going to show his creation until the very end of the imperial competition? After all, his mother is simply burning with curiosity. The boy does not want to do this. If he suddenly gets a prize, then he will show it. If a competition was held for the title of the cutest child in the world, then her son would definitely win, which Mother said, which child would be the most beautiful? Aranel immediately retreated, because Elliot considers himself already a grown-up young man. What kind of children are there? And the word dear is now an insult to him. But still, Mother is unable to fight the attack of another emotion. She squeezed her boy into her arms and hugged him tightly. The two were interrupted by the voice of the head of the duchy. His beloved son had already finished what he had been working on all these few days. After all this time the boy was so busy painting his picture that his father did not manage to talk to Elliot. The younger Duke does not want to go with Miss Everett on an excursion to the Imperial Academy, because they can go there. So the Duke thought it would be a good idea to see how children their age learned, and Doriana wanted to see how others handled a sword. And if the kid is also interested in fencing, then the children can sign up together, and there are drawing lessons. The Duke made one last attempt to offer sword lessons to his son, but was immediately defeated. The younger gentleman is not interested in fencing. Elliot is interested in drawing lessons. The kid is firm in his intentions. The little heroine nodded with understanding to her future groom. Elliot immediately looked at her drooping face. However, if the bride-to-be takes fencing lessons, then the younger Duke will take them too. Doriana doesn't want to be a burden to Elliot at all. Everything will be fine with her. There's no need to worry about it. Well, what nonsense is Miss Everett talking about? How a girl can become a burden for the young heir of the family? The little main character stretched out in a captivating smile. Going anywhere with Doriana is only a pleasure for the boy. Is the boy really ready to go anywhere with the young lady? And the younger gentleman will be interested in absolutely everything? The little girl's face immediately flushed red. The girl was embarrassed by her own thoughts. How cute they both are. The girl wants the competition for the cutest child in the world to really exist. These two would definitely be the winners. And as soon as the other characters endure this power of the crushing charm of these two, the girl stopped even trying. Her character's poor heart, someday it won't stand it. The wife again does something strange, but apparently she feels good. Several days have passed. It's time to visit the Imperial Academy, where two children of the Valois family may want to study. And now the luxurious carriage of the dukedom had already arrived at the right place. The handsome young man gallantly helped his wife get down. The Duchess of Von Valois looked around and asked her charming children to stay in front together. The girl was burning with impatience. Such a pleasant and important day for their family, because they all went out into the world together. Today was the first official appearance of the Von Valois family. They all looked amazing. This is what an ideal family looks like. Happy and curious children walked ahead of their parents and looked around at such a large educational institution. The Valois family was immediately greeted by the headmistress of the Imperial Academy named Helen Clover. It was a great honor for them to welcome the great family here. The head of the duchy asked the headmistress to behave naturally and stop fussing just for the sake of Valois. But this was impossible. After all, their academy was visited by the most influential person in the empire. Were there places that the guests wanted to see at the beginning, of course? The Duchess of Von Valois, first of all, wants to inspect the children's dining room and kitchen. Nutrition at this age is very important. Of course, no problem. The head of the Imperial Academy leads his visitors to the children's canteen. Doriana conveyed through Elliot that she wanted to see the fencing class as soon as possible. Aranel was completely out of her mind. What a cafeteria. Well, the Duchess of Valois didn't think at all about the girl's wishes. The girl wants to do as her mother wants. They don't have to go together at all. Let the children independently examine what is important to them. It will definitely be more comfortable for the children. The girl agrees. And what will the kids themselves say to such a proposal from the Duke? Of course, Elliot and Doriana will be happy. The boys will see off the future bride. The little heroine was already fully inspecting the imperial training ground. It was the same as that of the Valois family. In fact, this training arena was built in the image of the one located in the Duchy of Von Valois. Since the Valois knights were always considered the best swordsmen, they were a model in everything during the construction of the academy. The Valois family is incredible. The girl is surprised every time, and Elliot, who knows so much, is amazing too. The teacher is not visible. The students are fighting, but not trying very hard. Now it is clear that the lesson simply has not started yet. Could Elliot's future bride really determine at one glance whether the students were working at full capacity or not? That's right. The girl perfectly saw and read the strengths and weaknesses of each sword holder. It was not at all difficult for her. The conversation between the two little main characters was interrupted by some impudent boy, pointing his finger at Miss Everett as to what she was doing here. How dare this rude guy point his finger at the future Duchess? It's okay, Doriana knows this boy. The future bride of the head of the von Valois family immediately turned pale. The girl greeted the Tornian heir through clenched teeth. This is an arrogant guy from the Tornian clan. The younger duke has definitely heard this surname somewhere. You need to think a little. Elliot remembered everything. The Tornian family clan entered into an agreement with the Rondini scoundrels. Their daughter is the bride of this impudent man. This means that the disgusting brat is involved in the grief and suffering of Elliot's future bride. The boy is the same scoundrel as her tormentors. The boy knows that the Baron and Baroness Rondini mocked the girl. It was the freaks who poisoned her, beat her, and starved her. And also their spoiled and stupid daughter repeated after her vile parents. Jen also began to offend Doriana. So how could someone like Doriana Everett show up at the Imperial Academy? Why did she suddenly come to this particular class? If this vile worm is Jen Rondini's fiancé, then this brat is involved in Miss Everett's suffering. Everything is decided for him. The charming heroine came to see how fencing lessons were going on. Let the girl stop talking nonsense. Doriana is just a servant. What is she talking about? And besides, she's a girl. What kind of sword does she even need? That's a shame. The charming little girl is even now being bullied by other children. And what has she done to all of them? Is this incompetent likely to receive an education at the Imperial Academy? She definitely came here as someone's servant. Look how Doriana dressed up. It's even funny. Then something flew into the head of the snotty, impudent man, and he immediately fell silent. The little main character looked at Elliot in amazement at what the boy had just thrown at the Tornian heir. The future head of the greatest family had just thrown a white glove at the impudent man, which could only mean one thing. The vile boy immediately stared at Elliot in shock. What kind of jokes were these from the stranger? There was steel in the young duke's voice. This is no joke. Let the bastard immediately raise his sword. Who is this guy anyway? The fool now faces Elliot von Valois, who is Doriana Everett's fiancé. The vile parasite immediately turned pale. Cold sweat flowed down his face. Was he really the heir of the most powerful family? Charming Elliot will no longer listen to how this brat dares to insult his future bride. This is a challenge to a duel. So let the bastard immediately give the sword to Elliot and raise his own, and the duel is not so bad. After all, if the most powerful family had come forward officially, the impudent man would certainly have been executed. But here, this kid himself challenged him to a duel. And if the heir Tornian manages to win the duel, then everything will be resolved. The little duke will not forgive the ignorance of this brat. The younger master is unshakable in his decision. Of course, he is not a sword master like his father, but he will punish this petty freak for Doriana's honor. No one dares to offend his future bride. There is no one in this world purer and more beautiful than Doriana. And soon this impudent person will understand this forever. For all his spilled anger, Elliot did not hear at all that all this time his future bride was calling him. The little knight immediately jumped up to Miss Everett and asked her what had happened. The girl thanked him for his help and for standing up for her. However, the future Duchess of the von Valois family does not want her fiancé to enter into a duel. Doriana herself will fight the impudent man. Elliot was immediately confused as to how she did it, because it was the responsibility and task of the future groom to protect her honor, know it all. This was always only a girl's problem. All her life, the little heroine endured bullying and violence. First, her future groom came to her defense and besieged his vile nanny. Then their mother, who every time pulled the girl out of the black pit of her own fear. Doriana did nothing but accept help from them. But during all this time, Miss Everett gained confidence and strength, breaking away all the fears that held her back, and now the girl will solve her problem herself. The little hero really understands and shares Doriana's feelings, but it was he who challenged Thornian to the current duel. And also, in this magnificent outfit, it will be very difficult for the future bride of von Valois to fight, isn't it so? Here, behind the kids, the loud voice of Duke von Valois himself was heard. There is no need to worry about Doriana's clothes, because the head of the duchy has already sent the butler to get replacement equipment, and very soon the servant will be back. The handsome young man, with a calm and even look, supported the little girl's desire to teach the offender a lesson. She has everything for this. In addition, this is very useful, because the girl herself wanted to check at what level her knowledge and skills were now. And then I had such a wonderful chance, a sword fight with my peer on the training ground, and not with the teacher. The little main character analyzed everything and blossomed, but this really is a great opportunity to understand what a girl is capable of. The vile brat turned pale with fear. Standing in front of him was the most powerful and strong man in the empire. Will everything be okay with him? And just a couple of seconds later, The young warrior trampled all of Tornian's impudence, and the fight ended very quickly. It is simply impossible, some kind of nonsense, for some girl from the orphanage to defeat the young heir with swords. However, the vile little fellow was lying in the mud at Miss Everett's feet. A couple of sharp movements were enough for the girl to destroy her opponent. A few minutes ago, the brat stood in front of a girl with a sword and in shorts, and was sure that this was all absurdly funny. The boy was sure that with his eyes closed, he could defeat the upstart. Why did this girl suddenly get involved in a man's duel? How many tears will be shed after? Doriana doesn't even know how to hold a sword, but challenges Peter Thornian. It would be better if she remained a servant in the orphanage. So, since the impudent one is in no hurry to start their duel, in this case Miss Everett herself will start the duel. As the girl wishes, the outcome is still the same. And this time Doriana will forever remember where this upstart really belongs. No matter what dress she is dressed in, she will always be a maid. A fighting spirit flared up in the emerald eyes of the little warrior, which was not hidden from the eyes of the vile enemy. That's what it was. At this moment, the impudent man already sensed something was wrong. Doriana was able to destroy all of Peter's pompous confidence with just her glance. And then literally a second, and the girl was already masterfully parrying with her sword. All her movements were sharp and swift, like those of a wild predator. When this girl managed to get so close to Peter, a nervous shiver ran down the insolent man's back. Where did she get so much agility from? Besides the fact that Doriana skillfully handled her weapon, her movements were impossible to count. She had her own style of attack. And the girl also had amazing speed and sharpness in her movements. Peter needs to create distance and think. The wooden sword of his opponent flew past Peter Thornian's face. How this upstart did it was simply impossible. True fear and vulnerability appeared in the eyes of the impudent brat. This girl had just destroyed him in a matter of seconds. Peter no longer had a sword in his hands. The little warrior disarmed the impudent man with one movement and put her sword to his throat. So the future Duchess of the House of Von Valois has just made herself known and trashed the pathetic heir Thornian in front of everyone. If suddenly the boy still does not agree with her victory, they can continue their duel until the insolent one is choking from impotence. Then the terrible mother-in-law jumped up to the two little duelists. Her baby had just fought for real. We urgently need to call a doctor to the training ground. Doriana was not injured. Everything is fine with the girl. It was her enemy who got it. Just in case, let the employees still call the doctors. The Duchess of Valois will be calmer this way. And what are Miss Everett's feelings? Now the little warrior understands what her mentor told her. Duke von Valois warned that no one could defeat Doriana. The girl nodded contentedly. Now that Miss Everett could clearly practice fighting the enemy, she felt her strength. And the most important thing is that among all these students, the little heroine has no equal. Her skills and talent are much higher. The charming warrior really enjoyed participating in the duel. The girl's heart is still beating wildly, and her body is simply soaring with delight. The beautiful young man was pleased with the words of his best student. The baby is really great. Her phenomenal abilities need to be further developed. The Duke of Valois is very happy about today's training, but next time he will need to select a much stronger opponent. Then an inspired Elliot flew up to the future bride. The girl looked simply incredible. Everyone couldn't even utter a word. And for the winner, Miss Everett, her future groom is amazing. The girl is very grateful to everyone for their support. Well, it's time to go home. Mother will bake sweet cookies with chocolate and a cake for her children. This is what the ideal picture of the family looked like. Behind him, on the training ground, Peter Thornian stood frozen in his place, defeated and humiliated in front of the whole class. The terrible mother-in-law took a deep breath with some heaviness. Apparently, the girl never managed to become a good mother. The handsome young man turned to his wife. Why did the Duchess say this? Is there any reason for this? But when the Duchess of Valois heard that her girl would suddenly begin to fight with someone on the parade ground, she ran to pick her up from there. But Arenel's husband managed to stop the girl with her intentions in time, and everything ended well. Then the Duchess was seized with uncontrollable panic. Suddenly, the girl would get hurt and bleed, even though the Duke explained that the baby was strong enough and everything would be fine. At that moment in time, when the mother should have simply believed in her child, Arenel behaved incorrectly, and this may affect her children. The charming hero analyzed the words of his wife and tried to help her alleviate her worries and aspirations. In this case, let the Duke of Valois look after and trust their children, and let the girl raise the kids as she sees fit. In this way, the married couple will be able to compensate for each other's shortcomings, because that's what parents do. Well, here's another wave of this handsome guy's unbearable attractiveness again. Why does the girl get so embarrassed every time? However, the young man was also embarrassed. The head of the duchy himself was embarrassed and confused by his own words about the married couple. The awkward silence of the two young heroes was interrupted by the butler's voice. Raymond announced that they had received a letter. The handsome young man immediately jumped up from his seat, saving himself from embarrassment, and ran to his employee for the letter. The young duke quickly glanced at the correspondence. Apparently, this was a letter from the imperial palace. The Duchess of Valois was surprised to intercept the letter from her husband's hands, wondering if something had happened since it was from the palace itself. The girl carefully studied the contents, and then immediately called out to her charming son, "Because we were talking about him. No arguments or justifications will be reasonable against such a statement. It's time for her baby to accept it with dignity." So the Duchess is pleased to inform her little artist that Elliot is the officially recognized genius of the century. The little hero can only accept and recognize the phenomenality of his skills and fantastic talent. Elliot became the winner in the imperial competition, and his mother began to hug the baby tightly and congratulate him, and she told him so. In an official letter from the palace, they sent congratulations to the young winner. Elliot's painting will be exhibited in the Imperial Gallery. And also the younger duke is invited to the awards ceremony. This can't be true. It's probably all a dream. To be honest, the younger duke still does not believe that he not only took part in the imperial painting competition, but also became its winner. His bride immediately jumped up to her future groom. "Wow, Elliot really is a genius of this century." The boy said that Doriana was incredible on the training ground, but to her, Elliot is the most incredible. Doriana was so beautiful. How can a person be so beautiful? The youngest heir had already forgotten that he had won the competition. And a few days later, the official, solemn awarding of the winner took place in the Imperial Gallery. The two little main characters attended the award ceremony in luxurious outfits. The kids were delighted by the emperor's huge gallery. Together with their incredible children, their parents arrived. The entire von Valois family was in purple and yellow tones. A huge number of guests were already crowding inside the Imperial Gallery, and a painting of the young Elliot was exhibited among other works. Duchess von Valois looked for the work of her phenomenal son and immediately recognized it among all the others. Mother immediately took the boy by the hand and led him to the beautiful portrait. The girl immediately realized where the picture of her beloved son was. The younger duke's wonderful creation was displayed in the very center of the exhibition. It's an Elliot painting, isn't it? The little protagonist looked at his work. The young artist's cheeks flushed red. This was really his work. The rest of their family had already approached the Duchess of Valois and her son, and stood admiringly in front of the masterpiece of the young genius. So, the heart of the imperial exhibition was a work called Happiness by Elliot von Valois. It was awarded the main prize. Arenelle rushed to her son. Her boy is a genius. His mother has already said this 10 times, and this is still not enough. The girl will say it 1,000,000 more times. The Duke of Valois put his hand on the head of his son. In his painting, the gap between the viewer and the work disappears. It seems that the viewer becomes part of this happiness. The little artist really did a great job. This is a real masterpiece with the right values, and the young man had no idea about his son's talent. The father is so proud of his boy. Elliot did not expect this at all, believing that the Duke would rather be upset by his hobby. At this point, tears appeared in the younger gentleman's purple eyes, and the parents immediately froze in amazement, looking at their child. Why is the baby crying? The girl attacked her husband. Does this mean that the young Duke has never praised his son before? This is not true at all. The little artist immediately pulled back his angry mother. The boy was simply moved that he could continue to draw further. After all, the young heir did not fully believe that he would be allowed to do what was close to his soul. And this thought spread with a pleasant warmth throughout the boy's entire body and raised a heap of feelings. Elliot was simply infinitely happy, so he began to cry. The touched mother leaned towards her charming son. What a charming boy! The Duke watched these two in amazement. In fact, the Duchess of von Valois is also immensely happy that she sees her child happy, because this is the most important thing for a mother. The most beautiful young man watched with surprise what was happening. There was such warmth and comfort between them, who would have thought? Arenelle was thinking the same thing. Before this baby would run away at the sight of his mother. But now they are all so happy together. Their souls are already blossoming. All this time, the girl still tried to keep her distance and create boundaries, because she did not know how long her stay here would last. However, the gallant young man broke all her barriers. Baron threw a robe over his wife's shoulders, and by the evening it would get colder. However, such repulsion and coldness only made it more painful. Arenelle was simply afraid to become attached to the heroes of this novel, because it would someday end. The girl blushed under the sensual and warm gaze of her beautiful husband. How long the heroine will continue to deceive herself? After all, Miss von Valois was sure that she would not succeed here, so she told herself that she should not, and turned away from her wonderful family. But seeing the smiles on the faces of Arenal's family members was true happiness for the girl. Elliot ran up to her and hugged his mother for the first time. The little protagonist is so grateful to his mother for her support and help in everything, because it was she who defended his wishes. And now, in the purple eyes of a charming child, genuine happiness shines, which is enough for the entire continent. Isn't this a reward for every mother? Arenal sat down next to her son. It is the mother who should thank her boy, because he makes her life so happy every day. Just a fabulous moment, and if this sweet time lasts a long time, the girl would really like it to always be filled with such moments.